Elf Invasion Reality. I have the Wanjie Trading System. 107th year of the Elf calendar. In a small base city of Yan country. On this day, all base cities in Yan country are extremely lively. Because today is the day of awakening talent. And the protagonist An Liang, accompanied by An's father, is walking into the Elf Association with trepidation. An's father, don't worry, little bastard, even if you don't have the talent of a trainer, your father has saved a lot of money in this half of his life, enough for you to marry a wife, and becoming a trainer is so dangerous. With your personality, your mother and I don't really want you to become a trainer. An's father, sometimes it's not bad to be an ordinary person and live an ordinary life. An's father, look at your mother, isn't she also an ordinary person and married to a trainer like me? An Liang. An Liang knew that his father was comforting him. But for some reason, An Liang didn't feel comforted at all. And do you dare to say the following sentence in front of your wife? Tisk. Before the elf calendar, there were no creatures like Pokemon in this world, but the emergence of time and space rifts brought new changes to this world. Pokemon. The emergence of a new species makes the wild of this world extremely dangerous. Along with Pokemon, there is also the special profession of trainer. But the trainer, not everyone has the talent of a trainer. It is a blessing for one of 10-16-year-old boys to have the talent of a trainer. And this is just the talent of a trainer. No one can guarantee whether he can become a formal trainer in the future. After getting a number from his class teacher, An Liang sat aside and began to wait, but to be honest, this waiting time is really fucking tormenting. Don't say that the days are like years. It's just that the seconds are like years. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, An Liang heard a voice that made him extremely excited. Class 6 of the 3rd grade, assemble quickly. An Liang is from Class 6, Grade 3, and is about to graduate. In today's test, if he successfully tests out that he has the talent of a trainer, then he will have no worries in his future life. Whether he joins the army to serve the country or joins some big companies, he can be said to be on the peak of his life. If he does not have the talent of a trainer, he can only take the junior high school entrance examination and the college entrance examination step by step. Just when it was An Liang's turn to test his talent, An Liang suddenly glanced at the crowd, and with just one glance, An Liang saw An's father, who was blocked outside the fence. At this moment, An's father and the strange power beside him all raised their thumbs. Encouraged by 6 thumbs, An Liang still walked up resolutely. Although 6 thumbs felt a little scary. Seeing An Liang's expression, even the staff who tested him laughed. Staff, okay, little guy, now you just need to put your right hand on this crystal ball. If you have the talent of a trainer, a Pokemon that suits you will respond to your call from another world. To put it bluntly, An Liang is in a place with a relatively weak space at the moment. So he can summon elves from another world. When An Liang put his hand on the crystal ball according to the guidance of the staff, he was so nervous that he could even hear his heartbeat. There is no way. Being a trainer is too tempting for him. In the eyes of others, An Liang has been a polite and good student since he was a child, but only he knows that he is actually a time traveler. He is not unfamiliar with creatures like elves. It can even be said that he likes them very much. If he misses this, An Liang really doesn't know how to live. Just when he was worried, the crystal ball in his palm suddenly burst into a faint blue light, which attracted the attention of the staff. Even the other people in the room were attracted by the abnormality of the crystal ball in An Liang's hand. Staff, hey, this little guy really has the talent of a trainer, but I don't know what kind of elves he will summon, but looking at this blue light, the summoned elves should be a water elf. The crystal ball lights up, which means An Liang has become a trainee. The talent of the trainer, and the brightness of the crystal ball determines the talent of the trainer with probability. It's just a probability. But no matter what, when the crystal ball in An Liang's hand lit up, he was already a trainer. A novice trainer. Just when everyone was looking forward to it, a blue little guy appeared in front of everyone. This blue little guy had big eyes. Just after appearing in this world, he looked at An Liang with curiosity. It could feel that the boy in front of it exuded a kind of friendly atmosphere. Just when this blue little guy was still staring with his eyes wide open and hesitant, the staff responsible for testing An Liang's talent suddenly said with a shocked face. "It's a water jump fish. A water jump fish that can evolve twice." As soon as this word came out, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. In this world, there are many ways to improve the strength of the elves, whether it is fighting or taking various resources, there is no problem. But in addition to these, the elves have a faster and more efficient way to improve their strength. That is evolution. The evolution of the elves can quickly improve their strength. If a Pokémon can evolve multiple times, it will naturally be able to improve its strength. This is why the people around in Liang were so excited when they heard that the water leap fish could evolve twice. However, the most excited person was probably Anne's father standing in the crowd. Chapter 2: Awakening the Trading System of All Worlds. Water leap fish. Can this Pokémon evolve twice? This boy is so lucky. Who said it wasn't? This boy has no worries about his future. When they heard that the water leap fish could evolve twice, the surroundings immediately started to talk. Especially Anne's father, he couldn't stop laughing. This made his initial Pokémon's strange power move a few steps to the side without making a sound. It seemed as if he wanted to distance himself from someone. At this time, An Liang, the main character, also came back to his senses. After looking at the water leap fish on the ground, An Liang couldn't help but laugh. This joy may only be understood by those loyal fans of Pokémon. An Liang stretched out his hand tremblingly and touched the slippery head of the water jump fish. The cool feeling. It made An Liang feel that it would be very cool to sleep with this little guy in his arms at night. At this time, maybe the water jump fish felt the love from the bottom of An Liang's heart, which made it no longer afraid of the new world. It no longer dodged when facing An Liang, and jumped directly to An Liang's feet and rubbed him with its big head. "An Liang, water jump fish, I will trouble you to take care of me in the future. In the future, this trainer will take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks." Water jump fish, gurgle. Gurgle. Hearing An Liang's words, the water jump fish also jumped excitedly a few times. Although it didn't quite understand what eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks meant. At this time, the staff on the side suddenly brought 3 Pokeballs and a Poke Belt, which were gifts prepared by Yan Country for every new trainer. I hope they can become stronger and then protect their families behind them together with their ancestors. Afterwards, An Liang took the Pokeball and Poke Belt, bowed deeply to the national flag in the distance, and then left with a smile on his face, holding the water leap fish. However, as soon as he stepped down from the high platform, he was surrounded by a group of pimps from a large company. "Classmate, I am from Hanhai Company. Our company has many experienced water breath trainers. You can get the best training here. Get out of the way. Classmate, don't stop him from painting a rosy picture for you. I am the manager of the Kyunkan Company branch. Our company is willing to offer you an annual salary of 1 million to invite you to join our company. And as long as you graduate successfully, an annual salary of 10 million is not a problem. Classmate, I am. Classmate, you really don't think about it again." They all want to sign a treaty with An Liang. They even promise an annual salary of 10 million. This makes many young people around who have not awakened their trainer talents cast envious eyes. An annual salary of 10 million. If it were them, they might not be able to earn this 10 million in their lifetime. Just when An Liang was in trouble, Anne's father stepped forward. As soon as the strange force started, Anne's father walked into the crowd with his ID. "Let me go. I want to see who dares to stop my son from leaving. Let me see who dares." In this world, no matter how big a company is, Can it be bigger than a country? No matter how strong a company's private armed forces are, can they be stronger than the country's army? Don't joke. Didn't you see that Anne's father shocked all the recruiters as soon as he appeared? At this moment, although the managers of those major companies still did not give up hope, they did not dare to hold in Liang's arm to prevent him from leaving like they did just now. Seeing this scene, even the two officers in the distance who were recruiting talents on behalf of Yan country couldn't help but laugh. There are actually descendants of the military here. One of the sergeants smiled and said to another sergeant next to him, "Brother Li, I think we don't need to go there." "Well, no need to go." In this way, An Liang returned home safely under the escort of Anne's father. On the way, Anne's father, who was excited, called his immediate superior. Anne's father, "Hey, boss, my son awakened the trainer Tian. I won't go back tonight." As soon as Anne's father finished speaking, a rough voice came from the other side of the phone and scolded. "You guy, didn't I tell you last night that I would give you a full day off today? You just called to show off, right? But An Liang is lucky to have a water-leaping fish that can evolve twice. Forget it, you have worked hard in training during this period. You should stay at home for 2 more days and spend time with your wife and son. I won't talk to you anymore. I have something else to do." Beep, beep. Accompanied by several busy tones, the phone was hung up. But Anne's father did not look unhappy, but laughed heartily. This made the driver very envious, because he also saw the water jump fish in An Liang's hand. Unfortunately, his son is only 15 this year, and he will not be able to awaken his talent until next year. He doesn't know if his son has this talent. Soon, after the taxi arrived downstairs of An Liang's house, Anne's father, who was full of joy, gave the driver some extra tips. But what he didn't notice all the way was his son's expression has always been a little dazed. After returning home, An Liang couldn't wait to return to the room and close the door. It was as if there was something he was afraid of being known by his parents. If it was before, Anne's father might still be interested in going over to find out, but now he just wanted to call Anne's mother and agree to celebrate it in the evening. "My son has become a trainer, and this kind of thing must be celebrated well. Then don't go home until you are drunk. By the way, I don't know if the water jump fish can drink." Chapter 3: The World Trading System. An Liang returned to the room and placed the curious water leap fish on the table beside him. He sat on the bed with a confused look on his face. Just when he had just awakened his trainer talent, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. It said, "Congratulations on awakening the World Trading System." But at that time, An Liang's mind was full of his own successful awakening of the trainer talent and summoning a water leap fish that could evolve twice. The system was directly ignored by An Liang. It was not until An Liang was pulled into a taxi by Anne's father that he recalled his experience when he just awakened. Realizing this, An Liang tentatively said in his heart, "Is the system here?" "System, yes. Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the World Trading System. This system will help the host trade with other holders of the World Trading System." "System, do you want to start a new transaction?" An Liang. "The Wanjie Trading System? Other Wanjie Trading System holders? It seems that I am not the only one who owns the system." Although An Liang is very curious about who developed this system, he is more curious about the functions of the Wanjie Trading System. An Liang, system, start trading. As soon as he finished speaking, An Liang appeared in a strange room. An Liang looked around and found that it looked like a simple shop. In addition to a table and chairs, there was a glass counter at the door. When An Liang walked to the counter, a pop-up window suddenly appeared in front of him. "Dear shop owner, are you going to start your first business?" An Liang, business? Interesting. An Liang, who was very curious, chose yes directly. However, the only items on his body that could be used as trading items were the 3 poke balls on his waist. And Liang didn't know whether this Pokeball could be sold here, but he still hung one up and wrote a note under the product. But when it came to customizing the price, and Liang was in trouble. He didn't know what currency was circulated in this trading system, nor the gold content of this currency, so it was difficult for him to customize the price. Finally, and Liang still wrote the words negotiable in the price column. That way, when others wanted to buy Pokeballs, and Liang had to be in the store, unlike him who could buy them at any time if he customized a price. But fortunately, and Liang had just opened his shop, and a middle-aged man in a wizard robe appeared in his shop. Seeing in Liang with a look of astonishment, the wizard couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then reacted and smiled and said to In Liang, "Hey, little brother, you are a newcomer, don't be afraid, I'm just a customer." Middle-aged wizard, in this trading system, we can't hurt each other, so you don't have to stare at me with such vigilant eyes. After talking for so long, little brother, let me see if there are any fun things in your world. And Liang, oh, okay. Looking at the middle-aged wizard who was somewhat familiar with him, and Liang still took out the most ordinary Pokeball. Pokeballs also have levels. The red and white balls in Liang's hand are the most ordinary ones. There are also advanced balls, super balls, and luxury balls above, but those Pokeballs are very expensive. It's far beyond In Liang's consumption. And the middle-aged wizard, after taking the Pokeball from In Liang and seeing the introduction of the Pokeball, immediately showed an incredible expression on his face. Such a small thing can actually store creatures in it. And it can be used repeatedly. This, originally, the middle-aged wizard thought that the boy in front of him was just from an ordinary technological world. But now it seems, this boy must be from a developed technological world. Otherwise, how could he make such a thing? He is a wizard, and he has a great interest in things he has never seen before. Not to mention things related to space. In his opinion, anything related to space is very valuable for research. The middle-aged wizard said without thinking. Little brother, how many trading coins do you want to buy this Pokeball, or if you want to barter, you can first tell us a price so that we can discuss it. And Liang didn't expect that he would be so popular when he casually took out the most ordinary Pokeball. Since that's the case, then he won't be polite. He doesn't want that trading coin, he wants something that the water leap fish can use. And Liang, well, may I ask if you have something that can improve the strength of water magic creatures, preferably the kind that is suitable for laying the foundation. Middle-aged wizard, water magic creatures. Hearing these 6 words, the middle-aged wizard showed a suspicious look. Originally, in his opinion, the little guy in front of him must be from the technological world. Because neither his dress nor the Pokeball he just took out looked like a civilization on the magical side. But he suddenly mentioned water magic creatures. It made him a little uncertain. Chapter 4: The First Transaction. After thinking for a while, the middle-aged wizard did not stick to the style of In Liang's world, but after searching his space bag, he took out 2 sky blue stones. These 2 stones are only the size of the palm, the surface is very smooth and cool to the touch. At this moment, In Liang stroked the 2 blue stones handed to him by the middle-aged wizard, his face full of suspicion, and he almost wrote the words "You didn't lie to me" on his forehead. The middle-aged wizard also explained at the right time, "Little brother, these are 2 water element magic stones, which completely meet your requirements." After the explanation of the middle-aged wizard, In Liang finally pressed the button to confirm the transaction. After completing the transaction, the middle-aged wizard said hello to In Liang and left, and In Liang's shop was closed again because all the items were sold. Of course, In Liang didn't care about these. What he cared about most now was to go back and let Shui Yue see if this water element magic stone was useful. If it was not useful, then In Liang would hang another Pokeball anyway. Pokemon technology has been developed for so long, Pokeballs have long been produced through assembly lines. For example, the most common red and white balls like this can be bought for only 3,000 Pokemon coins outside, but more advanced high-level balls require tens of thousands of Pokemon coins to buy one. Soon, when An Liang's consciousness returned to his body again, An Liang immediately searched his body, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he found the 2 sky-blue water element magic stones in his trouser pocket. It turned out that all this was not a dream. After coming to his senses, An Liang turned his attention to the water-leaping fish that was jumping around in the room. As An Liang's initial elf, the water-leaping fish and An Liang have a very high tacit understanding. When An Liang turned his eyes, the water-leaping fish also looked at An Liang and jumped over. Gulu. The water-leaping fish tilted its head and looked at An Liang, as if asking him what was wrong. The cuteness almost melted An Liang. An Liang. An Liang, water-leaping fish, do you think these 2 stones are useful to you? As he said, An Liang handed the 2 water element magic stones in his hand to the water-leaping fish. At first, the water-leaping fish looked at the water element magic stone with a puzzled look. Just when An Liang thought he had bought the wrong thing again, the water-leaping fish became extremely excited as if he had found something interesting. The water-leaping fish sat on the floor with its 2 front legs holding the water element magic stone in its arms, and rubbed it with its head from time to time. Its appearance reminded An Liang of the same situation when he got candy when he was a child. In this way, when the water-leaping fish rubbed the water element magic stone in its arms with an intoxicated look, An Liang observed the water-leaping fish carefully. Each elf is a completely different individual. Even if they are 2 elves of the same water-leaping fish, they will have different talents and different personalities. If you want to get along well with elves, you must understand their personalities. However, just when An Liang was concentrating on observing the physical condition of the water-leaping fish, a panel suddenly appeared in front of him. Race, water leap. Gender, male. Level, LV3, novice. Qualification, A. Feature, torrent. Status, healthy. Inherited skills, bite, ice ball, primal power. Basic skills, call, impact, water gun. Taught skills, water tail, water wave. Seeing the panel of water leap, An Liang was attracted by the qualifications of water leap before he could even be surprised. The qualifications of a Pokemon represent how far it can go in the future. And the A-level qualifications represent the King of Heaven. A trainer at the King of Heaven level is a rare existence in the entire Yan Kingdom. Of course, having A-level qualifications does not mean that the water leap fish will definitely become a king-level elf. An Liang's future training of the water leap fish will also play a crucial role. Just when An Liang was stunned, Anne's mother, who had just returned home, came to An Liang's room. Normally, she should still be at work at this time, but a call from Anne's father called Anne's mother back directly. Isn't it just a deduction of salary for taking a day off? How can it be compared with the great event of An Liang awakening his trainer talent? And the moment Anne's mother entered the room, she wanted to congratulate her son, but she was attracted by the water leap fish sitting on the ground. There was no way, because the water leap fish that had not evolved was simply a cute thing. In addition, the water leap fish was still rubbing the water elemental magic stone in his arms with an intoxicated look on his face. Anne's mother, is this the water leap fish? It's hard to imagine that such a ferocious guy like Swampert actually evolved from this little cutie. An Liang. An Liang actually doesn't think Swampert is ferocious at all. Swampert's personality is actually very good, and the muscles on his body can give people a high sense of security at a glance. And if you want to say that the more ferocious the Pokemon evolves, An Liang thinks that Litten is the most powerful. After Litten evolves, how can it be ferocious? It's simply hard to look at. In comparison, Sister Lipstick is also. Chapter 5 Holiday. Night falls. An Liang's family of 3 walked home leisurely. To celebrate An Liang's successful awakening of the trainer talent, Anne's father directly took out his own private money and spent a huge amount of money to treat An Liang and Anne's mother to a barbecue. Although it was just the most ordinary kind, the last time the three of them had a barbecue together like today was a year ago. Anne's father is also a trainer, but after he awakened his talent as a trainer, he did not agree to the recruitment of those big companies. He resolutely chose to join the military. After joining the military, Anne's father gained a higher social status and received training from the country. With good talent, he is now an elite trainer. In the future, he may be able to go further and become a quasi-king level trainer, but this all comes at a price. The price is that Anne's father spends less than 1/10 of the time with his family in a year. You know, the unit he serves in and his family belong to the same base city, but even so, Anne's father is still dragged down by a large number of tasks and training every day. In such a family, An Liang is naturally full of good feelings towards the military. The Pokemon era is not a beautiful era. Although the Pokemons here are so innocent and kind in front of human trainers, outside the base city, even a safe water jump fish can easily take a life. For Pokemon, fighting is like engraved in their bones. There are many wild Pokemons outside the base city, and these wild Pokemons have their own territories. If you don't go in, it's okay. Once you go in, if you encounter a Pokemon like Beedrill that is very obsessed with territory, then congratulations, you will be dead soon. So, being a trainer has never been a safe profession, but when the Pokemon's strength is beyond the novice, you can sign a contract with your trainer, so that your trainer is at least not so easy to die. As for mastering power, it is said that only when the Pokemon's strength is improved to the king level, the trainer can master the extraordinary, which is also the reason why the king level trainer has a high status. On the way home, Anne's father suddenly asked, "By the way, brat, what are you going to do during these 3 months of vacation?" An Liang, vacation. After Anne's father reminded him, An Liang remembered that he no longer had to take the high school entrance examination after awakening his trainer talent. He could take a 3-month break and then go to a school with only trainers at the beginning of the new semester. The sudden 3-month vacation made An Liang confused after the surprise. He was still studying hard during the previous vacation. Now, An Liang suddenly looked at the water jump fish on his shoulder and responded with a smile, "I plan to spend the next 3 months of vacation with the water jump fish. The water jump fish is now at a good age to lay a good foundation. In addition to this, I also plan to learn about the knowledge of breeders." Anne's father and mother, breeder. Hearing these 3 words, Anne's father and mother couldn't help but look at each other, and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Their son actually wanted to become a breeder? This. Even Anne's mother, who didn't know much about breeders, knew that the status of breeders was still above that of trainers. Every breeder is a treasure of Yan country. But correspondingly, to become a formal breeder, you need not only a lot of knowledge as a foundation, but also a lot of practice and operation. After hesitating for a while, although Anne's father and mother didn't know whether their son had the talent of a breeder, they decided to help him to the best of their ability. There was no other way. In Anne's father's words, who made this brat his son? The next day, early in the morning. Gilu! 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 An Liang, who was still asleep, suddenly felt a burst of coolness on his face. With sleepy eyes, An Liang realized that the little guy Shui Yuiu was putting his 2 front legs on his face. From the look of it, it should be trying to wake him up. An Liang, ha! Lazy after stretching, An Liang walked out of the room, rubbing his messy hair. After walking out of the room, he was surprised to find that he had slept until 9 o'clock. There was breakfast left by Anne's mother on the table, and in the corner of the living room, Shui Yuiu was pointing at the empty bowl next to the inflatable pool with excitement, and a resentful expression on his face. An Liang, ha ha ha! Right away! Right away! An Liang now knew that Shui Yuiu woke him up because he was hungry. But when An Liang added new energy blocks to Shui Yuiu, he had another doubt in his heart. Both his father and mother liked this little guy very much. If they saw that he was not awake before going out, they would definitely give this little guy more food. After all, with their personalities, even if An Liang was hungry, he would never let Shui Yuyu hungry. Just when An Liang was full of questions, the sound of opening the door suddenly rang, and An's father walked in from outside with a backpack of energy blocks. Seeing An Liang, An's father seemed a little surprised. "Hey, brat, you woke up so early." Hearing this, An Liang said helplessly, "It's this hungry little guy who screamed in my ear. Do you think I can't wake up?" As he said this, An Liang pointed to the water-leaping fish that was eating energy cubes in big mouthfuls. Chapter 6 Rapid Growth. An's father, "Hey." Seeing the water-leaping fish eating in big mouthfuls, An's father's face became a little solemn. An's father, "That's not right. I just gave this little guy 2 boxes of energy cubes this morning. How come it's hungry so soon, and why do I feel that it seems to be a circle bigger than yesterday?" After saying this, An's father gestured with his hands. After hearing this, An Liang also hurriedly looked at the water-leaping fish that had finished eating but still had a hint of unsatisfied on his face. Indeed, An Liang hadn't noticed it just now. But after An's father reminded him, An Liang found that the size of the water-leaping fish seemed to have indeed grown a circle. Just when An's father was still thinking whether this water-leaping fish was a glutton, a light flashed in An Liang's eyes. In An's father's puzzled eyes, An Liang hurried back to his room to look for the 2 water element magic stones he got yesterday. However, when he found the 2 magic stones from the water-leaping fish's nest, one of them looked very normal, but the other one had become much dimmer. At this time, An's father, who looked confused, also walked into the room with the water-leaping fish in his arms. An's father, "Stinky boy, you are not going to give the water-leaping fish some growth hormones for the future, you stinky boy, believe it or not, I will peel your skin." Hearing this, An Liang was a little bit amused. No matter how stupid he was, he could not feed the water-leaping fish those growth hormones that would destroy its future. "An Liang, Dad, what are you thinking about? Look at these 2 stones. A friend of mine gave them to me to congratulate me on finding a water-type partner." An Liang, yesterday, the water-leaping fish showed obvious liking for it, and after it held it for a night, the color of the stone dimmed a lot. "I suspect it is a water-type resource. Dad, take out the strange force and let it feel it." Although the strange force is a fighting-type Pokémon, Pokémon are naturally very sensitive to various attributes. After hearing this, An's father immediately took out the Pokeball and released the strange force. An's father, "Old buddy, look at this stone, is there any water-type energy in it?" "Strange force, cha." Soon, strange force gave a reply. It did feel very strong water-type energy in the blue stone, and it could feel that this energy was very pure and very suitable for absorption. Now, the truth is clear. An's father, who has been a trainer for many years, immediately analyzed that the growth of the water jump fish was accelerated because it absorbed the water energy in the blue stone. The growth of strength can rely on water energy alone, but the growth of the body requires a lot of nutrition. This is why the water jump fish ate so many cans of energy cubes in one morning and was still not satisfied. After putting away his strange power, An's father couldn't help but look at An Liang. "You are good, your good friend must be very rich. I estimate that the water jump fish will make great progress after absorbing these 2 blue stones, but the energy cubes I bought may not be enough. You continue to stay at home, your dad will buy some better energy cubes." Bang! With the sound of a door closing, An's father has left. Looking at the backpack of energy cubes left by An's father, An Liang couldn't help shaking his head. This is why he wants to become a breeder, that is, some Pokémon are too good at eating. An Liang even doubts that his future money-making speed may not be able to catch up with the speed of the water jump fish eating. An Liang has already made up his mind. If he really doesn't have the talent of a breeder in the future, he will join the army. While fulfilling his childhood dream, he can also find a long-term meal ticket for the elves. Why not do it? Besides, the growth rate can be much faster with the cultivation of the country. As for the talent of breeders, he can make energy blocks by himself in the future. By then, even if he is a lone man, he will never have to worry about food and drink in this life. Working for 1 month a year can make him and his elves live well. Of course, the premise is that Liang's future elves cannot all be big eaters like Shui Yuiyu, otherwise his working hours may increase exponentially. After opening 2 energy blocks for Shui Yuiyu again, Liang's eyes were dull, leaning on the sofa. Last night, he vowed to study hard and train the water leap fish, but now it seems that if there are enough resources for the water leap fish, he doesn't need to train the water leap fish by hand. With all his thoughts in his mind, An Liang wanted to go to the Pokemon store outside to buy a few Pokeballs and then sell them. If he is lucky, the water leap fish may not lack resources after evolving into the swamp leap fish in the future. Thinking of this, An Liang suddenly became motivated. After looking at the water leap fish who was still eating, An Liang went straight back to the room. Dadan was unable to accompany An Liang to grow up because of his work, so he often compensated An Liang for his missing childhood in other ways. For example, in terms of money. After saving for so many years, An Liang's small treasury also has more than 100,000 Pokemon coins, and these are his capital. Just as An Liang stepped out of the door, he returned to the living room with a thoughtful look in his heart. Then, he took his father's 3 bank cards from above the lamp, under the flower pot, and between the sofas, and then walked out of the house again. This time, An Liang did not come back. Because the 1,000,000 yuan was enough for him. At the same time, in a large elf supplies store, An's father, who was preparing to check out with his ID, sneezed 3 times. An's father, why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? Chapter 7 Elf Supplies Store. An Liang, humming a little tune all the way, came to an elf supplies store in the city center. This is a store that specializes in selling elf supplies. The most common thing in it is various elf balls. In addition, there are various elf foods and energy blocks with different effects. Elf food and energy blocks are used to fill the stomachs of elves, but elf food has no nutrition for elves and can only fill their stomachs. Just like humans eating steamed buns every day. But energy blocks are different. Energy blocks are made by breeders using various resources that are beneficial to elves, which is very helpful for the growth of elves. However, An Liang's goal this time is not those energy blocks, but various elf balls on the shelves. He plans to buy 20 red and white balls, 10 advanced balls and 1 super ball this time. Just these will cost 260,000 elf coins. Although he can get a lot of points in this store later and save them for buying things next time, An Liang still thinks that trainers are a waste of money. After taking out the elf balls he wanted, An Liang wandered around the store. He was looking for other things that could be sold in the Wanjie Mall. For him, the more resources that can improve the strength of water leap fish, the better. 3 months later, he will go to the trainer school in the base city. In this school, he will undergo a 3-year systematic study. He will learn about elves, but the most important thing is to get along with and fight with elves. An Liang heard that after entering high school, the school would have competitions every year. In theory, An Liang did not dare to compete for the first place, but he could still work hard in combat. Besides, the school would not only reward some Pokemon and corresponding resources for the top few in the competition. And this ranking would be recorded in An Liang's personal file. In the future, whether he was looking for a job or something else, it would be easy to find out what glorious deeds he had. This would be a good thing for An Liang to seek benefits in the future. However, if you want to get the top few in the competition, it is not that easy. As far as An Liang knows, there is only one school exclusively for trainers in his base city. Although his base city is not big, it has a population of more than 1 million. Every year, nearly 1,000 students awaken their trainer talents. And An Liang wants to compete for the first place among these 1,000 people? This difficulty can be imagined. However, An Liang was not afraid. He did not believe that even if he could not get the first place with the support of the Wanjie Trading System, could he still get the second or third place. If he was lucky, An Liang could even make the water leaper evolve into Swampert within 3 months. In this way, An Liang, who had walked around the Pokemon store again, came to the cashier to pay the bill, but I don't know if it was because he was too young. When the cashier saw that An Liang wanted to buy so many Pokeballs, she instinctively had a little doubt. Under the suspicious eyes of the cashier, An Liang handed over the trainer certificate with a helpless look. The trainer certificate was issued to him by the Pokemon Association after he awakened his trainer talent and summoned the water leap fish. To some extent, An Liang can travel all over the country with this certificate. When the cashier saw the certificate, a look of envy flashed across her delicate face. This time, she didn't continue to struggle, but quickly calculated the price and said, "Hello, sir, these Pokeballs of yours are worth 260,000 in total. Since you are a novice trainer and it is your first time to buy Pokeballs, I can give you a 20% discount. The final total is 200,800. Thank you for your patronage." When An Liang received the Pokeballs and bank card from the cashier, there was a numb expression on his face. It's too damn expensive. Even though An Liang was prepared, he was still shocked by the final price, and this was when people gave him a discount because he was a novice trainer. Otherwise, 260,000 poke coins? This is something that many ordinary people have to work hard for several years and not eat or drink to save. Helpless after shaking his head, An Liang walked towards home leisurely. 3,000 red and white balls, 10,000 advanced balls, 100,000 super balls. If the trainer's talent is not satisfactory in the future, you can also learn to make Pokeballs. On the other side, Anne's father, who had just returned home. When he put the newly bought energy cube on the table beside him, he was shocked to find that it seemed that only the water jump fish was at home. Anne's father. Just when Anne's father sighed that An Liang, the brat, only had a 3-minute enthusiasm for Pokemon, he suddenly found something wrong, because the position of the remote control and the flower pot in the living room had changed a little. As a soldier, Anne's father could see this subtle change at a glance. Not to mention that it contained all his savings accumulated for most of his life. Just when Anne's father moved the flower pot nervously and looked at the empty bottom. At this moment, Anne's father's heart was chilled. It's over, the house was stolen. Dad doesn't need money at all. The little private money he saved is just a personal interest. After all, hiding money under the nose of the tigress at home is still a sense of accomplishment for him. But if you walk by the river often, you will get your shoes wet. He was pecked in the eye by the swallow after beating the swallow all day long. It's a pity that he left too early in the morning and didn't pay attention when he came back just now. Now he is not sure who took away his life savings. Chapter 8 Trading Again. When An Liang returned home, the first thing he saw was Dad sitting on the sofa with a depressed expression on his face. However, before he went home, he had already put the Pokeballs he bought into the system space of the Wanjie Trading System. So he said hello to his father and returned to his room. Looking at Water Leap Fish, when he saw his trainer coming back, he jumped up and followed him directly, without the enthusiasm of pestering Dad for energy cubes just now. After returning to the room, An Liang lay down on his bed and dozed off. When he used the Wanjie Trading System, only his consciousness went to the unknown space. Lying down and pretending to sleep now was just in case Anne's father suddenly came in and saw him looking strange. Soon, when An Liang entered his simple shop again, the first thing he did was to put the goods on the shelves. The prices were the same as before. An Liang wrote that they were all negotiable. Although his goal this time was still the water element magic stone, he also planned to find out the value of the trading coins. After a while, An Liang's shop opened again. But this time his luck was obviously not good. An Liang waited for 10 minutes but no customers came. In his spare time, he could only spend time exploring the various functions of the Wanjie Trading System. Not to mention, he actually found a message interface. He could not send messages here. At this time, An Liang noticed that the middle-aged wizard who bought a pokeball from him yesterday actually left him a message asking him to tell him next time he opened the door. This made An Liang pinch his chin and think, that guy might have broken his pokeball overnight. Thinking about it, An Liang still sent him a message to tell him that he was open. Just when An Liang was still thinking whether he should continue to wait for him here if this guy couldn't see his message, a figure suddenly appeared in his shop. An Liang took a closer look and found that the figure was the middle-aged wizard who traded with him yesterday. Middle-aged wizard, hi. Little brother, see you again. An Liang. An Liang, hello, hello. Maybe the middle-aged wizard came too quickly, causing An Liang to be a little confused. However, the middle-aged wizard himself did not care about this. He was now looking at the pokeballs of different levels in the counter with excitement. After counting the number, the middle-aged wizard rubbed his hands and said to An Liang, "Little brother, you really gave me a big surprise this time. I want all these pokeballs. Do you still only want the water elemental magic stone from last time?" An Liang was overjoyed when he heard this. Yes. 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 After getting An Liang's answer, the middle-aged wizard nodded to An Liang first, but this time he was not in a hurry to make a deal with An Liang. He wanted this kind of pokeball only because of his yearning for space and took it back for research. However, after he went back to study it all night last night, he found that although this pokeball was very magical as the boy said, but it was still not as good as the 2 top-grade water elemental magic stones he took out yesterday. And today, it was indeed the case. The kind he traded yesterday was only of the worst quality. Although the middle-aged wizard did not hate An Liang for being cheated a little, he would not continue to trade with him at yesterday's price. After a moment of hesitation, the middle-aged wizard said, "Little brother, although your thing is magical, once the quantity increases, the price will naturally change. Yesterday you exchanged 1 pokeball for 2 of my top-grade magic stones. Today, you can exchange for a mid-level one at most. This high-level ball can be exchanged for a high-level magic stone, and the super ball can be exchanged for a top-grade magic stone. What do you think of the price? How is it?" An Liang naturally felt a little disappointed. 200,000 Pokemon coins only exchanged for this little thing? But if he didn't exchange it, he didn't know if the next trader would have that magical water element magic stone. At this time, the middle-aged wizard might have also seen An Liang's interest. The price is not high. Middle-aged wizard, no way, your pokeball will be useless to us wizards once we understand the principle. But if you can bring me some magical creatures from your world next time, we can have another good deal. The middle-aged wizard looked embarrassed at this moment, although An Liang didn't know whether it was true or not. But he nodded in the end. In this way, An Liang completed a deal again. And the middle-aged wizard left here directly like last time. An Liang, who got 20 intermediate magic stones, 10 advanced magic stones and 1 top-grade magic stone, was not in a hurry to leave at this moment. He planned to take a good look in this Wanjie Trading Mall today. However, when An Liang walked out of the shop, the scene in front of him was a little unimaginable for him. What came into view? It was a huge city full of future technology. An Liang looked around and saw that there were probably tens of thousands of people in this city. They were going back and forth between various luxuriously decorated shops with very good locations. The huge flow of people almost made An Liang drool. However, just when he didn't know where to go, a jade hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. "Little brother, are you a newcomer?" Chapter 9 Hexi. Little brother, are you a newcomer? The warmth on his shoulder and the sudden voice in his ear made An Liang tremble with fear, as if he had encountered something terrible. Just when An Liang turned his head tremblingly, he found that the person standing behind him was a woman with a beautiful figure and a face that was 1 in a million. At the same time, this woman had long silver hair, half of which fell naturally on her shoulders, and the other half was tied behind her ears. And the woman behind An Liang laughed directly after seeing An Liang's expression. Don't be afraid, little brother. I don't eat people. Just like that, after explaining, An Liang knew that the woman in front of him was called Hexi, and she was not a human but an angel. As for why she was here, it was because she also had the Wanjie Trading System. In fact, after introducing himself, An Liang wanted to leave here directly. But the woman behind him, who was a little familiar, seems unwilling to let him go. Hexi, little brother, why are you running? Hexi, since this is your first time here, sister will take you around here. As she said, a pair of white wings suddenly appeared behind Hexi, and An Liang's heart also had a very bad feeling. Sure enough, the next second, Hexi didn't wait for An Liang's consent, and grabbed An Liang like an eagle catching a chick, and flew towards the largest shops in this city full of futuristic atmosphere. Other people saw this scene on the way. They were no longer surprised. They even felt happy because this scene was familiar to them. It seemed to have happened to them not long ago. Soon, An Liang came to a huge shop passively and looked around in a daze. The shop under his feet was much bigger than his. In addition to the decoration and size, there were a large number of guests of different races coming and going. Looking at Hexi again, he folded his wings behind him and said carelessly, "Here, we are here." An Liang. Where are we? Your home? With An Liang's confused expression, Hexi strode into the shop in front of him. Seeing that he was the only one left, An Liang, who came to a strange environment for the first time, instinctively followed Hexi. After entering the store, Hexi looked at An Liang behind him and couldn't help but reveal a proud smile, and then began to introduce this store to An Liang. "Little brother, how about my store?" An Liang. "Wow, I'm really at her house." Helpless as he was, An Liang still nodded with envy. A store with such a large flow of people can be said to make a fortune every day. The most important thing is that An Liang found that the goods in this store are very complete. Both the technology side and the magic side are available. That is, the left side sells Gundam mechas. The right side sells magic staffs and robes. This makes An Liang wonder what kind of world Hexi is in. Perhaps seeing the doubt in An Liang's heart, Hexi smiled and explained, "The goods in this shop are not all provided by me. Many goods are put up by others after renting a stall from me. I just charge a little rental fee. If little brother wants to sell things in the future, why not consider your sister?" An Liang. At this moment, An Liang seemed to understand why he was caught here from the street. Just when An Liang looked helpless, another Hexi walked in from outside with a new unlucky guy, but I don't know if it was the angle problem. The new unlucky guy didn't see An Liang, but that Hexi noticed An Liang and Hexi beside An Liang. And they nodded to each other. An Liang, this. Is this a clone? Originally, An Liang was a little confused. Why was he chosen among so many people on the street? This owner cast a wide net. But that Hexi, what's going on again? Just when An Liang looked at the beauty beside him cautiously with a suspicious expression, Hexi beside An Liang suddenly bent her fingers and knocked An Liang's head heavily with her finger joints. "Little brother, this is just a clone technique." Clone technique? Anyway. An Liang was relieved. Because if it was a clone, he would feel weird, because in his opinion, it was a blasphemy of life, but clone technique was another matter. At this time, An Liang's eyes turned and suddenly asked, "Then, Sister Hexi, where is your real body? Hearing this question, Hexi standing beside An Liang couldn't help showing an interested expression. After raising her eyebrows at An Liang, she pinched An Liang's chin directly. Regardless of An Liang's desperate struggle, Hexi looked at An Liang carefully and said in a joking tone, "Little brother, you just came of age this year, right? I am tens of thousands of years old. It is not appropriate for us to be together. Besides, it might be dangerous to let my suitors know you. So don't say what you just said again." Chapter 10 Angel Shop. An Liang. For some reason, An Liang suddenly had the idea of slapping this guy. Who the hell wants to pursue you? But he also saw that Hexi would not tell her where his real body was. After glancing at her with a painful look on his face, An Liang wandered around the store by himself. This stroll really made An Liang find what he wanted here. On the shelves of the magic side civilization, An Liang saw magic stones, among which there were many water element magic stones, and there were all kinds of qualities. This made An Liang envious. With so many magic stones, it is estimated that it is enough for the water jump fish to evolve into a giant swampert, right? But the price? An Liang didn't know whether the magic stones were expensive or cheap in this store. Anyway, a high-level magic stone cost 30 trading coins, and the best one cost 100 trading coins. Just as An Liang continued to walk through the shelves with a helpless look on his face, 3 Hexi crossed their arms and stared at his back at the place where he just stopped. Avatar A, did I bring this little guy back? Avatar B, yes, I did. Avatar C, it seems that he is a newcomer, otherwise he would not have heard of our names. Avatar A, by the way, if I go over now, can he tell the difference between me and me? Avatar B. Avatar C. Before the 2 avatars could say anything, their bodies suddenly disappeared. Just then, Hexi's real body slowly came over. "You guys, do you really have nothing to do? Go and get some people." Hearing this, the avatars that had just approached from other places shook their heads and dispersed. Avatars have no human rights. After all the avatars left, Hexi's real body came to the place where An Liang had just stayed. After looking at the magic stone on the stall, she showed a thoughtful expression, and then she continued to walk towards An Liang. As for An Liang himself, he didn't notice what had just happened behind him. "Hexi, little guy, instead of looking here, you might as well find a way to buy it and tell me if there are any special products in your world. Since you are so young, I will not charge you a penny for selling things here for the first 3 months." She said, and blinked at An Liang. But An Liang was very calm at the moment, because he knew that this thing was not simple from the pitying eyes of passers-by around him and the subconscious avoidance of Hexi. But speaking of special products, An Liang still subconsciously took out the Pokeball. After the successful awakening of his talent, the Pokemon Association gave him a total of 3 Pokeballs. One of them was used to subdue the water leap fish, one was given to the middle-aged wizard, and the one he took out now was the last Pokeball he had not used yet. When Hexi saw the Pokeball in An Liang's hand that changed from a glass ball to the size of an apple in an instant, he instantly became interested. "Hexi, is this space technology? Let me see." What An Liang didn't know was that in addition to liking to play tricks on people, Hexi was also a very powerful scientist. In her world, she single-handedly promoted the progress of civilization. Although she has gradually retired over the years, her curiosity about new things is still deeply engraved in Hexi's heart. After playing with the Pokeball in her hand, Hexi has a certain understanding of this Pokeball. A space equipment that can be used repeatedly and can store creatures is a technology that has never existed in her world. After looking at it for a while, "Hexi, interesting little toy, sell it to me. As for the price, I see that you seem to be very interested in the water element magic stone. 10 high-level magic stones are all for water. Remember to bring more for your sister next time." You will definitely get a lot of benefits. As she said, Xi had already put the pokeball in her pocket. As for the 10 magic stones she promised, she waved to the shelf, and 10 water element magic stones flew towards An Liang. Before leaving, Xi suddenly asked curiously, little guy, the emergence of a technology must have a demand. In your world, what kind of creature is this kind of pokeball used to hold? An Liang, this. After hesitating for a while, An Liang took out his mobile phone and showed Xi the photos he took of the water leap fish. Originally, he thought he could go home after satisfying Xi's curiosity, but Xi's eyes lit up when he saw the cute water leap fish in the photo. Then he snatched An Liang's mobile phone and looked through other photos in it. You should know that An Liang's mobile phone not only has photos of water leap fish, but also photos of mini dragon, Squirtle, crocodile, and other Pokemon. Seeing these cute creatures, Xi's eyes looking at An Liang also changed a little. Chapter 11 Practice, I. When An Liang's consciousness returned to his own world again from the Wanjie Mall, it was already 2 hours later. Xi, who had a strong interest in Pokemons, forcibly kept An Liang with her for a long time. Of course, An Liang's efforts in telling Hexi about the Pokemon for a long time were not in vain. Before leaving, Hexi fully demonstrated his wealth and gave An Liang 5 top-grade water element magic stones and asked him to come back when he was free, and it would be best if he could bring the water leap fish with him. It would be fine if he came back when he was free, and An Liang was willing to chat with the rich woman for a fee. But forget about taking the water leap fish with him. An Liang was really afraid that he could bring the water leap fish over but couldn't bring it back. At this time, the water leap fish lying next to An Liang jumped up and down when he saw his trainer wake up. For Pokemon, their trainers are their family members, and they are also the ones they would rather give up their lives to protect. After touching the cool head of the water leaping fish, An Liang suddenly said, "By the way, I have something good to give you." An Liang put all the water element magic stones he got today in the nest of the water leaping fish. Seeing so many magic stones, the water leaping fish was stunned. He looked at An Liang and the nest for a while. After a while, he rubbed against An Liang and excitedly played around An Liang. At the same time, An Liang couldn't help thinking that so many water element magic stones should be enough for a long time. As for Xi, don't take the water leaping fish there. An Liang is thinking about whether to buy a low-quality fire cat and sell it to Xi at a high price. Both the fire cat and the hot cat are very cute. I believe it will satisfy Xi's appetite. As for the final evolution form, the blazing roaring tiger. What does that have to do with An Liang? An Liang is just an honest businessman. As night fell, after dinner, An Liang took out the inflatable pool of the water leap fish again and changed the water in it. After all, the water leap fish is a water-attributed elf, and such a pool is the most suitable living environment for them. On the other side, Anne's father and mother, who had just returned to the room, were also watching TV at this moment. Originally, the two of them wanted to watch it in the living room, but the living room was now occupied by the water leap fish's pool, so they could only run into the house. While watching TV, Anne's father carefully glanced at his wife a few times. He thought he was very careful, but he didn't know that Anne's mother saw it. Anne's mother, are you itching for trouble again? Anne's father. Anne's father, no. No. Anne's father, I just want to ask, are we going to buy a new house or new appliances recently? Anne's mother. Anne's mother, no, what do you want to do? Anne's mother was also confused by Anne's father at this moment. Just now when we were having dinner, this guy looked at her with a face full of resentment. It was as if I had taken his private money. It was inexplicable. Anne's father, then you have no plan to change the house, why did you take my private money? Anne's mother, private money? Who took your private money? Anne's mother seemed to understand a little at this moment. No wonder this guy was absent-minded and showed that expression all afternoon. It turned out that his old nest was taken away by someone. But if I didn't take it from this family, wouldn't that mean that only the stinky boy was left? Thinking of this, Anne's mother asked calmly, "How much of your private money did you lose?" Anne's father, "About 1 million. Anne's mother, 1 million? I didn't take it. Go ask that brat and see if he took it." At this time, Anne's father also reacted. Because Anne's mother would not lie to him, he still had this confidence after being married for so many years. Just like that, the couple looked at each other and walked out of the room directly. After seeing In Liang still busy in the living room, neither of them said a word, but went directly into In Liang's room as if they had seen nothing. As soon as he entered the door, Anne's father, who observed carefully, saw the dozen magic stones in the water leap fish's nest. Thinking of the time when In Liang left in the morning, Anne's father suddenly understood. And Anne's mother also saw those magic stones after following Anne's father's sight. Although Anne's mother was not a trainer, she also heard Anne's father talk about what happened during the day when she came back at night. After all, she saw the water leap fish eat 7 boxes of energy cans at night. Energy cubes are equivalent to compressed biscuits. For a person of water leap fish's level, 1 can a day is more than enough. If there is no reasonable explanation, she wants to take water leap fish to the elf hospital for a thorough checkup. Seeing this, Anne's father and mother looked at each other again. The worry they showed a second ago because they were afraid that In Liang would steal money because of some bad habits, now they were relieved and even showed some relieved eyes. When Anne's father and mother returned to the room again, Anne's father cursed with a smile on his face. "That stinky boy scared me. You should have said it earlier. If I knew he was going to buy resources, I could not stop him." Compared with Anne's father, Anne's mother was more practical. "Since my son has his own channels, we parents should support him. However, 1 million is not all your private money. You will give part of the remaining private money to your son later. Don't let me do it myself, otherwise you won't be able to keep a penny." Anne's father. Chapter 12 Practice 2. In a blink of an eye, a week later. In a small park with a pond, In Liang is now training water leaping fish. Because the water jump fish is still young, In Liang only does some basic training, such as training the accuracy of skills. In this training, In Liang will throw a frisbee for the water jump fish to attack with a water gun. Sometimes he will blindfold the water jump fish and let it use the fins on its head to sense. You know, the huge fins on the top of the water jump fish are not for nothing. If it is in the water jump fish can judge the enemy by judging the direction and speed of the water flow with its fins. This week of training by In Liang has made the water jump fish gain a lot. Now the water jump fish can easily focus on the frisbee thrown by In Liang. And with the nourishment of the water element magic stone, the size of the water jump fish is half that of its peers. And in terms of strength, In Liang also feels that his water jump fish may be born with great strength. It has this strength when it is a water jump fish, not to mention that when the water jump fish evolves into a swamp jump fish or even a giant swamp monster. Race, water leap. Gender, male. Level, LV12, normal. Qualification, A+. Features, torrent. Status, healthy. Inherited skills, bite, ice ball, primal power. Basic skills, call, impact, water gun, mud throwing, see-through. Taught skills, water tail, water wave. A week later, water leap's level was directly raised from level 3 to level 12. This improvement is simply huge. Even if water leap is upgraded to level 4, it can evolve into swamp leap. You should know that in general, a high school student with the talent of a trainer, who has an elite level Pokemon above level 40 when he graduates from high school, can enter a very good university. And after entering university, he can also receive key training from the school. Even if he shows a little desire to join the army or join other private companies, there are a lot of people willing to pay a high price to hire him. Like An Liang, who just got his Pokemon a week ago and it's time for it to evolve for the first time. Looking at the entire Yan country, there are not a few such people, but they are rare, and they only exist in the top few family forces. Just when An Liang was still in a daze about his future, two old men passing by smiled and greeted An Liang after seeing him. They were all residents nearby. They were not very familiar with An Liang at first, but as he trained Pokemon here every day, An Liang has now become a celebrity in the neighborhood. I don't know how many young girls who are just beginning to fall in love will pass by here accidentally every day. On this day, a girl with a green caterpillar stood in the distance and looked at the water jump fish next to An Liang with envy. Although her green caterpillar can also evolve twice. But the difference between the two Pokemon is huge. Her green caterpillar is not suitable for fighting. Even if it is Butterfree that evolves in the end, its combat power is not high. Although there are some young people in Yan country who awaken their trainer talents every year, there are many trainers from ordinary families who can't become real trainers at all. The clothing, food, shelter, and transportation of elves are all very expensive. Especially when some trainers' initial elves are not talented enough. No company will be willing to sign a contract if the initial elves are not talented enough. Just rely on the knowledge learned in school and the symbolic resources given. More than half of the trainers actually return to the ranks of ordinary people after graduating from high school. Of course, there are still big differences between them and ordinary people. Take the caterpillars for example. The caterpillars can spin silk and the silk they spin is not cheap. It is not enough to exchange these silk threads for resources, but it is more than enough to feed a family. And after evolving into the final form of Butterfree, it can also do things like pollinating plants. At this time, An Liang also saw the girl in the distance. Speaking of this girl, he also knew her. She was the top student in their school. She was very famous both inside and outside the school. If this was a normal world, I believe her future would be very bright. Unfortunately, although she has the talent of a trainer, her initial Pokemon is only a caterpillar, and An Liang checked the system and found that her caterpillar is only of C-level qualification, which means that it is very difficult for her caterpillar to increase its level to above level 40. However, out of courtesy, An Liang still greeted the girl in the distance. An Liang, long time no see, class monitor. Wang Yuking, long time no see, classmate. And maybe it was because An Liang took the initiative to greet her, Wang Yuking came over even though she was a little shy. However, when she walked to An Liang's side, the shock she got from the water-leaping fish was much greater than before, because from a close observation, the water-leaping fish was much better than her caterpillar in both size and temperament. Wang Yuking, student An, your water-leaping fish is really well cultivated. The size looks much bigger than what is shown on the internet. Wang Yuking even gestured while saying that. And An Liang was a little embarrassed. Because the biggest contributor to the success of the water-leaping fish is the Wanjie Trading System, without this trading system, the water-leaping fish would not have grown so fast. An Liang, well, this guy is a big eater, so he looks bigger. This little guy is about to evolve for the first time, and his size will become even bigger, and he will have a high combat power at that time. Chapter 13 Cultivation Apprentice. Wang Yuking, Evolution. An, your water-leaping fish is about to evolve. Wang Yuking showed an incredible look on her face. You know, it's been less than 10 days since they awakened their talents, and the water-leaping fish is about to undergo its first evolution. By the time they start school, won't the water-leaping fish evolve to its final form? When Su Feng thought of the giant swampert he had seen on the internet, the envy on his face became even stronger. But An Liang didn't want to talk more about this topic. Because once the old men and women next to him knew about it, the whole base city would know about it in 2 days. To be honest, An Liang always felt that there was a huge intelligence network hidden behind those old men and women. Otherwise how could some trivial things make the whole base city angry in their mouths? And Liang, forget it, let's not talk about this. And Liang, class monitor, do you have any plans for your future? Wang Yuqing, future. Hearing these two words, Wang Yuqing's fair face showed a confused expression. After a moment, Wang Yuqing shook her head sadly. She actually knew that her talent as a trainer was not good. Even though she had recently looked up a lot of information about the cultivation of caterpillars on the internet, she found that the gap between reality and dreams was too big after her actual training. An Liang showed a thoughtful expression after seeing Wang Yuqing's gloomy expression. After a long while, she asked, "Class monitor, people say that you have photographic memory. Regardless of whether this rumor is true or not, I think you can try to learn about the profession of breeder. The profession of breeder requires a huge amount of knowledge and practice as a foundation. Let's not talk about practice for now, but with your talent, you will definitely have no problem memorizing some books. When the time comes, you will take the theoretical assessment of breeders. As long as you pass, many people will be willing to sign you. At that time, you can join the country or join a big company." Wang Yuqing, breeder. Gradually, Wang Yuqing showed an excited expression. Indeed, compared with training elves, she is better at learning knowledge. Wang Yuqing's family background is not as good as An Liang's. Although they are not living in the open air, they are just able to eat and wear food. Seeing her parents working hard day after day, Wang Yuqing has always wanted to do her part. But to become a trainer, in addition to talent, you also need a good family background. In contrast, Wang Yuqing can even easily find the knowledge of breeders on the official website of the Breeder Association, and there is no cost. Breeders have always been in short supply. If just opening up some basic knowledge can increase the number of breeders, the top leaders of the Breeder Association will not even be happy. So how can they stop it? After thinking for a while, Wang Yuqing's pretty face was full of fighting spirit again. She felt that since she did not have the talent of a trainer, there was no need to waste precious time on this. She planned to take advantage of the 3 months of vacation to learn the knowledge of breeders and find out what the treatment would be after passing the basic theoretical test of breeders. Wang Yuqing, thank you, Mr. N, for today's matter. Then I won't bother you to train elves. Bye. Mr. N, you should also work hard for Shuiyu. Finally, Wang Yuqing waved to An Liang and left with the caterpillar. The water leap fish, who had taken a break, seemed to be encouraged by Wang Yuqing's encouragement. It gently pulled An Liang's trouser leg, as if urging him, which made An Liang laugh. An Liang, okay, okay. Since you are so motivated today, water leap fish, the task volume will be increased tenfold. Water leap fish, Gilu. On the other side, An's father, who had been away from home for no more than a week, returned home again. At this moment, he still had a helpless expression. Just last night, An Liang called him. It was said that water leap fish had left the novice stage and could complete the contract with him. In this world. Novel Jun Yang, 8563233613. Pokemon can make a contract with trainers. After the contract, the trainer can share some power and life from the Pokemon. However, the contract is also promising, that is, the contracting Pokemon and the trainer must have a very high intimacy value, otherwise it will fail 100%. In addition, the Pokemon must leave the novice stage to complete the contract. The first Pokemon that signs a contract with a trainer must be the initial Pokemon that he summons. An Liang's Swampert was already at level 11. Leaving the novice stage, but that was a day ago. An Liang felt that the speed was too fast, so he postponed it for a day. For a trainer like An Liang, after he contracts the first Pokemon, his initial contracted Pokemon's level breaks through to level 40 and enters the elite level, then he can contract the second Pokemon, and the third Pokemon at the King level, and the fourth Pokemon at the Champion level. It is said that after the Pokemon breaks through to the Master level, it can also contract the fifth Pokemon. It is said that if the power of 5 master-level Pokémon is blessed at that time, then the individual combat power of this trainer will not be worse than the master Pokémon. As for above the master, that may be the realm of God. At least so far, no human trainer has broken through the master level to reach the God level. Chapter 14 Contracting. The next day, early morning, An Liang went out with An's father. Why did An Liang have to bring An's father? After all, his father is a soldier, an elite trainer level soldier. As his son, An Liang does not have to spend money when he signs the contract for the first time. Now An Liang is a businessman, so he has to be frugal. Besides, his father's small treasury is running low. Let's leave some for him. Walking on the road, An's father looked helpless. To be honest, he has a headache when he sees An Liang now. After more than 10 years of hard work, he has saved up more than 2 million yuan, but now he has only 1,000th left, which makes An's father feel desperate. In fact, An's mother has more money. However, when he asked why he didn't take money from you to give An Liang, An's mother said something that made An's father speechless. I gave it to my son to marry a wife in the future. An's father was obedient. An's father and An's mother are both only children, so the previous generation spoiled An Liang to the extreme. An's father still remembers that when he called the 4th eldest brother to inform him of the good news a few days ago, the 4 elders said they wanted to come and see their grandson. If they come here, his family status will continue to decline. Now at home, even Shui Yui's family status is higher than his, but he can't say anything. If this little bastard calls, you have to come here honestly, otherwise the next call will not be from An Liang. Soon, the two came to the Elf Association again. It is far less lively here than before. But if you want to enter the Elf Association at this time, you must show your ID. When An's father took out his Jinyiwei General Flag certificate from his pocket, the 2 trainer guards guarding the door of the Elf Association stood in awe. Jinyiwei. Always the warriors fighting on the front line. No matter how strong they are, these human heroes deserve their respect. Guard, sir, please come in. After entering the Elf Association, An Liang was immediately attracted by the scenery in front of him. The first thing that caught my eye was the mission hall. On the surrounding walls, there were many huge LCD screens with various missions on them. If you are interested, you can go to the counter next to take the mission, but if you encounter a good mission, you must act quickly. Otherwise, this mission will not belong to you. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit came over with a smile on his face. This trainer looks unfamiliar. Is this your first time to our branch? I am the manager here. What do you need? The manager of the Spirit Association saw the military temperament of An's father at a glance. But he didn't say it directly. After seeing him, An's father took out his ID and said, "Hello, I am bringing my son to complete the first contract today. Where can I go to handle the procedures and what fees are required in the middle?" Manager of the Spirit Association. At first, he was not too surprised when he saw An's father's Jinyiwei ID, but when he saw that An's father's ID was written as Jinyiwei General Flag, the manager of the Spirit Association was really surprised. The Jinyiwei troops are somewhat special. The relationship between them and the regular troops of Yan State is like that between ordinary troops and special forces before the Elf era. Compared to ordinary troops, the Jinyiwei have more power. Manager of the Elf Association, conclude the contract. You don't need to prepare anything. I will have someone handle the formalities for you. But before that, I still want to remind you of the rules of concluding a contract. Before he finished speaking, An's father waved his hand. After signaling to An Liang released his water-leaping fish. Facts are always the best evidence. At this point, the manager of the Elf Association said nothing more and took the lead to walk directly to an empty hall. The ceremony for humans and elves to conclude a contract was held in this room. The process was also very simple, as long as An Liang and his elves met the requirements. It will be over in less than 10 minutes. Sure enough. When the staff were ready, An Liang and the water-leaping fish walked to the center of the ceremony platform. When the instrument under An Liang and Shui Yui's feet flashed a bright light, An Liang suddenly felt that his strength seemed to be stronger than before. And he could vaguely feel what Shui Yui was thinking at the moment. For example, Shui Yui was thinking about when they could return home, and it was a little hungry again. After everything was done, An Liang followed An's father back home, but An's father sent An Liang back after that. He did not choose to rest at home for a night before leaving. Recently, there are several elf tribes outside the base city that are very unstable and are causing trouble everywhere. Now is the time to use people. If he leaves, the other partners will be busy. Standing by the window, An Liang couldn't help sighing as he looked at his father who was gradually going away. As a soldier, sometimes it is difficult to make a choice between responsibility and family affection, but An Liang never blamed An's father. After An's father's figure completely disappeared from An Liang's sight, An Liang squatted down and gently stroked the slippery head of the water jump fish. Water jump fish, we must work harder in the future. Chapter 15 Elf Ruins. Night falls. After dinner, An Liang habitually opened his mobile phone and selected a favorite anchor to watch the live broadcast. Don't get me wrong. An Liang didn't watch those female anchors who wore very little and turned on the makeup to the extreme. An Liang watched the elf anchors. As the name suggests, these elf anchors are actually trainers themselves. However, they live-streamed their outdoor life through the platform, which not only attracted ordinary people who yearned for trainers but most of them had never left the base city in their lives. It also attracted many young people like An Liang who had just become trainers and were very yearning and curious about the outside world. The anchor that An Liang followed was a quasi-king level trainer. The profession of trainer anchor. The stronger the strength, the more popular, because strong trainers can go to many dangerous places. For example, the elf ruins. The more dangerous the place, the more popular it is with the audience, and these anchors have many good things in the elf ruins in addition to the income from live broadcasts. In addition to various resources, there are elves that are stronger than those in the outside world. If you encounter a powerful elf, even if the anchor himself does not need it, as long as you catch the elf, there will be a big boss or company to buy the elf in the anchor's hands through the live broadcast platform. Of course, making money by selling elves requires strength and enough luck. The words killing and robbing are not only found in books. As time slowly passed, the anchor that An Liang was following also explored the deepest part of the ruins. The ruins he explored had actually been explored many times by other colleagues. Even though all the treasures were gone, the internal area of the ruins was more than 100 square kilometers. There were naturally many Pokémons living in such a large Pokémon ruins. Even if he only caught an elite Pokémon, his trip would be worthwhile. However, the anchor's luck was obviously not good. The Pokémon ruins he entered were dominated by Beedrills. Even if he was a quasi-king level trainer, he didn't dare to face thousands of Beedrills. Just when An Liang thought that the anchor would end the live broadcast in this way, the anchor, who was chased by a group of Beedrills, slipped and fell into a deep cave. Fortunately, the cave was not too deep and there was a pool of water below. So the anchor just got a little scratched. But none of this matters. What matters is that this deep cave is a place that has not been explored yet. The anchor and tens of thousands of viewers who realized this were all excited. Even those viewers who had opened the barrage had their sight blocked by the dense barrage. Hey, it's a new area. Will there be any Pokémon that haven't been discovered yet? New area, anchor, hurry up. 10 rockets are in place. The audience was excited because they were about to have a good show, but the anchor was excited because he felt that he was about to get rich and reach the peak of his life. However, at this moment, in a corner that no one paid attention to, A huge black shadow suddenly rushed out. A face-to-face. The Charizard and 2 giant beedrills that blocked the anchor flew backwards. As for the unlucky anchor himself, his body twitched inadvertently, and a red line appeared on the anchor's neck. The next second, a ball rolled down from the anchor's neck to the ground. Although the live broadcast was not over, the phone had fallen to the ground, so the audience could only face darkness except for the occasional eerie wailing. As for the comments of this live broadcast, all of them were "Goodbye, host." There was no way, trainers were in such a dangerous profession. If you are not careful, your head will fall off. And Liang, who felt that he would not be able to sleep tonight, recalled the black shadow just now. Although he only saw it once, he seemed to recognize the Pokémon. That Pokémon was none other than the wandering night spirit, known as the Night Giant. Ghost-type Pokémon are not easy to deal with. It would be strange if the host didn't get beaten for breaking into someone's house just now. However, he could knock away a Quasi-King level Charizard and 2 elite level Beedrills in one encounter. Even if it relied on sneak attacks, the strength of the wandering night spirit might be above the Quasi-King. The next day, early in the morning, when An Liang woke up with sleepy eyes, he just turned on his phone and the first news he saw was that a certain anchor died unexpectedly in the ruins exploration. Then the official said that a suspected king-level Pokémon appeared in the ruins. Trainers below the king level are prohibited from entering the ruins during this period. As for when the ruins will be open, it depends on when the official can thoroughly explore the newly discovered underground caves and find no other dangers before it will be open to the public again. To be honest, a king-level Pokémon has a relatively large impact on Yan country. Especially in ruins like this. Because if one can be born here, it means that more may be born. Even An Ma, who is not a trainer, talked to An Liang about this while eating breakfast, but An Liang felt that this was An Ma telling him to stay away from those dangerous ruins in the future. Poor parents in the world. Chapter 16 Jinyi Wei. After An Liang finished breakfast, he took Shui Yu out as usual, but he still underestimated the causal effect of yesterday's live broadcast. On the way to the small park, most of the young people he met talked about this. To be honest, if he was strong enough, An Liang would also like to go to that ruins. Unfortunately, his current strength is far from enough. If he enters the ruins, not to mention whether he can see the demeanor of the king Pokémon in the underground cave, it is a problem whether he can even reach the underground cave. Because he does not have a Quasi-King level Charizard to resist hundreds of giant Beedrills for him. Even if he will catch a ghost-type Pokémon in the future and let it stay in his shadow as a bodyguard, at least it will be after he becomes a Quasi-King. As for now, it is better to train the aquatic fish well. Only when the aquatic fish is strong enough, those things that originally existed in An Liang's dream will become reality little by little. But after the aquatic fish evolves into the swamp fish, he should be able to try to go outside the base city, right? There are actually some places near the base city where An Liang is located that are suitable for novices like him to go there for training. Maybe he can catch 2 more Pokémon to train at that time. At the same time, the Jinyi branch in the base city, Zhao Wenlong, the Jinyi centurion who is in charge of commanding all the search officers in the base city, is having a headache at the moment. Recently, he has not had enough manpower under his command, and Zhao Wenlong has always wanted to expand the team. Although the request to expand the team was approved, reliable manpower is a problem. The Jinyi troops are often the first troops dispatched by Yan country when dealing with elves threatening humans. All search officers have strength requirements and must guarantee loyalty, otherwise this is a big hidden danger. Just like Zhao Wenlong, the Jinyi centurion, he became a Jinyi centurion after he had a clean family and made several contributions, and his strength reached the Quasi-King level. Just then, Zhao Wenlong's partner suddenly sent him a document. "Captain, take a look at this." Although Zhao Wenlong was a little confused, he still took the document and opened it. Zhao Wenlong found that the document was sent by the Elf Association. The Spirit Association is also an official organization. They will use their position to collect information about trainers' personalities and strengths, and then pass the information to the Jinyue. This time, the information sent was about trainers. However, if An's father was here, he would definitely find that the information on his son An Liang was at the top of the information. At this time, Zhao Wenlong's partner Huang Rong said, "Captain, look at this little guy named An Liang. He has only been a trainer for less than 10 days, and his spirit can already complete the contract. Such a genius, let's recruit him into the reserve." Hearing this, Zhao Wenlong also became interested. He picked up An Liang's file casually. Although he was a little moved at first, he still had a hesitant expression. Jinyue is different from other combat troops. In addition to talent, you must have a clean identity to join. Now the talent of this person called An Liang is enough. What about his identity? When Zhao Wenlong turned to the next page of the document and saw An Liang's family, Zhao Wenlong, who used to be quite tolerant of his words and deeds, immediately burst into a swear word. Fuck! Is this kid the son of Laoan? When Zhao Wenlong looked up at his partner with an incredible look on his face, Huang Rong was smiling, and it was obvious that he had known about this for a long time. Otherwise, he would not have been able to directly recruit An Liang into the reserve force with Zhao Wenlong. After sighing, although Zhao Wenlong still had a look of amazement on his face, but it was not as strong as before. After all, he was also a quasi-king trainer. Besides, he was a centurion of the Jinyue. In this base city, even the mayor of the base city could not control him. Zhao Wenlong, since he is Lao An's son, everything will be easy. I wonder why Lao An asked for leave again yesterday. It seems that he has such a genius son. Zhao Wenlong, but you should ask Lao An what he thinks about this matter. Jinyue is a dangerous job. I can't let the Lao An family die out. Besides, even if he becomes a reserve, he needs 4 elves. That little guy is still far from it. After shaking his head, Zhao Wenlong still did not recruit An Liang into Jinyue as a reserve. As for not having 4 elves, that's just an excuse. Jinyue is a special department, and special departments don't have so many rules and regulations. It's not easy to meet a genius. Are you going to give up just because he didn't grow up? That's not open. Is this a joke? Zhao Wenlong did this mainly for An's father. After all, they were old brothers who had been together for more than 10 years. He always felt that it was a bit too much to recruit the son of a genius trainer who had just become a trainer for less than 10 days into the team. Zhao Wenlong's partner Huang Rong also understood what Zhao Wenlong was thinking at this moment. Huang Rong, I was careless, but since An Liang is a genius from our base city, it's not too much to give him some support, right? Huang Rong, just think of it as an investment in the future. This doesn't violate the rules, right? Zhao Wenlong, it doesn't violate the rules, but since you proposed this matter, I'll leave it to you. Chapter 17 Swamp Leap Fish. In the blink of an eye, it was more than 10 days later. At this moment, the water leap fish was on the verge of evolution. In fact, if An Liang hadn't deliberately suppressed it, the water leap fish could have evolved a few days ago, but in order to lay a better foundation, An Liang delayed the time for several more days. But today, An Liang, Shui jump, you don't have to suppress it anymore, just evolve with confidence. Shui jump, who had just arrived at the park to prepare for training, was stunned when he heard this. He stared at his trainer blankly and blinked his big eyes, as if asking An Liang if he was joking. However, An Liang's affirmative eyes gave Shui jump great confidence. After completely releasing the suppression of evolution, a dazzling white light burst out from Shui jump. This scene also attracted other people in the park who were relaxing or doing morning exercises. Even if most of them did not have the talent of trainers, they had never eaten pork. Had they not seen pigs run? After just a moment of stunned silence, most people swarmed around. Is this Pokemon going to evolve? Is it going to evolve? Xiaoan has great talent. He has only been a trainer for less than a month and his Pokemon is going to evolve. Who says it's not? After the Aquajump evolves into the Swampert, its combat power will be greatly improved. Oh! I don't know if my kid can successfully awaken his talent next year. The evolution of the Aquajump attracted many viewers. Fortunately, these viewers were very well-mannered and did not get too close. Even the discussion was in a low voice, for fear of disturbing the evolution of the Aquajump. Finally, after a few minutes, the white light on the Aquajump gradually disappeared, but it might not be appropriate to call it the Aquajump at this time. It would be the most correct to call it the Swampert. Swampert, gurgle. Gurgle. After successfully evolving, the Swampert was obviously very satisfied with its current body. After the evolution, the Swampert had undergone a very huge change in its body. Not only did the color of its skin fade, but the fins on its head and back also turned black. If these are just changes in color, then the increasingly sturdy hind limbs of the swamp leap fish are changes in form. The hind limbs of the swamp leap fish are sturdy and powerful. Now it can walk upright like On Liang, and the liberated forelimbs have become its attacking weapons. The strong muscles on the forelimbs can burst out powerful power at a glance. To be honest, On Liang is very curious about how powerful the swamp leap fish is. When it was still a water leap fish, this guy's strength was amazing. Now that it has become a swamp leap fish, won't its strength increase exponentially? At this time, the swamp leap fish, as if it had sensed On Liang's intentions, stared at the large stones that were originally decorative. These large stones were 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and about half a meter high. I saw the swamp leap fish come to a large stone and hug the stone with both arms. As it continued to exert force, this stone, which was almost 2 or 3 tons, was lifted up by the swamp leap fish. Then, after the swamp leap fish roared, it threw the boulder directly into the center of the lake. Seeing this scene, the spectators around were stunned. The same goes for On Liang. On Liang knew that the Swampert was very strong, but it had just evolved and could pick up a 2 or 3 ton stone and throw it away. If it evolves into a giant Swampert, wouldn't it be amazing? As On Liang stared at the Swampert, he didn't notice that someone had recorded everything with a mobile phone, including the scene where the Swampert threw the boulder in anger. It can be predicted that On Liang and the newly evolved Swampert will passively become internet celebrities. After a while, when On Liang came to his senses, he saw more and more people around him and hurriedly took the Swampert away. He didn't expect that just one evolution would cause such a big sensation around his home. What he didn't know was that at this moment, the video about him had been quietly circulated on the internet. Netizen A, this video is photoshopped, right? How powerful is the Swampert after its evolution? And the boy is too young. Netizen B, the above user is obviously a keyboard warrior. What he can't understand doesn't exist. I'm telling you, I'm a live audience. This video doesn't have any traces of processing. Netizen C, but this boy is really young. He should be a freshman or sophomore in high school. Netizen D, impossible, you overlooked an important thing. Today is neither a weekend nor a holiday. At this time, if this boy is a high school student, it is impossible for him to evolve his Pokemon here. Netizen D, in any trainer academy. When the teacher learns that the student when the elves are about to evolve, professional teachers will be arranged to guide them, and there will also be teachers to follow up, but this boy was really alone when the elves evolved and left. Netizen D, so I infer that the boy in the video should have just awakened his talent not long ago. Calculating the time, this is their last junior high school vacation. Chapter 18 Underground Black Market, I. An Liang, who had just returned home, was naturally unaware of all the discussions on the internet. At this moment, he was busy adding energy cubes to the food bowl of the swamp leap fish. The swamp leap fish, which had just evolved, needed a lot of energy to nourish its body. In this regard, An Liang, who now has a small fortune, uses the best. But it can be predicted that after the swamp leap fish finished eating, he would go to the elf store to buy another batch of goods. After shaking his head helplessly, An Liang looked at the swamp leap fish who was waiting for him to open the can. The evolved swamp leap fish was about 1.5 meters tall. It was much larger than other similar fish. After giving it a white eye, An Liang simply gave the task of opening the can to the swamp leap fish itself. As for me, he went back to the room and lay on the bed. His training goal during this period was to make the water jump fish successfully evolve. Now that the goal has been achieved, he really feels a bit idle. Just after An Liang lay down for a while, the full-fed swamp jumper came to An Liang. Then, when the swamp jumper wanted to go back to his nest to snore for a while as before, he found that the previous mat was no longer suitable for it, whose body had grown several times larger. Becoming homeless after evolving once made the swamp jumper look a little aggrieved. And An Liang showed a headache. The swamp jumper is so huge. If it evolves into a giant swampert, then this guy won't even be able to get through the door. Looking at the aggrieved expression on the swamp jumper's face, An Liang said helplessly, "Okay. Okay. I'll buy you a bigger mat later." Now, An Liang, who originally wanted to lie down for a while, had to give up this plan. However, before swampert evolved, An Liang rarely put it into the poke ball, but after it evolved into swampert, even if it didn't like to stay in the poke ball, An Liang could only temporarily let it go. Otherwise, with the huge size of swampert, it might cause panic when walking on the street. And with its terrifying power, if someone provokes it, when swampert is bullied in front of others, it will not show an aggrieved expression like now. At that time, it will mostly show its fist as big as a sandbag, so let it stay in the poke ball. At the same time, in the Jinyue branch in the base city, Jinyue Beihu Zhao Wenlong is sitting in his office at this moment, and sitting opposite him is An Liang's father Amba. "Zhao Wenlong, Olden, look at this." Perhaps because he is a soldier, Zhao Wenlong is straightforward. After An's father sat down, Zhao Wenlong turned the monitor on the table, and the monitor played the scene of the water-leaping fish evolving into the swamp-leaping fish. It is not uncommon for the water-leaping fish to evolve into the swamp-leaping fish. After all, the water-leaping fish is not only in Liang's, and this kind of elf that can evolve twice is still very popular. But the water-leaping fish in the video is obviously several times larger than its peers. At this moment, it gave An's father a sense of déjà vu. However, when he saw the figure standing next to the water-leaping fish, his mouth couldn't help twitching. When the video was about to end at the same time, the excellent performance of the evolved swampert shocked An's father, and at the same time, he was a little proud. This kid. He really has the style of his father back then. After praising himself in his heart, An's father also realized that the boss called him over this time, most likely because of An Liang's matter, and he also had a guess as to what the specific matter was. "Zhao Wenlong, Olden, we have known each other for nearly 10 years. Let's not beat around the bush. Your son An Liang has very good talent. We also saw in the video just now that the swampert has strong combat power. Now, except for the lack of practical experience, we haven't found any other shortcomings. Zhao Wenlong, so I want to ask, does your An Liang plan to join the Jinyue in the future?" An's father, this. An's father originally did not intend to interfere with An Liang's future development, but now that his immediate superior has asked, An's father seems a little hesitant. He is not afraid that his future will be deliberately difficult for Zhao Wenlong. He has entered middle age and this is how his life will be. He is mainly afraid that someone will be thinking about An Liang. Although in this city, he, the general flag of the Jinyue, still has a little money. But out of here, walking into those large base cities, he is really nothing as the general flag of the Jinyiwei. Zhao Wenlong, Olden, don't feel pressured. I am not forcing you. Let's put it this way. Because of this video, An Liang has become a little famous. Zhao Wenlong, during this period, it is estimated that many forces will come to the door. I will give you 10 days off. You can have a good chat with An Liang and help him block those forces. I know you are afraid that An Liang will be in danger after joining us, but which of us Jinyiwei is not walking on a tightrope? Zhao Wenlong, there are always some people in this world who have to bear some things. You are also an old Jinyiwei. You even know some things better than I do. Zhao Wenlong, okay, that's all I have to say. Personally, I still think that with An Liang's talent, only after he joins the Jinyiwei and is trained by a higher level can his talent be fully utilized. Chapter 19 Underground Black Market, Part 2. When Anne's father returned home, the sky had gradually darkened. If he had been on holiday in the past, he would have been eager to go home to visit his wife and children. But today he was a little hesitant. It's not that he didn't miss An Liang and the others. It's just that he didn't know how to face An Liang now. On the way back, Anne's father thought carefully about his son's future. If An Liang was really gifted, with the little property they had, they couldn't support him even if they sold everything they had. At this time, the benefits of having someone behind him would stand out. As long as An Liang could show his talent, the investors behind him would provide a lot of resources to assist his training. As for whether An Liang would be controlled by others after graduation, don't worry too much about this. The status of trainers in Yan country is still very high. Besides, investors have paid so much, so they will naturally want a return. And as long as An Liang can break through to the king-level trainer in the future, then his future relationship with investors will not be that of superiors and subordinates, but will directly become equal cooperation, at least on the surface. Looking at the entire Yan kingdom, there are only over 100 heavenly king-level trainers. The dignity of a heavenly king trainer cannot be challenged. As for the champion above the heavenly king, An Dad couldn't imagine it. There were not many champions in the entire Yan kingdom. They could be counted on one hand. If An Liang really became a champion, who would dare not call him a strong man, not to mention in Yan kingdom, even if it was the whole world? After hesitating for a few minutes, An Dad opened the door of his house with the key, and slowly walked into the living room. He saw that it was the man who had just finished his meal. Anne's mother was packing up. As for An Liang, he was teasing the swamp jumper that hadn't eaten enough with the newly bought energy can. Such a warm scene. It made Anne's father's eyes moist. If An Liang joins the investigator department in the future, how many times can he see such a scene in his life? Seeing Anne's father coming back, Anne's mother was a little surprised but still put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hand and took the initiative to greet him. While taking the things from Anne's father, she asked with some doubts. "Why are you back again? Don't you have any missions to go out during this period?" It's no wonder that Anne's mother is weird. In the past, Anne's father would only come back once a month and stay for a day each time. Unlike in the past few months, Anne's mother sometimes couldn't help but wonder if Anne's father was fired, otherwise why would he run home every day? Anne's father. For some reason, Anne's father suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart at this moment. But after glaring at An Liang, he said, "It's because of this kid. If the elves want to evolve, they have to evolve. Why do you have to choose a place with many people to evolve for you?" After someone posted the video on the internet, someone followed the clues and found his information. It's not dangerous, but it can be expected that in the future, many representatives of large companies will come to find our baby son. After saying that, Anne's father glared at An Liang, who felt a little puzzled. Anne's mother breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Under big data, the personal information of ordinary people like them is just like being placed on the table. It is impossible to conceal it. As long as this precious son will not be in danger, Anne's mother will be satisfied. As for what big company? Anne's mother doesn't care so much. At this time, Swampert adjusted the timing and snatched the can of energy cubes from In Liang's hand. After looking at his trainer with resentment, Swampert ran to the corner of the living room. It remembered that when it met In Liang for the first time, he promised to take it to eat delicious food in the future. But now even eating depends on people's faces. Alas, fish life is hard. In Liang ignored the sighing water-leaping fish. His intuition told him that his dear old father might have something to talk to him about. Sure enough, the next second. "And Dad, smelly boy, come with me, your father has something to talk to you about." "In Liang. If there is something, then there is something. Why are you still cursing?" Just like that, when In Liang followed In Dad to the study at home, In Dad's face became very solemn, which In Liang rarely saw. "And Dad, smelly boy, there are some things I need to talk to you about in advance. 3 years of high school and 4 years of college. Although you still have 7 years before entering the society, it is better to plan for the future as soon as possible. In this cruel world, fighting alone is not suitable for everyone." Hearing this, In Liang was silent. To be honest, In Liang has never worried about the future since he got the Wanjie Trading System. So when Anne's father mentioned the future direction, In Liang really didn't know how to answer. The reason why he wanted to become a Pokemon trainer was mainly because of his love for Pokemons, but after graduation, whether to join the army or become an explorer, these things In Liang really didn't think about. Explorers probably have to wander around the world, which is too dangerous for In Liang who hasn't grown up. However, if he joins the army... In Liang suddenly looked at Anne's father with a certain meaning. Chapter 20 Underground Black Market, 3. Night falls. And Dad takes In Liang out of the house. Today, And Dad wants to take In Liang to see the world. And the place to see the world is the underground black market in the base city. Strictly speaking, this kind of underground black market is actually not allowed by law. But even if the Jinyue go there every day to sweep, they can't completely eliminate such places. Over time, the black market has become a tacit existence of everyone. However, tacit acceptance is tacit, the black market is still quite dangerous, especially for a rookie like In Liang, who will be targeted if he is not careful. Before entering the black market, And Dad also handed In Liang a mask. This mask was specially made by the Jinyue. Even sophisticated instruments cannot detect In Liang's identity through the mask. As for himself? Don't make a fuss. The Jinyue even set up a base in the black market to monitor the black market. There is also a Jinyue general flag sitting in it all year round. This Jinyue in charge is also the general flag of all the Jinyue in the base city. All the regulars of this black market basically know In Dad, the Jinyue, and he gave In Liang a mask just to let him remember to wear a mask to cover his identity when he goes to other black markets in the future. That's all. After entering the black market, everything here makes In Liang very curious. Looking left and right along the way, if he really comes here alone, if he really likes something, he will probably be slaughtered as a fat sheep. In this black market, there is everything. Whether it is all kinds of elves that have just been captured and not completely domesticated, or various rare resources, or even some special products of the ruins, some of these things come from normal sources, and some are some black goods. This time, And Dad actually brought In Liang to see the scene. After all, none of the trainers active in the black market are good people. As expected. When An Liang felt the cold temperament of the vendors in the black market, his face under the mask turned pale. However, after passing by several stalls, An Liang's complexion slowly returned to normal, which made Anne's father nod his head. The good boy really did not disappoint him. At this time, An Liang found that he could actually see the attributes of some items. This surprised him greatly. You know, he could see the level and skills of the Pokémon before only because of the system. Under normal circumstances, other trainers could not see the attributes of Pokémon. Only professionally trained breeders can infer the situation of a Pokémon after a series of tests. After accidentally discovering that he had this new ability, An Liang immediately scanned the items on the stalls. In addition to various Pokémon and resources, there were also some items from various Pokémon ruins, but no one knew what they were used for. Such items were previously sold as antiques. This type of antique is loved by some collectors. And many company bosses also like to collect this type of antique. Over time, a large number of antiques claiming to be from the ruins of the elves have appeared on the market. As for whether these antiques are real or fake, that depends on the wisdom and the benevolence. Every year, many people lose their fortunes in this business, and some people make a fortune. Compared to the former, the number of the latter is very small. An Liang suddenly felt at this moment he might become a famous appraiser in the future. At this moment, An Liang suddenly stopped. His eyes were fixed on a stall. An Liang, who came here for the first time, did not know how to hide his true purpose, which led to An Dad and the stall owner beside him to notice An Liang's strange look. After An Liang winked at An Dad, he walked towards the stall. After arriving at the stall, An Liang was also very direct. "Boss, how much are these two things?" Stall owner. An's father. An Liang's directness surprised the two of them, especially the stall owner. In the past, even if he met a customer who was very fond of a certain product, he would beat around the bush before finally telling them what he liked. Unlike An Liang, he was so frank that he wanted to be ripped off. However, just when the stall owner was rubbing his hands and hadn't replied yet, An Liang said directly again, "Boss, you'd better think about it before you say it. My father is the general flag of the Jinyiwei in this base city." Humph! As soon as the voice fell, the stall owner looked at An's father behind An Liang with a look of astonishment. What a familiar feeling! The next second. Fuck! Hey, isn't this Lord An? It's Lord An's turn to be on duty in the black market again. Come on, make tea for Lord An, you ignorant fellow. Just when the stall owner was still in a daze, a middle-aged fat man with a smile on his face suddenly walked out of the shop behind the stall. After seeing An's father, he immediately showed a friendly and even slightly flattering smile. This is not because of how strong An's father is, but because of his identity. As the saying goes, it's easy to see the king of hell, but it's hard to deal with the little devils. Which of these shops in the black market doesn't have some power behind it? To be able to open a shop here, you must have already taken care of the big guys above. But even though this fat shop owner knew that his power was not afraid of a Jinyiwei general flag, he was still friendly and respectful at this moment. Who let Jinyiwei? The people in the Jinyiwei are too cliquey. If you offend one of them, you will offend the whole group. If you want to keep your store running smoothly, it is best not to offend these guys who walk on the edge of steel every day, because sometimes your so-called reason is useless in their eyes. If it is not a big deal, these shop owners would rather spend some money to settle the matter than ask the forces behind them to intervene, because this will make them look very incompetent. Chapter 21 Underground Black Market 4. Faced with the store owner's flattery, An's father was not moved at all, because he also knew that if he did not have the identity of the Jinyiwei general flag, just an elite trainer, it would not be worth the store owner's smile. An's father, Boss Wang, you are too polite. I am not the one who is on duty in the black market. I just came here to have a look when I have nothing to do. I just saw two items that I like and plan to negotiate the price with this guy. Boss Wang, there are things that Lord An values. Meeting is fate. Today, no matter what Lord An likes on this street stall, it will be 50% off. Hearing this, An's father smiled politely. But in his heart, he treated Boss Wang's words as fart. Boss Wang manages the shop behind him and the street stall in front of the shop. However, compared with the things in the shop, the things sold on the street stall are antiques, or things that they themselves don't understand. As for the real good things, they are all displayed in the shop. Even if he promised to give Anne's father a 50% discount, he would not actually lose money. Then, after Anne's father winked at An Liang directly took the two things he liked from the street stall. Boss Wang just symbolically accepted 200,000 elf coins from An Liang and left it at that. After leaving the store, Anne's father had a confused expression on his face. He had never seen An Liang so concerned about something. Anne's father, smelly boy, what are those two things you just bought? Hearing this, An Liang just smiled mysteriously. Item name, King's Certificate. Item function, the elves carrying this item to attack have a chance to make the enemy feel fearful after the attack. Note, special elves have a chance to evolve into special forms when carrying the King's Certificate to evolve. Yes, the two items An Liang just bought are the King's Certificate. This is a good thing. Not only can it be used as a wearable prop, but also as an evolution material. It's just that these guys are too shallow, or this world has not yet developed the true function of the King's Certificate. Otherwise, how could he get two King's Certificates with 200,000 elf coins? When An Liang's father saw the smug expression on his face, he couldn't help but shook his head. This kid is really asking for a beating now. An Liang's father just saw clearly that the card An Liang just swiped was his anonymous bank card. When he thought of this, An Liang's father felt a little heartache. Just then, a strong man wearing the uniform of the Jinyue General Flag came towards him. When he saw An Liang's father, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It was not until An Liang's father took another step and planned to leave that the strong man reacted and hurriedly chased after him. The strong man, Olden, it's really you. How come you have time to come here today? This strong man is the Jinyue General Flag who is responsible for guarding the black market this month. He and An Liang's father are also old comrades in arms, and they speak very directly. Dadan, isn't it a holiday? I brought the brat I added here to show him around. An Liang, this is your father's comrade in arms, just call him Uncle Li. An Liang, hello, Uncle Li. Only after hearing this did the Li surnamed Jinyue General Flagger realize that there was another An Liang standing next to Dadan. Oh, you've grown up so much. Your Uncle Li didn't bring any gifts today. I'll definitely give you some next time. Just like that, the Li surnamed Jinyue left directly after chatting with Dadan for a few words. If Dadan was the only one here, he might have stayed a little longer. But it would be a bit redundant for him to stay here with An Liang around. Besides, he knew An Liang well. He knew that some people in the upper echelons hoped that Dadan could pull An Liang into the Jinyue. If he delayed things, his position as the Jinyue General Flagger would be over. By then, some of the enemies he had made when he was young. After hearing the news, they would probably rush up like a pack of mad dogs to bite him to death. He didn't want to die in vain so early. After a while, An Liang and Anne's father had already left the black market. Today, Anne's father brought An Liang here to see the world. On the way back, An Liang kept thinking about the Jinyue. As the sharp knife in the hands of Yan Country No. 1, Jinyue has everything in terms of power and authority. Otherwise, Anne's father, the General Flag of Jinyue, could not scare people who could open a store in the black market, which made An Liang curious and yearning for Jinyue. And at dusk, An Liang had heard Anne's father say that some strong men in Jinyue were also very free. They only needed to complete the prescribed tasks every year, and they could freely use the rest of the time. Although this would reduce their income, they would get freedom and status. From this point of view, joining Jinyue is not a bad idea. In the future, when my strength becomes stronger, I may even be able to become a Jinyue Kyunhu or Jinyue Genfushi. Try to be a good officer. You should know. In the base city where An Liang is now, the highest official position in the Jinyiwei branch is only a Jinyiwei centurion. And a centurion is not worth a fart in the eyes of a centurion or a pacification envoy. Although to become a centurion or a pacification envoy, you must have the strength of a king at the lowest level. Chapter 22 Leaving the City. It is extremely dangerous outside the base city. But this is for ordinary people who are powerless. Since the official start of the elf era, all the hot weapons in the world have become ineffective overnight. However, for powerful trainers, the wild is a treasure land full of gold. As long as you have enough strength. Whether it is elf cubs or various resources, almost everything is available. Although An Liang is still a long way from the title of a strong man, he does not necessarily have to go to those dangerous places. Outside the base city, there are still many areas where weak elves live. This type of area was left behind by Yan country. It is to provide a place for new trainers like An Liang to gain experience. That day, An Liang was standing in line at the gate of the base city under the scorching sun, waiting to leave the city. At the main gate of the base city, there were many trainers from the Yan country military. They were different from the trainers of the Jinyiwei. They had only one mission, which was to guard the base city where they were located. In comparison, the problems handled by the Jinyiwei mostly occurred in the wild. For example, chasing a criminal or a hostile trainer of the empire. Soon, it was An Liang's turn. The soldiers guarding the gate were stunned when they saw An Liang's young face, and then they quickly realized that An Liang should be this year's new trainer. Although they wanted to persuade An Liang not to go outside the base city, because the elves in the wild were definitely not friendly to humans. But after those soldiers opened their mouths and recalled some past experiences, they just sighed helplessly and said, "Soldier, okay, go out." An Liang, thank you. After leaving the base city, I don't know if it was because of psychological effects, An Liang actually felt that the air outside the base city was much fresher than inside the base city. But now is not the time to sigh. An Liang just walked out of the wall of the base city. Outside the wall of the base city, there are various large mechanized farms. An Liang has to cross these farms to reach those places suitable for novices to practice. It is worth mentioning that on the main road outside the base city, An Liang occasionally encounters some patrolling soldiers or vehicles passing by, but this situation gradually disappears after he walks a few kilometers. An Liang has entered the elves' territory at this moment. The most direct proof is that he has seen some green caterpillars living on the trees and groups of bobo flying in the air. Looking at those groups of bobo, An Liang was very envious at the moment. High-qualified flying elves have always been rare in the market. If he could catch a few and then go to the breeding guild to issue a qualification certificate, there is no doubt that An Liang's small treasury will be enriched again. However, bobo is a social creature. They hunt or migrate in groups. An Liang only needs to attack one. Then he will face the attack of the entire tribe. After retracting his eager eyes, An Liang shook his head and continued to move forward. The level of the surrounding elves was still too low. He had to move forward at least a little further. If it was when Swampert had just evolved, it could let it get familiar with the newly acquired skills here, but these days, Swampert has Anne's father's strange power as a sparring partner, and its progress is very obvious. Not only has its level increased by 2 levels again, but it has also learned various power techniques from strange power. So much so that An Liang now has some doubts, is there a strange power hidden under the skin of Swampert? Because its power is really too great. However, the price of quickly improving strength is the water element magic stone in An Liang's hand, which has been used up at this moment. Now An Liang is waiting to catch a few elves and then exchange them for water element magic stones in the Wanjie Trading Mall. Soon, when An Liang came to a small river, he found that there were many water elves here. However, the most water elves here are not Magikarp, which is said to be able to survive any difficult conditions. It is a kind of elf called sharp-toothed fish. This kind of elf is also a group unit. Maybe because there is no natural enemy, they can be found in this area of water nearby. The so-called sharp-toothed fish, An Liang thinks they are very similar to the piranhas in his memory. Not only in appearance, but also in the personality of sharp-toothed fish. For sharp-toothed fish, except for their own kind, they are all food. Any human and elf are their active attack targets. And An Liang came here, naturally, he saw this point. Because even in this cruel world, there are still a group of saintly bitches who think that since the elves exist in this world, they have a share in this world. An Liang agrees with this view, but as for those saintly bitches who persuade trainers not to attack the elves and return the developed areas to the elves, An Liang dare not comment. According to official statistics from Yan country, as many as 1 million humans die at the hands of elves every year. Note that these are all abnormal deaths. This is the case since the elves' era. Since the beginning of the Yuan dynasty, Yan state has built walls for all the cities in the country. When the walls were not built, the population loss even exceeded 50%. In this case, you said you would give up the habitat that the Yan state martyrs took back with their lives? This made it difficult for An Liang to agree with these saintly bitches. Chapter 23 Sharp-Toothed Fish, I. Since the beginning of the elf era, the area of Blue Star has increased several times. Take Yan State as an example, the area is at least 7 times that before the elf era. Among these tens of millions of territories, the elves occupy about 70% of the territory. Even if many of these elves' territories were left by Yan State on purpose, they were specially for new trainers like An Liang to train. But apart from these, the territory occupied by the elves is still very large. In addition, the reproduction speed of some elves is far faster than that of humans. An Liang remembered that just last year, in the southern base city, there was a situation where nearly 100,000 giant bees attacked the Yan state base city. That battle killed many people. This time, the sharp-toothed fish tribe that An Liang chose as his training opponent also has a great impact on the ecological environment, and the official even recommends trainers to kill a kind of Pokemon. An Liang, come out, Swampert. With a flash of red light, Swampert appeared in front of An Liang. Swampert, gurgle. Gurgle. It was also the first time for Swampert to come to the wild, and everything here also made it very interested. However, when Swampert ran into the river in front of him with excitement, the water surface suddenly rolled up, and the next second, several fainted sharp-toothed fish floated to the surface. Looking at Swampert again, he also walked out of the river with a lingering fear. An Liang, Swampert, your opponent today is these sharp-toothed fish. Fight, our goal is to let you evolve into Swampert within 2 months. An Liang's voice gave Swampert confidence. You must know that when he was in the base city before, An Liang never allowed it to use its full strength, and the stun of sharp-toothed fish just now was just a subconscious attack. Now that he heard that he could fight freely, the excitement in the eyes of the swamp leap fish became more and more obvious. Swamp leap fish, Kilu. After a roar, the swamp leap fish rushed into the water again. At this moment, its fighting style can be said to be without any skills. It simply relied on brute force to kill the group of sharp-toothed fish. Seeing this, An Liang did not correct the swamp leap fish's behavior of wasting energy in the battle. After all, it was the first time for the swamp leap fish to fight in the wild. Fighting skills and so on must be constantly cultivated to be perfected. There are really not many people who can achieve it overnight in reality. When the swamp leap fish was tired, it knew how to fight more energy-saving. Sure enough, after repelling dozens of sharp-toothed fish, the swamp leap fish's physical strength had been consumed by more than half. Looking at An Liang on the shore, he was setting up a tent and lighting a campfire. His chic posture made the swamp leap fish look very resentful. After learning from the previous experience, the attack method of swamp leap changed. Its moves were no longer as big and wide as before, but became precise attacks. Just like that, after consuming a small part of its remaining strength and repelling dozens of sharp-toothed fish, Swamp Leap returned to the shore with its exhausted body. The sharp-toothed fish that gathered in the river gradually dispersed after looking at On Liang and Swamp Leap on the shore. After a while, there were only less than 100 fainted sharp-toothed fish floating on the lake. After setting up the camp, On Liang walked to Swamp Leap with a sullen face. After his training, Swamp Leap was far superior to the elves of the same level in terms of strength and physical strength. If this guy had not wasted his physical strength at the beginning of the battle, it would never have exhausted himself like this just by defeating a group of level 3 and 4 sharp-toothed fish. On Liang, you know you are tired, come, eat these energy cubes and continue training later. Swamp Fish. Swamp Fish thought, if the guy next to him who made sarcastic remarks was not his trainer, he would have punched his head into his neck. What do you mean you are tired? It just defeated hundreds of sharp-toothed fish. However, when On Liang handed several boxes of opened energy cubes to its mouth, Swamp Fish still opened its mouth happily and began to devour them. After eating, Swamp Fish did not forget to rub against On Liang to show his happiness. As for just now, it didn't think about anything just now. After resting for a while, Swamp Fish, full of fighting spirit, walked towards the river bank again. As soon as Swamp Fish entered the water surface rolled again, which showed the large number of sharp-toothed fish in the water. This is good. At least in the next few days, On Liang doesn't have to worry about finding opponents for Swamp Fish. Besides, most of the sharp-toothed fish defeated by the Swamp Leap fish only lost their ability to fight. The Swamp Leap fish, which was experiencing it for the first time, did not kill them. After 10 days or half a month, those sharp-toothed fish will recover. Of course, this is the case that they can live that long. After all, On Liang observed that in addition to the sharp-toothed fish, there are also groups of mosquito tadpoles and starfish in this river. If they find the injured sharp-toothed fish, the fate of those sharp-toothed fish that used to be domineering in the past would definitely not be good. Chapter 24 Sharp-Toothed Fish, 2. As the Swamp Leap fish experienced it again, On Liang sat on the shore and began to think about life. If you want to become a powerful trainer, it is definitely not enough to have only one Pokémon, and blindly conquering some Pokémon with attributes that are difficult to cooperate with each other in battle is also not good. On Liang is thinking at this moment, why not follow the path of a water trainer in the future and form a rainy day team? Forming a rainy day team. Water Pokémon are naturally indispensable. Swampert, which is evolved from Swampert, can serve as the main force in the future, but he also needs a Pokémon with the rain attribute. After all, the most important thing for the rainy day team is the weather. Saurus is very good. Not only is it easy to catch, but it is also a flying Pokémon. The Pokémon with the rain attribute has. In terms of special attack, On Liang thinks that the Thorn with the sniper attribute is good, or if he can get Blastoise, the Blastoise in the super evolved state is simply a super turret. But the rainy day team also needs to prepare Pokémon with both grass and steel attributes, otherwise it will be very easy to be restrained. Steel-type Pokémon are easy, Steelix or Aggron will do, but grass-type Pokémon make On Liang a little hesitant. For grass-type Pokémon, if you want a more convenient Tyrannosaurus, it is good. In addition to attacking, it can also be a nurse, but the Pokémon that On Liang really likes is actually the fairy-type Lady Flower Clean. Although Lady Flower Clean is a fairy-type Pokémon, it can learn grass-type skills related to healing. And because of the fairy-type skills, On Liang will not be so passive when facing dragon-type Pokémon in the future. Even if Lady Flower Clean's own attack power is not enough. But in a misty field, the power of all dragon-type moves is halved. With this skill, On Liang is not afraid of those dragon-type Pokémon. The only thing that worries On Liang now is that he doesn't know where to get the flower Bai that evolves Lady Flower Clean and the light stone required for the final evolution. In addition, On Liang actually wants Gengar, Starfish, Melodic, and the quasi-god Pokémon Dragonite. But the problem is that there is not enough space. He is a trainer, and the Pokémon that can be on the field at the same time are only. Wait. Thinking of this, An Liang was suddenly stunned. He found that he didn't seem to be playing a game now. In this real world, it seems that no one stipulates how many Pokémon you can use in actual combat. As long as you can afford it, no one will care about you in the wild battle. Only in official battles, there is a rule limiting the number of Pokémon to 6. Then his rainy day team. Wouldn't it be that he could have as many Pokémon as he wanted? Thinking of this, An Liang almost drooled. But soon, he pinched himself to keep himself awake. In this real world, no one stipulated that he could only use 6 Pokémon, but where he could get more Pokémon and enough resources to train them was a question worth thinking about. Dragon Pokémon are expensive, even if there is no so-called quasi-god in this world. But treasures will shine wherever they are. In this world, Dragonite is still hard to find. In the game, there are ways to get it, but in the real world, it depends on luck. If An Liang is unlucky, he will never get it in his life. Soon, night fell. The swamp leap fish returned to the camp with a tired body. Although the day's battle made it very comfortable, it also made it feel very tired. After quickly finishing its dinner, it fell asleep in front of An Liang's tent. An Liang, who had been observing the swamp leap fish, also found that the swamp leap fish exuded a faint murderous aura at this moment. This is why there are many elves around, but they dare not approach here. Looking at the sharp-toothed fish floating on the river, those elves know that this relatively unfamiliar elf is not easy to mess with. In this way, half a month later, the swamp leap fish, which had been fighting in actual combat for half a month, has raised its level to level 21, and at this moment, the swamp leap fish exudes a faint murderous aura all over its body. And it is a veteran who has been on the battlefield for a long time. In response, An Liang plans to change his position. The sharp-toothed fish on the river bank were still a bit low in level, but An Liang didn't dare to let the water leap fish go too deep, so he planned to move forward along the river. If he remembered correctly, there was a lake at the end of the river, in which there were many high-level sharp-toothed fish and even some Gyarados and Megalodon. Forget Megalodon, but Gyarados is more suitable for swampert fish. But before that, An Liang had to go back to the base city to replenish his supplies, as the swampert fish's strength increased rapidly during this period. But its appetite didn't fall at all. Before setting off, An Liang bought energy blocks worth more than 300,000 elf coins, but now 3/5 of them have been eaten by the swampert fish. This gave An Liang a headache. He had planned to learn about the knowledge of breeders after returning this time. It would be best to get a relatively simple water energy block recipe and try to make it yourself, otherwise An Liang really has no confidence in being able to feed this guy in the future. Besides, swampert is so greedy. If it evolves into swampert, wouldn't it take tens of thousands of elf coins for one meal? Thinking of this, An Liang's body trembled involuntarily. Wow! This is really scary. Chapter 25, Cooperation, I. On the way back to the base city, An Liang thought a buddy still about energy cubes. This time he came out and bought energy cubes worth 300,000. In this world, energy cubes are made entirely by hand by breeders. As for the fruit mixer in the game, An Liang didn't even know about it in this world, let alone buying it. So in this era of scarce breeders, energy cubes are so expensive. However, if An Liang can make energy cubes by himself, even if the success rate is only half, the cost will be reduced by more than half. Even if the technology is improved in the future and it can make intermediate or even advanced energy cubes, then even if An Liang is not a trainer, his status will not be lower than any king-level trainer. It's just that making energy cubes is not easy. Even the most common low-level energy cubes have many processes: extraction, separation, purification, fusion, heating, cooling, secondary fusion, shaping. Even if there is a mistake in any of these links, it will affect the quality of the energy cube and even the success or failure. If it fails, there is no doubt that this material will be wasted. An Liang needs to clean up the equipment again and then proceed to the next round of production. Just when An Liang was having a headache, he had inadvertently returned to the main gate of the base city. Because he had not put away the swampert before, the soldiers at the city gate tensed up when they found An Liang and the swampert behind him. "Soldier, stop, don't go any further. Soldier, this trainer, please show your ID." Hearing the soldiers shout, An Liang, who was a little sad, was stunned, especially when he saw the soldier with a nervous look. He was very puzzled. What's going on? Although he was confused, An Liang took out his trainer ID after he reacted. While the soldier was checking the ID, An Liang looked at the Pokémon behind them, but what surprised An Liang was that these soldiers were not strong, and their Pokémon were generally only about level 30. The qualifications were also pitifully low, and the highest was only C level. After this period of research, An Liang also discovered the role of qualifications. For example, the A and qualification of Swampert means that Swampert has a talent of the king level, especially if An Liang trains it well, it is more likely to become a strong king. And the C level qualification. I am afraid that I can't even enter the elite level in this life. Realizing this, An Liang's eyes flickered a few times. But this is normal. Compared to the Pokémon world he knows, this world has been in contact with Pokémon for too short a time. From the beginning of the Pokémon era to now, it has only been 100 years, and the first trainer appeared more than 10 years after the beginning of the Pokémon era. The various studies on Pokémons only really began after humans gradually gained a foothold. Although there were some studies before. But that was very one-sided. Soon, after the soldiers checked An Liang's documents, they handed them back to him. At the same time, he also said, "Little friend, you'd better put your Pokémon into the Pokeball after entering the base city. This Pokémon of yours will easily cause panic when walking in the base city." After saying that, the soldier seemed very helpless. Who made the Swampert undergo a great transformation in the past half-month. Its warlike character and iron-blooded temperament are not suitable for appearing in the base city. An Liang. An Liang, I understand. At this moment, An Liang also understood that he was intercepted mostly because of the breath emitted by the Swampert. After putting the Swampert into the Pokeball, An Liang strode towards the base city. However, An Liang had only been away for half a month, and this time he came back to the base city and felt a strange feeling. An Liang understood that this was caused by the gap between him and ordinary people after he became a trainer. Birds of a feather flock together. Most of the trainer's friends are trainers. It's like it's hard for a billionaire to become friends with an ordinary person. After shaking his head, An Liang quickened his pace. He caught more than a dozen sharp-toothed fish this time and prepared to sell them in the Wanjie Trading System. He was a little nervous now. I wondered if this thing could be sold. Anyway, this kind of garbage sharp-toothed fish could not be sold here, and even being used as an ornamental fish was prohibited because it was too dangerous. Soon, when An Liang returned home, he was the only one in the house. An's mother should be at work at the moment, and An's father lived in the Jinyue Yamen. After returning to his room, An Liang found that his room was spotless. It was obvious that someone cleaned it frequently. An Liang, who had slept in a sleeping bag in the wild for more than 10 days, jumped directly onto the bed and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived at the Wanjie Trading Mall. Looking at the city full of future technology and the angel shop in the sky in front of him, An Liang was thinking about how he could reach the angel shop safely. The last time he went there, an angel named Hexi directly carried him up. This time, it seemed a bit difficult. Chapter 26, Cooperation, Part 2. Just when An Liang was still thinking about how he was going to get up, he suddenly felt someone grabbing his collar. Before he could react, He had already left the ground. The scene in front of him immediately made him look confused. This made An Liang feel familiar. It seemed like he came here like this last time. At this moment, An Liang thought in his heart with grief and anger that he would get a flying elf next time no matter what. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to be carried away like this every time. After An Liang landed safely, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Hey, isn't this An Liang's brother? You haven't seen your sister for a while." An Liang. Calculating the time, An Liang himself found that he had not been to the Wanjie Trading Mall for more than a month. After all, during this period of time, he was either being dragged by An's father to train or taking Swamp Leap to the wild for actual combat training. If the resources bought last time had not been used up, An Liang would not be here at this moment. And Xi, who was standing in front of An Liang, was looking at An Liang with interest at this moment. Half a month of actual combat training. It's not just Swamp Leap that has changed. An Liang may not have noticed that he has also developed a temperament called capable. And the stronger the Swamp Leap fish is, the stronger the power it will give back to An Liang through the contract. So when Xi saw An Liang again, she showed such an expression. Xi, it seems that little brother An Liang has experienced a lot during this period of time. He is becoming more and more like a little man. If he is seen by those old women in mellow heaven. Tisk tisk. While Xi was teasing, An Liang also looked at Xi with some doubts. Does this guy spend 24 hours a day in the Wanjie Trading Mall? Is he so idle? Just like that, when An Liang walked into the angel shop again, Xi took him to sit aside. Xi, brother An Liang, I wonder what good things you brought for your sister this time. An Liang, nothing, I just caught some elves. I don't know if sister Xi is interested. Although calling the female angel sister in front of him always makes An Liang feel a little weird. But people have to bow their heads under the eaves. In order to sell the sharp-toothed fish, An Liang also fought hard. Xi, oh. After receiving the poke ball with the sharp-toothed fish, Xi's pretty face showed a curious expression. In An Liang's dull expression, Xi directly released the sharp-toothed fish. You know, in the real world, although the Pokeball can capture Pokémon, it cannot be tamed. That is to say, even if it is caught in the Pokeball, the sharp-toothed fish is still wild. Normally, such a sharp-toothed fish needs An Liang to tame it little by little, but An Liang is too lazy to tame it because he knows that the sharp-toothed fish is a commodity. At this time, the sharp-toothed fish was suddenly released. The sharp-toothed fish that left the Pokeball did not have the slightest idea of being grateful to Xi. Instead, after glancing at Xi, it began to struggle violently. An Liang was just about to remind him to be careful of the teeth of the sharp-toothed fish. The next second, An Liang saw an incredible scene. That is, the sharp-toothed fish was slapped dozens of meters away by Xi. An Liang could hardly believe that such a powerful force was hidden in Xi's weak body. The size of an adult sharp-toothed fish is not small. It is nearly 1 meter tall and weighs more than 40 kilograms. And Xi's light slap directly slapped the sharp-toothed fish dozens of meters away. Terrible! Terrible! Looking at Xi again, she first looked at her white palm and then at the sharp-toothed fish foaming at the mouth in the distance, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Xi, interesting creature, An Liang brother, don't tell me that you only caught this one, how many more you have, I'll take them all. Hearing this, An Liang was naturally very happy. Without saying a word, he directly put all the remaining 14 Pokeballs on the table in front of him. Seeing this, Xi also nodded. The sharp-toothed fish that she had just slapped away was obviously beyond saving, but it was still good for dissection experiments. As for the rest, they would be kept for various experiments in the future. Then, Xi waved her hand. The 14 Pokeballs on the table all disappeared in front of An Liang. Instead, 100 pieces of top-grade water element magic stones. Seeing the smile on An Liang's face, he asked casually. Brother An Liang, do you want to go to my sister's laboratory? An Liang. Laboratory. Hearing these 3 words, An Liang looked at he with some caution, because he was afraid that this old woman would drag him to the laboratory and slice him up. He seemed to have guessed what he was thinking, and rolled her eyes at him and said, in the Wanjie Trading Mall, people with the system cannot hurt each other, so you don't have to worry about your own safety, and. Brother An Liang, do you really not trust your sister? An Liang. An Liang didn't know what to say at this moment. Because he rolled her eyes at him just now, he was really amazed. The charming posture and graceful figure. It was difficult for An Liang to refuse, especially when there was no danger to his life. Chapter 27 He Laboratory. Finally. Anyway, An Liang followed he all the way to the laboratory in the center of the Angel Store. In this huge laboratory, there were all kinds of precision instruments, and the huge fish tank in the center gave An Liang a sudden feeling, if he guessed correctly, this should have just moved in. You ask An Liang why he guessed so? Isn't it the sharp-toothed fish that was blown away by he and died just now, right next to the fish tank? Just when An Liang's eyes were still wandering around the laboratory, he suddenly spread her wings and flew to the top of the fish tank. The pokeball that she had put away before also appeared in the air beside her. This made An Liang very envious. He could control the power in her own hands. And he could only rely on the power of the Pokemon. After a sigh, An Liang shifted his gaze to other places, and he who was floating on the top of the fish tank, also put all the 14 living sharp-toothed fish into the fish tank under his feet. Those sharp-toothed fish seemed very irritable after coming to a strange environment for the first time. They kept hitting the glass fish tank. After returning to An Liang, Hexie's curiosity became even stronger. She just saw that when there were only 1 or 2 sharp-toothed fish in the fish tank, these creatures seemed very timid and kept fleeing in the fish tank, trying to find a way to escape from here. But when the number of sharp-toothed fish gradually increased, their courage also began to grow. Not only did they keep jumping out of the water, but they also started to hit the fish tank with their bodies. However, with their fragile bodies, it was still too naive to want to smash the fish tank. At this time, An Liang also explained appropriately. The sharp-toothed fish is a group of elves. Once this kind of elves gather in groups, they will become very courageous. Once the number exceeds 100, they will actively attack ships in our world. The most disgusting thing is that once this kind of elf evolves into a megalodon, it will still gather in groups, and the megalodon's teeth can easily bite off even iron. In rivers and oceans, this kind of elf is a huge hazard. You must be extra careful when you experiment. An Liang's explanation did not make he feel how dangerous the sharp-toothed fish is. Instead, it made him more curious. And the 2 words evolution and megalodon that An Liang just said made he very interested. Just then, another group of angels in armor came in. They brought various materials to he including a large amount of water resources. However, An Liang's eyes were not on the water materials piled up like a hill next to the water tank. Instead, they gathered around the angels. These angels from another world, although their upper bodies were tightly wrapped in Western medieval armor with silver as the main theme but with gold threads, their lower bodies only had a skirt armor that looked like a miniskirt and a pair of over-the-knee boots. As for the white legs, An Liang was really dizzy. Just then, a white hand suddenly slapped An Liang's shoulder and frightened the latter. Just after An Liang turned his head tremblingly. What came into view? Was he half-smile expression. He Brother An Liang, are the little angels under my command pretty? An Liang, good, pretty. He An Liang, pretty, but not as pretty as you, sister. Just like that, a storm was successfully resolved. However, it was not completely resolved. As the price of seeing the angel sister's thighs, and Liang had to stay in the laboratory to help Hexi learn more about the information about the sharp-toothed fish, such as how to make the sharp-toothed fish evolve. And Liang was naturally in tears. 1 hour later. And Liang, anyway, it's like this. If you want to evolve the sharp-toothed fish, you must raise its level to level 30, but the highest level sharp-toothed fish here is only level 5. After spending an hour explaining the evolution principle of the elves to Hexi, and Liang looked at the sharp-toothed fish with some regret. If Hexi wanted to see the megalodon today, it would probably be impossible. What confused An Liang was that Hexi had a thoughtful expression on her face. After thinking for a while, she asked An Liang, who was even more puzzled, "Little guy, you just said that there are only 2 ways to upgrade the level of the sharp-toothed fish. One is through combat training. And the other is to take various resources, right?" An Liang, "That's right." Looking at Hexi's sudden enlightenment expression, An Liang suddenly had a bad premonition. The next second, Hexi suddenly looked at the pile of images with a wave of his hand. All the water resources entered a mysterious machine. When the machine was turned on again, An Liang found that the resources had turned into dry weeds, and at the exit of the machine, Hexi had just filled a cup of azure liquid. When Hexi walked to the fish tank with the cup of azure liquid, the sharp-toothed fish in the fish tank became even crazier, and they kept trying to jump out of the water. But the top had been sealed by the lid. After finding that they couldn't get through, the sharp-toothed fish began to hit the fish tank crazily again, and even when they heard the sound of skulls breaking, they didn't stop at all. This shocked An Liang, who was standing by. "An Liang, this, what on earth is this?" Chapter 28 Crazy Evolution of Megalodon, Please Give Me Flowers. Hexi, what are you talking about? This is the essence condensed after dissolving those water resources. Even if there is only 1 drop, it is better than your top-grade magic stone. After saying this, the wealthy Hexi flew to the top of the fish tank while An Liang looked incredulous, and poured all the azure liquid in his hand into it. After doing all this, Hexi smiled at An Liang's shocked expression. "Hexi, don't be so surprised. This is just a drop in the bucket for me. This consumption is already considered small in all the experiments I have done before. Hexi, it's just that this way of refining the essence is a little wasteful. If you choose a more detailed refining, the elemental essence can be at least 1/3 more, but compared with my precious time, this resource is nothing." An Liang. For some reason, An Liang suddenly felt that the word sister that he used to call very awkwardly suddenly became smooth at this moment. Just when An Liang was stunned, the sharp-toothed fish in the fish tank were changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their size was rapidly increasing. The level was also rapidly increasing. Level 5, Level 7, Level 10, Level 15, Level 25. In just a few minutes, the highest level sharp-toothed fish has reached level 29. It's only 1 level away from evolution. The next second, a white light burst out from the sharp-toothed fish. An Liang was very familiar with this white light. When the water-leaping fish evolved, it was exactly the same as it is now. Hexi, who was standing next to An Liang, was also concentrating on the sharp-toothed fish in the fish tank. 5 minutes later. In the huge fish tank, there were 14 huge megalodon sharks. The megalodon sharks were all above level 50. The highest one was even level 57. If it were placed in the world where An Liang was, it would definitely be a quasi-king level Pokemon. When An Liang saw the level of this Pokemon, he had an unbelievable expression on his face. This was a quasi-king level Pokemon. Even in the Jinyue where there were many strong men, he could be a centurion. Don't underestimate the centurion and think that the centurion's official position is low. In some small and medium-sized base cities, the centurion is already the highest official position in the Jinyue. Even if you don't want to join the Jinyue and be bound With the strength of a quasi-king, you can also apply to Yangguo to open a gym in the base city to recruit apprentices. Although the gym trainer must stand up when the base city is threatened. But in normal times, the gym is the private property of the gym trainer. And gym trainers are paid for their actions in times of danger. If people are sent to die in vain, no one will apply to become a gym trainer over time. After smacking his lips, An Liang forced himself not to look at those megalodons. If he could take these Pokemon away again, wouldn't he become a quasi-king trainer? Just as An Liang was resisting the temptation in his heart, He suddenly said, "It really doesn't work. Although this kind of Pokemon that is forcibly catalyzed looks very powerful on the surface, its body functions are rapidly decreasing. It is estimated that within half a month, these megalodons will die of organ failure." An Liang. Organ failure, death? Don't be so surprised. These megalodon sharks have reached a height that they can never reach in their lifetime in just a few minutes. Naturally, they have to pay a price. It's a pity that I should have left a few sharp-toothed fish just now. Looking at the megalodon sharks swimming in the fish tank, An Liang felt a little strange at the moment. Although he had seen the swamp jumpfish kill many sharp-toothed fish in the past half-month of training, he didn't think anything at that time, but now when he learned that these sharp-toothed fish as test subjects would die in 2 days, he actually felt a little guilty. This made An Liang himself feel very strange. Just then, he returned to the machine that had just extracted the water element essence. After she collected the few drops of water element essence left in the machine into the container, she did not pour the water element essence into the fish tank this time. And after adding some liquid like water, these evolutions were diluted. After this series of processes are completed, he poured the diluted water element essence into 10 small glass bottles. He little guy, take these 10 bottles of diluted water element essence away. Don't worry, as long as you don't let the elves eat these diluted essences at once, there will be no side effects. An Liang, really? He Are you doubting me again? An Liang, no. No. After waving his hands quickly, An Liang fled from the laboratory under He's tacit eyes. Although today was a little dangerous, but the harvest was still very gratifying. In addition to 100 water element magic stones, there are also 10 bottles of diluted water element essence. When Swampert has used up these resources, it is estimated that it has evolved into a giant Swampert, right? But he never thought that He was so rich, and he took out so many resources as he said, with the face of a nouveau riche. Hey! Chapter 29 Meet Wang Yuking again. When An Liang regained consciousness, he found that the sky outside had gradually darkened. Anne's mother had already returned home. When An Liang walked out of the room, he found that the table was full of delicious food, and even the rice bowl of the swamp fish was full of blue water energy cubes. Seeing An Liang wake up, Anne's mother, who was still busy in the kitchen, said without turning her head, "Hey, did you wake up because of the smell? Wait 5 more minutes. This dish will be ready soon, you kid, go wash your hands first." Although Anne's mother didn't turn around, An Liang could feel the joy in his mother's words. This training was his first time to go outside the base city and his first time away from home for so long. Anne's mother must have been worried about him during the past half-month. 1 hour later, An Liang and Swamp Leap Fish had enough food and drink, and 1 man and 1 elf completely collapsed on the sofa and didn't want to move. Anne's mother, who had just cleaned up the table, saw this scene and couldn't help but put her hands on her waist and laughed and scolded, "You guy, you just lie here after eating, you are just like your father, take Swamp Leap Fish downstairs for a walk, so that I can clean up." Hearing this, An Liang rolled his eyes. When he was training, Anne's mother often called him to ask when he would go home to make him delicious food. And he had only been home for half a day when they started to chase him away. Where is justice? However, Anne's mother was the most authoritative person in this family, and even Swamp Leap Fish did not dare to challenge her authority. After shaking his head, An Liang took Swamp Leap Fish to take a walk near the park. But just as An Liang arrived at the park, Swamp Leap Fish behind him attracted the attention of many passers-by. Elves were not uncommon. But the elves with a hint of murderous aura made passers-by show a little shock. Just then, a timid figure in the distance made An Liang couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then, after reacting, An Liang hurriedly smiled and said, "Hey, isn't this the class monitor? You're taking your caterpillar out for a walk again." The timid figure in front of An Liang, formerly An Liang's top student class leader, Wang Yuking, who was recommended by him to learn the knowledge of breeders. An Liang didn't know whether this top student class leader had the talent of a breeder, but he should not have the talent of a trainer, because if he remembered correctly, caterpillar could evolve into metapod at level 7. But it is still a caterpillar now. Looking at Wang Yuking again, when she saw the burly swamp jumper behind An Liang, she couldn't help showing an envious expression. You know, An Liang, who is only 16 years old, is only 1.7 meters tall. Swamp Jumper, who is 1.8 meters tall, looks much taller and more burly than An Liang. And what about her caterpillar? Wang Yuking even doubted that her caterpillar couldn't even take a move from Swamp Jumper. After sighing in her heart, Wang Yuking said with a hint of envy, "And Swamp Jumper is getting stronger and stronger. By the way, I haven't thanked you for the last time. I have recently started to learn about breeders and have made some achievements." An Liang, well, congratulations. In the past month, Wang Yuking learned a lot about breeders. To become a formal breeder, you need to go through 2 assessments, namely the primary assessment with only theory, and the advanced assessment with a lot of practical exercises. The primary assessment is simple and difficult. The primary assessment is based on theory. But the knowledge involved in the primary assessment of breeders is as much as dozens of dictionaries. Just a primary assessment directly eliminated more than 90% of people, and the advanced assessment is based on energy block production, elf massage, elf skill analysis, and getting along with elves. Through this series of assessments, you can become a formal breeder. Of course, this is only the lowest level of breeders. Energy blocks are divided into low-level, intermediate, and advanced. There are 3 types of breeders. If a breeder can make advanced energy blocks, he can become an advanced breeder. Wang Yuking naturally dared not even think about being an advanced breeder. In her opinion, as long as she can pass the primary assessment of breeders, she will have no worries about food and clothing in this life, and in fact it is true. According to official data from Yan country, although many teenagers awaken the talent of trainers every year, due to various reasons such as family background and talent, only about 30% of breeders continue to study after graduating from high school. The remaining 70% have all returned to the ranks of ordinary people. However, although these trainers have returned to ordinary life, their elves are still with them. If their elves are sick or injured, with their family conditions, they probably couldn't afford to hire a formal breeder for treatment. At this time, the breeder apprentices who passed the breeder's elementary theory test stood out. They could use their rich knowledge to diagnose the cause of the Pokémon's illness and perform simple treatment. Even if they only rely on this, they will basically have no worries about food and clothing in their lives. Just like that. The 2 chatted for a while and then left separately. On the way home, An Liang was wondering if there was anything in the Wanjie Trade Mall that could help him learn knowledge quickly. As a trainer, he still hoped to spend more time on breeding Pokémon instead of learning a mountain of breeder knowledge. Chapter 30 The Gifted Swampert. 3 days later, An Liang packed his luggage and prepared to set off again. This time, he brought more than 50 ordinary red and white balls and a set of diving equipment, which made the cashier look at An Liang with strange eyes when checking out. The reason why An Liang bought so many Pokeballs was because Hexie placed a big order, asking An Liang to catch more types of Pokémon for her subsequent research. The most important thing was that she promised that An Liang would benefit from it. This gave An Liang great motivation, and the diving equipment was used to find some Pokemon hidden underwater. This is because the strength of Swampert is still low. Otherwise, if more power was fed back to An Liang, he could dive without diving equipment. At that time, An Liang was not much different from water Pokemon to a certain extent. At most, he could only release some weaker moves. It is worth mentioning that this time when An Liang went out, the guards he met were the same guards who checked him when he came back last time. Seeing that An Liang was going to leave the city, they almost let An Liang go without saying anything this time, without showing the complicated look he showed last time. After walking for several hours, An Liang arrived at the place where he camped last time. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, the Swampert roared excitedly and rushed into the river. It seemed to fight with the sharp-toothed fish for 300 rounds. An Liang, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, directly picked up the pokeball and took the Swampert back. When he pressed the button on the pokeball again to release the Swampert. This time the Swampert did not rush into the river again but looked at An Liang with a confused face. That expression seemed to ask, "Why stop it?" An Liang also had a bad expression at this moment. He now found that the Swampert was not only a glutton but also a fighting maniac. That was why he just used the pokeball to take the Swampert back. If he reached out to pull it out of reflex, wouldn't he be dragged more than 10 meters away by this guy? An Liang, next time you don't rush out without my order. Our training place this time is not here, the elves here are too weak for you now. An Liang, we have to go up along the river, there is a lake there are many powerful elves, you will meet many opponents there. After An Liang finished speaking, Swampert scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Soon, less than 2 hours later, An Liang came to the lake under the scorching sun. Looking at the huge lake in front of him and the elves on the shore and in the water, An Liang nodded with satisfaction. The elves here are stronger. In just a short while, An Liang saw more than a dozen level 10 sharp-toothed fish in the shallow water. And in the deeper part of the lake, God knows how many sharp-toothed fish are hidden, and their evolution form Megalodon. With the current strength of Swampert, it is estimated that it can only move in the shallow water. If it goes to the deep water, it is best to wait for it to evolve into Swampert. Because it must have stronger strength to ensure that it can successfully escape from the siege of Megalodon. After looking around, An Liang also saw Gyarados in the deep water, which surprised An Liang. Since there is Gyarados here, there must be Magikarp. As expected, after An Liang looked carefully, he saw some red figures in the lake. What can I say about Magikarp? It is really strong after evolving into Gyarados. Even if it has just evolved, Gyarados can be ranked among the Pokemon of the same level. But Magikarp before evolution. It is difficult to find Pokemon that are worse than them. Before learning Collision, Magikarp only has one skill, Water Splash. And the attack power of Water Splash. Let's not talk about it. After retracting his gaze, An Liang let Swampert move freely in the shallow water. As for himself, he had to choose a camping spot. The lake in front of him was an advanced training spot above the novice. So besides An Liang, there are many trainers camping here. Some good places have been occupied. If An Liang doesn't want to buy a place from those scalpers, he can only find a makeshift place. On the other side, after the Swampert tried to enter the water, the sharp-toothed fish swimming around suddenly swam over like a shark smelling blood. When a sharp-toothed fish swam to the Swampert, it jumped up directly and opened its bloody mouth towards the Swampert, but unfortunately, the response to the sharp-toothed fish was an iron fist from the Swampert. An Liang's Swampert is much more powerful than other similar ones, not to mention that he gave it last time. 1 of his 10 bottles of diluted water element essence had been drunk by the swamp leap fish, and the swamp leap fish's strength began to increase rapidly again. One punch could knock the sharp-toothed fish out more than 10 meters. Just like that, facing the iron fist of the swamp leap fish, the sharp-toothed fish tribe had no intention of retreating. A steady stream of sharp-toothed fish still rushed to help from all over the lake, but they underestimated the swamp leap fish's tenacity. This kind of fist-to-flesh battle not only did not make the swamp leap fish feel any fatigue, but made it feel more excited, which might have stimulated the violent factor in its blood. A stream of ice energy gradually gathered on the swamp leap fish's huge fist. And Liang, who was far away, was slightly stunned after seeing this scene. Then, An Liang murmured with a hint of disbelief, "Is this a frozen fist?" Chapter 31 The Gifted Swamp Leap Fish, 2. Roar. The swamp leap fish, who realized the frozen fist in the battle, let out an excited roar. The sharp-toothed fish that was hit by it had a layer of frost on its body. In excitement, Swampert immediately began to punch harder. This scene. In addition to An Liang, many other trainers saw it. Looking at the powerful Swampert, the other trainers were full of envy. Wow, it can be invincible under the siege of sharp-toothed fish and also comprehend a new big move. This is not an ordinary Swampert at all. Looking at their own Pokémons, the gap between the two is immediately prominent. This makes them feel very uncomfortable. Fortunately, they have just become trainers not long ago, and they are all students in the first or second year of high school. Although they are very envious of An Liang's Swampert, they are just envious and have no other bad thoughts. If An Liang shows Swampert in front of a bunch of veteran trainers, the consequences are uncertain. Just like this, after a while, An Liang noticed that there were several huge figures swimming around Swampert. After a closer look, An Liang discovered that these huge figures were the megalodons that evolved from the sharp-toothed fish. These megalodons swam beside the swamp-leaping fish. With sharp eyes, they stared at the swamp-leaping fish that was showing its might in the shallow water. The megalodons waited for an opportunity to attack. With their sharp teeth that could easily bite through steel, if they were to attack the swamp-leaping fish. Or if so many megalodons attacked together, the swamp-leaping fish would probably be seriously injured if not dead. An Liang, swamp-leaping fish, come back quickly. The swamp-leaping fish, who was fighting fiercely, punched two sharp-toothed fish away. Although he felt very puzzled, he still followed An Liang's order and returned to the shore. Swamp leap, Gilu. An Liang, look at those shadows by the water, they are all evolved megalodons. You are not a match for them yet. You should take a rest for now and continue practicing after the megalodons leave. Swamp leap, Gilu. After seeing the megalodons that had not yet dispersed in the shallow water, Swamp leap also understood An Liang's intention. Swamp leap still has self-knowledge. It knows that it is not a match for the megalodons now, but after it evolves, Swamp leap vows to smash their shark heads. After a roar, Swamp leap returned to An Liang's tent to rest. Although it closed its eyes at the moment, everything around it could not escape the fins on its head, even when it was sleeping. Once a stranger or elf approached, Swamp leap would wake up as quickly as possible and enter combat mode. After a long time, the well-fed Swampert stepped into the shallow water again. The level of the sharp-toothed fish here is indeed higher than that in the previous river. An Liang often sees some sharp-toothed fish above level 10 attacking Swampert. From the fact that they can use the skill of water jet and the accuracy is not bad, An Liang estimates that the sharp-toothed fish in this lake should have fought with other Pokémons. In the battle, the mud under the feet of the Swampert was lifted up and some bones were exposed, which also proved An Liang's guess. With the ability of sharp-toothed fish and megalodon, not to mention humans, even Pokémons are at risk of being gnawed into bones after being surrounded by them. On the other side, the Swampert is still showing its power. Before the battle, An Liang deliberately let the Swampert drink a bottle of diluted water element essence, and hung a small cloth bag on the neck of the Swampert. The small cloth bag was filled with top-grade water element magic stones. An Liang did this to stimulate the potential of swamp leap fish in the battle so that it can quickly absorb energy. Didn't you see that after fighting for so long, Swamp Leap Fish's level directly increased from level 21 to level 23? Such a speed of improvement is simply suffocating. As for the price, when Swamp Leap Fish came back with a tired body after nightfall, the 10 top-grade water element magic stones that An Liang put in the small cloth bag had turned into a pile of powder. If An Liang still wants Swamp Leap Fish to improve its strength quickly, not only must he take out a large number of magic stones again. Before that, he must let Swamp Leap Fish rethink the basics to prevent the foundation from being unstable, and the future will be stuck at a certain threshold and unable to make any progress in strength for the rest of his life. The next day, early morning. After breakfast, An Liang did not plan to take Swamp Leap Fish into another crazy battle today. Today, Swamp Leap Fish will summarize its combat experience by itself, but before that, An Liang wants to send some elves to Hexi, and see if there are any other elves worth cultivating in this lake. An Liang doesn't necessarily want those elves with the talent of a king, such existence is 1 in a million, but at least they have to be B-level. Because only with B-level qualifications can elves enter the threshold of elites and quasi-kings. For elves with B-level qualifications, An Liang can borrow resources from the Wanjie Trade Mall and try hard to cultivate them into A-level qualifications. After all, Swampert was only A-level at the beginning, and now it has become A+. But if you want to cultivate C-level to A-level, this is a bit difficult. Chapter 32 Bobo. After leaving his simple camp, An Liang took Swampert around the lake. You don't know if you don't walk. After walking around, An Liang found that there were elves such as slowpoke, shelder, tadpole, goldfish, and stinging jellyfish in this lake. A wide variety of water-type Pokémons. An Liang was dazzled for a moment, and because this is a lake, there are some Pokémons living in the jungle who come here to drink water. For example, Pidgeot, Spearow, Nidoran, Stalker, and Butterfree. If he catches all these Pokémons and sends them to Hexi, wouldn't he be rich? By then, let alone raising 1 Pokémon, even 2 or 3 would be no problem. The most important thing is that Pidgeot's final evolution form, Pidgeot, is a very good aerial mount. It is rumored that Pidgeot can reach Mach 2. Even after carrying people. Pidgeot's speed can no longer fly that fast. With its speed, it shouldn't take too much time to go to the base city. And An Liang plans to form a rainy day team in the future. Getting a Pidgeot to take a ride seems to be a good choice. But if you want to have a Pidgeot, it's better to catch a Pidgeot and raise it slowly. Let's not talk about how difficult it is to find a wild Pidgeot around the base city. It usually takes time for wild Pokémon to improve their strength. It takes 7 or 8 years for a Pidgeot to evolve into a Pidgeot even if everything goes smoothly. And these 7 or 8 years, all the time suitable for the growth of Pokémon, is wasted. Even if An Liang is really lucky, he caught a wild Pidgeot directly, and this Pidgeot probably consumed all its potential. This is obviously not what An Liang wants to see. If he is given 7 or 8 years, he may be able to cultivate a king-level Pokémon. Soon, An Liang, who had the idea of capturing a Pidgeot as a flying mount, had already looked back and forth among a group of Pidgeots. The ability given to him by the system allows him to easily see the talent of a Pokémon. It sounds like it doesn't work very well. But in fact, this ability can save An Liang millions of appraisal fees in the future. After all, if An Liang couldn't see the elves' talents, he could only capture more Bobos and send them to the elf appraisal agency, so that the breeders could check the elves' talents and finally select the best ones for cultivation. This appraisal method is expensive. In the past few years, it often happened that ordinary people captured elves with high qualifications and sent them to the appraisal agency for appraisal, but the breeders of those appraisal agencies privately withheld the elves with high qualifications, and then took out some of the same low-qualified elves to fill the number and returned them to ordinary people. This way, the breeders of the appraisal agency not only earned the appraisal fee, they also got an extra elf with high qualifications. This is why such things have gradually become less common as Yan's internal order has gradually been restored in recent years. Just then, An Liang saw a Bobo with good qualifications among a group of Bobos. This Bobo was only level 5 but had a B and qualification. If it is cultivated well, it will be a quasi-king level elf in the future. The question now is, how can An Liang catch the one he wants in a group of Pidgeots? If he attacks actively, even if the Swampert can defeat the hundreds of Pidgeots, who can guarantee that the one An Liang likes will not escape in the chaos? Just when An Liang was worried, a brilliant idea suddenly appeared in his mind. That's right. You can use food to lure them. Thinking of this, An Liang first put away the Swampert beside him. This guy is now full of murderous intent. If he takes it to feed those Pidgeots, it is estimated that only Pidgeots with a brain defect will take the bait. Even if An Liang does not have too many requirements for the character of the elves, he does not want the elves in his future team to be a group of weirdos. Then, An Liang took out the energy cube, approaching the Pidgeots little by little. At first, the Pidgeots were still a little wary of An Liang's sudden approach. An Liang stopped immediately after seeing the alert eyes of the Pokémons, but slowly scattered some energy cubes. His action scared away some of the Pokémons, but fortunately the one he liked still stayed there and cast a curious look at An Liang. There's a chance. An Liang was delighted when he saw the look in the Pokémon's eyes. Compared to the naturally belligerent and cruel Pokémons like Beedrill and Sharptooth, the Pokémons have a good personality, at least they will not actively attack pedestrians in the forest. In this way, as An Liang kept approaching, there were fewer and fewer Pokémons left, and the remaining ones were those who were a little curious about An Liang. Finally, when An Liang was less than 3 meters away from the Pidgeot he had chosen, he threw out a handful of energy cubes again, and this time Pidgeot ate them directly. Just as Pidgeot lowered his head to eat the energy cube, Swampert was released by An Liang. An Liang, Swampert. Ice Punch. Swampert, Gulu. The distance of more than 2 meters was nothing to Swampert. Before Pidgeot could even react, he was punched away by Swampert, and An Liang took out the Pokeball just in time to capture him. After a while, An Liang picked up the Pokeball that was no longer shaking on the grass. This meant that Pidgeot had given up resistance. This was the first time that An Liang captured a Pokémon for him. It was a completely different feeling from the previous times when he caught the Sharptooth fish. An Liang couldn't help but smile and said while stroking the Pokeball with a trace of mud on it, "Pop, please take care of me in the future." Chapter 33, Mosquito Repellent Tadpole and Slowpoke, please give me flowers. An Liang, come out, Pop. With a flash of red light, Pop, still with a layer of frost on his body, appeared in front of An Liang. Pop, Pop. Looking at An Liang in front of him, Pop tilted his head. Obviously, he didn't understand what happened. However, the chill on his body still made Pop tremble involuntarily. Seeing this, An Liang hurriedly took out a towel to wrap Pop's body and wipe off the frost on it. When Pop recovered again, he looked at An Liang with wide eyes. At this moment, he seemed to understand that he was about to leave his hometown and go on an adventure with the boy in front of him. But after staring at each other for a while, Pop was obviously more interested in the energy blocks on the ground. He jumped and hopped to pick up the energy cubes that An Liang had just left on the grass. You should know that when Swampert attacked, the other Pidgeots that were left behind also flew away. Without Swampert going over to grab them, these energy cubes were all delicious for Pidgeot. An Liang. Just looking at Pidgeot eating, An Liang didn't know why he suddenly had a bad premonition. He suddenly felt that his wallet would never be full in this lifetime. After Pidgeot was full, An Liang put it into the Pokeball. Pidgeot was punched by Swampert just now. Let it rest for a while now. After capturing Pidgeot, An Liang set his sights on other Pokémon. For those Pokemon that were not flying type, it was much easier to capture them. Swampert went over and knocked them out with a punch. And because they were to be sold, An Liang didn't even have any requirements for the qualifications of the Pokemon. As long as they were not too repetitive, he captured some of the Pokemon that passed by him. In a short while, An Liang caught more than 20 elves. After catching enough elves on land, An Liang turned his attention to the water. He collected tadpoles, stinging jellyfish, and slowpoke. But now he is a little worried. At this moment, An Liang stared at the two elves in front of him with a tangled face. The two elves were a slowpoke and a tadpoles. The levels of these two elves are still very low, only level 3 or 4, but their qualifications have reached level B, which makes An Liang feel that it is a waste to sell them to Hexi. Then raise them yourself? Thinking of this, An Liang suddenly recalled something. That is, he seemed to have bought 2 king's certificates when he went to the black market with Anne's father nearly a month ago. In the past month, the 2 king's certificates have been gathering dust in An Liang's system space. But now it seems that the 2 king's certificates already have owners. Both Slowpoke and Tadpoles can use the king's certificate to undergo a special evolution. Slowpoke can evolve into Slowking, and Crank can evolve into Crank, and if he remembered correctly, there was a chance that Crank would change its trait to Rain when it evolved into Crank, right? This way. It seems that he doesn't even need to catch the gulls. Originally, An Liang was a little worried because gulls can only be found at the seaside, although his location is not too far from the coast. But with his current strength, it's still too difficult for him to go to the coastal area. Now it's all right. All he needs to do is raise Crank's level. With the Pokemon with the rain trait, An Liang's rainy day team has a prototype. An Liang, I'll give you more advice in the future. Crank, quack. Slowpoke, ah-dong ah-dong. At this moment, Crank and Slowpoke have also initially recognized An Liang as a trainer. In this way, after working all morning, An Liang brought a group of elves back to the camp. Because Bobo had eaten before, An Liang only took out some water energy cubes and handed them to Mosquito and Slowpoke. Mosquito and Slowpoke had never eaten energy cubes before. So when they saw the blue cubes in front of them, their big eyes showed a bit of doubt. But this state did not last long. Water energy cubes are specially made for water elves, which are extremely tempting to them. Mosquito and Slowpoke are no exception. After taking a small bite, Slowpoke and Mosquito's eyes lit up, and then they ate in big mouthfuls. If An Liang's trading system can also see the intimacy of the elves, so the intimacy of the two elves at this moment. It must be constantly adding one, adding one, adding one. Looking at his 2 future generals, An Liang was excited and thinking about ways to make a fortune. He planned to catch a few B-level elves in the next few days. He didn't plan to use these elves himself, but to sell them after returning to the base city. After all, he now has 4 elves, and the energy blocks alone are a huge expense every day. However, if you want to sell elves, especially through formal channels, you must get a qualification certificate issued by a professional breeder for the elves. There are 2 ways to get a qualification certificate. One is to spend a small amount of money to go to the Elf Association. The disadvantage is that it is slow. It takes about half a month to identify an elf. In addition, you can also go to a private appraisal agency with an official certificate. However, although private appraisal agencies are fast, it is easy for people to swap elves. So it is not within An Liang's consideration at present. At this moment, An Liang was thinking that there should be a special breeder in the department where his father worked. Otherwise. Chapter 34 Hexi's Pokemon Laboratory. An Liang, Swampfish, Mosquito, and Slowpoke are your brothers, you must take good care of them. Swampfish, Kulu. After patting Swampfish's strong arms, An Liang walked into the tent. He now planned to enter the Wanjie Trading Mall again to sell the Pokemon. He had subdued more than 40 Pokemon of different species this morning. If he couldn't sell them immediately, it would cost a lot of money to feed them every day. And Liang didn't want to waste it on these Pokemon that didn't belong to him. When Liang came to the familiar hut again, he went directly to the street. Then he entered the angel shop with ease. Because Liang had been here twice, the two female angels guarding the door also recognized that the boy in front of them was their boss's guest. Female angel, Mr. Liang, please wait in the rest area for a while, Master Hexie will be here soon. Hearing this, Liang just nodded and walked to the rest area to sit down. It's not that he doesn't like these female angels. But these female angels who are responsible for receiving guests are much more attractive than the female angels in armor he saw in Hexie's laboratory last time. Liang is afraid that he will make a joke if he sees too much. This will kill the company. More than 10 minutes later, a figure that Liang is very familiar with appeared in his sight. Before the people arrived, Hexie's teasing voice had already sounded in Liang's ears. Hey! Isn't this my brother Liang? Why did you come so soon this time? Did you miss me? Hexie's teasing tone and the secret glances from the female angels around him all made Liang a little uneasy. Fortunately, Hexie also knew that Liang was still young, so she just joked and sat directly opposite Liang. At this time, Liang noticed that Hexie today was not wearing the special armor made by their angels, nor the domineering red cloak with gold edges in the past. Today, Hexie changed into a silver-white palace dress that Liang had never seen before. Unlike the kingly aura in the past, Hexie looked very noble and elegant today. It was a completely different state from before. But for Liang, Hexie is more attractive now, because her already curvy figure looks more attractive against the silver-white palace dress. Liang's eyes were full of passion and evasion. Hexie naturally saw it, but she was used to it, whether in the Wanjie Mall or in her own world. Whenever she went out, such scenes would inevitably appear. If Liang could resist her charm, that would be strange to her. But no matter what, she felt that her outfit today seemed to have greater lethality to the little guy in front of her. Liang, ahem. Liang, Sister Hexie, I caught a lot of different kinds of elves this time. Do you want to see them? After coughing twice, Liang forced herself to get to the point. When Hexie heard that Liang had brought her new research materials, she immediately became interested. She stood up and grabbed Liang, without even looking at the shocked eyes of the female angels around her, and directly dragged Liang to her laboratory. Hexie's laboratory was also where Liang had been when they traded last time. However, within these few short days, a huge change has taken place here. Some of the original experimental equipment has disappeared, replaced by a bunch of huge glassfish tanks. In those giant glassfish tanks, there are still 7 or 8 megalodon sharks, and the strength of these megalodon sharks is not much different from the ones Liang saw last time. But Liang can clearly feel that these megalodon sharks exude a kind of old age. Just like a dying person. With a shocked look, Liang took out the Pokemon he had captured one after another. There are 12 Pokemon here, including Nidoran, Nidorina, Pidgeot, Spearow, Caterpillar, Metapod, Mosquito, Slowpoke, etc., but the number of each Pokemon is not large, only about 3 or 4. But even so, when Hexie saw so many Pokemon, he still showed excitement. In the past few days, Hexie has been studying the secrets of the elves. Although to her, those megalodon sharks are just ants that can be killed at will, they can quickly improve their strength with just a little resource, which still makes Hexie very interested. For Liang, collecting materials that can improve the strength of elves may be very difficult. But for her, it's as simple as eating and drinking water. In the super god universe where Hexie is, their angel civilization is the overlord civilization. There are countless planets like Blue Star. Hexie moves her fingers, and thousands of angels will go to various planets to collect various resources for her. The most important thing is that the resources used on the sharp-toothed fish in the past 2 days are of no use to their angels. If they can be used to cultivate the subordinate elves of their angel civilization in the future, it can be regarded as making the best use of them, at least better than piling them up in the warehouse to eat dust. So Hexi is very eager to understand the principle of elves improving their strength. If you can comprehend this, the strength of their angel civilization will be greatly improved. Chapter 35 Hexi's Pokemon Laboratory, Part 2. An Liang, who was standing beside Hexi, naturally had no idea what Hexi was thinking. At this moment, An Liang only cared about how much benefit he could get this time. As for whether selling Pokemon in exchange for benefits would make him feel guilty. Sorry. An Liang is not that sensitive. In his world, even take Yan country as an example. Yan country, which has expanded its territory 7 times, has more than 7 layers of territory in the hands of Pokemon. The number of Pokemon is very large. The Pokemon he sold are not even a drop in the bucket. And the competition among Pokemon is also very cruel. The Pidgeot and the Spearow are natural enemies. Pidgeot's evolved form Pidgeot uses its mortal enemy Spearow as food, and the Toucan, which Spearow evolves into, uses Pidgeot and Pidgeot as food. These 2 Pokemon are almost the most common Pokemon, and they will fight each other when they meet. If a trainer has both of these Pokemon in the team, it is conceivable that the team will become very lively. Let's get back to the point. Just when An Liang was feeling uneasy, Hexi's beautiful eyes looked at An Liang again. Hexi, brother An Liang, you really gave me a big surprise this time. 2,000 top-grade magic stones, or equivalent resources are fine. Hexi, by the way, brother An Liang, how many kinds of elves are there in your world? Hexi was very curious about this question. If she hadn't forgotten it last time, she would have asked it last time. After pondering for a while, An Liang said with a hint of uncertainty, if you count the evolutionary forms of various elves, there are more than 600 kinds in total. When I become stronger in the future, I can catch most of the elves, but some seem impossible. An Liang, as far as I know, there are at least a dozen level 100 God-level elves in my world. Hexi, what? God-level elves? Now, Hexi was completely upset. Because her level was only level 100. Level 100 means God. In her world, there are not many God-level strong men. And the small planet where An Liang is located actually has more than a dozen God-level strong men, which makes Hexi feel a little unbelievable, but when thinking of the perverted talent of the elves, this seems to be possible. After confirming that the elves can actually become gods, Hexi's eyes gradually became fanatical. Create gods. These 2 words have great charm for her. If she can create a god with her own hands, she, an angel scientist, will have no regrets. Looking at Hexi, who was shocked and fanatical, An Liang acted very calmly. But in his heart, he was not as calm as he seemed on the surface. Because the dozen god-level elves he just mentioned were actually fooling Hexi. He was not sure whether there were so-called God-level elves on the current blue star. Because from childhood to adulthood, he had not found any information about mythical beasts such as Lugia or Phoenix King on the internet. He didn't know whether it was intentional control by the top leaders or the beasts didn't exist in this world at all, but An Liang believed that if the first-level gods like Lugia really existed and were just temporarily sleeping in a corner, then the strength of these first-level gods would definitely be as strong as the gods in the Wanjie Trade Mall. After all, for those beasts, destroying the world seemed easy. In the silence of the 2, a female angel soon brought An Liang a silver-white bracelet. Seeing An Liang's confused expression, Hexi on the side smiled and explained, this is a space equipment, with a storage space of hundreds of cubic meters. The 2,000 top-grade water element magic stones given to you are all in this space bracelet. As for this space bracelet, just think of it as a gift from my sister. picked up a space bracelet for nothing normally, and Liang should be very happy, but he showed a tangled expression at this moment. And Liang, can I take a look at the wind elemental magic stone first? Oh. Hearing in Liang's request, was surprised. After a few days, this little guy's request has become more. However, still met his request and directly asked someone to bring a top-grade wind elemental magic stone. Looking at the green magic stone in his hand, and Liang then he picked up a pokeball containing Pidgeot and opened it. The reason why he wanted the wind elemental magic stone was actually for his Pidgeot. Like the Pokemon and Slowpoke, they can use the water elemental magic stone together with the Swampert. But Pidgeot can't. So Liang made the request just now after thinking that most of Pidgeot's attacks are related to speed and wind elements. And the facts did not disappoint him. When he handed a wind elemental magic stone to Pidgeot, Pidgeot's performance was just like when the Swampert saw the water elemental magic stone for the first time. Excited and yelling. Seeing this scene, Liang tentatively said, "Sister can I exchange these magic stones for 1,500 water elemental and 500 wind elemental?" Pucci. Of course. Looking at Liang's cautious expression, couldn't help but laugh. She found that sometimes teasing this little brother can also relieve fatigue. Chapter 36 Xi's Elf Laboratory, 3. When Liang got what he needed, he was immediately delighted. After looking at Xi who was ready to do a big job, he did not leave in a hurry. But he stood there, showing an attitude of watching the show. After all, he was also very curious about the elves. The experiment conducted by Xi was just to record the various data feedback from the body when the elves improved their strength, and then analyze these data. Of course, although there were occasional blood tests, there were still no slices. Otherwise, he would not stay here. However, when Xi and her several clones put different types of elves into different living areas, they found Liang who was watching the show on the side. In response, Xi's clones looked at each other and left one after another to continue their work at hand. Only Xi's true self walked up to Liang and said with a bad face, "Brother Liang, are you waiting here to see your sister's joke?" Liang, I dare not. I dare not. After saying that, Liang turned around and left in a hurry. It was as if the person behind him was not a stunning female angel, but a tigress who would eat people without leaving any bones. Seeing Liang like this, Xi felt both angry and funny. With her figure and appearance, anyone who admired her could go around Mellow Tianting 3 times, but in Liang, she found that the charm that she was proud of in the past seemed to have no effect on Liang. This made Xi involuntarily reach out and touch her beautiful cheek, and at the same time murmured, "Am I really old?" In the past, Xi often said that she was old. But that was just a joke. Now, as Xi was muttering to herself, the clones behind her looked at each other in surprise. Oh, could it be that their original bodies, who had been single for more than 30,000 years, were finally going to have a companion? Although the human named Liang was a little weak, and it was just a carbon-based creature. But this did not affect it. With the technology of their angel civilization, they could easily transform Liang into a body, and it would be fine to live for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. On the other side, after leaving the angel shop, Liang was not in a hurry to leave the Wanjie Trading Mall. In the Wanjie Trading Mall, there were countless shops of all sizes. Liang planned to take a good look today and see if he could come across some interesting things. However, after Liang had walked for a while, he found that the repetition rate of the goods sold in this trading mall was actually quite high. After wandering around for a long time, Liang did not see anything useful for him. It was not until Liang came to a corner and saw a potion shop that he stopped involuntarily. Potion shop? This made Liang curious. After hesitating for a moment, Liang walked towards the potion shop. ding-ling-ling, accompanied by a crisp bell sound. An Liang walked into the potion shop and looked at the neat shop in front of him. He couldn't help but show a surprised expression. The reason why he showed such an expression was that although there were dozens of potions on the counter of this potion shop, there was no customer. There was only a boy who looked about the same age as him behind the counter, and he didn't know what he was busy with. It was not until a minute or two later that the boy in an apron took off his gloves and turned around to smile. "Hello, what do you need?" "An Liang, I'm just passing by, curious to see." The boy, Are you a newcomer too?" "No problem, just look around." This boy is surprisingly easy to talk to. Even though An Liang just came in to take a look and didn't say what to buy, the boy didn't have any complaints. The boy's frankness and clear eyes made An Liang a little embarrassed, and he could only shift his gaze to the potions on the counter to ease his embarrassment. At this time, An Liang suddenly found a potion that interested him very much. That was the sobering potion. The introduction said that after taking the sobering potion, the user's attention will become focused for a certain period of time, and if you study during this period of time, it will be twice the result with half the effort. This made An Liang very interested. The last time he returned to the base city, he downloaded a lot of knowledge about breeders on his mobile phone. If it was before he awakened his trainer talent, it would be fine. He could concentrate on studying these materials, but now he has to spend more time on training Pokemon, so the efficiency of learning the knowledge of the trainer has always worried An Liang. But the sober potion he encountered today seems to be able to solve his worries. At this time, the boy standing opposite An Liang also found this customer who was about the same age as him, and seemed to be very interested in the sober potion he made. So he took a bottle of sober potion from the counter. In fact, the time when he got this system was almost the same as An Liang. But his luck is obviously not as good as An Liang. He didn't sell a single order for so many days. Now that he finally has the opportunity to make some money, he will naturally not let it go in vain. Chapter 37 Sober Potion. Boy, sir, this sober potion is just the most common one. If you are interested, I have a more advanced sober potion. An Liang, oh? Bring it to see. The reason why An Liang is still hesitant now is mainly because the sober potion has side effects. This bottle of sober potion in front of him can make him concentrate his mental power for an hour, which makes learning anything twice as effective with half the effort, but the side effects are also very obvious. After the effect of the sober potion wears off, An Liang cannot take it again for at least 3 days, otherwise he will have a splitting headache. And even if he does not take it within 3 days, he will have a headache if he overuses his brain. An Liang knows these side effects, not because the boy is honest and willing to tell him all the side effects, but because the Wanjie Trading System will automatically indicate the side effects after testing the goods to maintain the fairness of the transaction, otherwise this Wanjie Trading Mall is just a decoration. Soon, the boy with a hint of expectation in his eyes brought 2 new bottles of sober potion for An Liang. One bottle is intermediate and the other is advanced. Item name, Intermediate Sober Potion. Item effect, within 2 hours after taking it, the mental power is highly concentrated and the learning ability is greatly improved. Negative effect, it cannot be used repeatedly within 2 days, and there will be a slight headache if the brain is overused during this period. Item name, Advanced Sobering Potion. Item effect, within 4 hours after taking it, the mental power is highly concentrated, the learning ability is greatly improved, and there is a chance to increase the casting speed and element control ability. Negative effect, the potion cannot be used repeatedly within 24 hours, and excessive use of the brain will cause slight fatigue. After reading the introduction of the 2 potions, An Liang has already made a judgment in his heart. From the effect alone, the advanced sobering potion is naturally better. In addition to greatly improving the learning ability, it can also increase the casting speed. Although the latter point is of no use to An Liang now. But if the swamp leap fish becomes the king in the future, then An Liang will be able to master some water power. Let's get back to the point. Looking at the sober potion in front of him, An Liang was very envious. But he didn't have even one trading coin. This made him look very embarrassed. After a moment of silence, An Liang asked in an awkward tone, "May I ask how much is the price of this high-level sober potion? Can it be exchanged?" Hearing this, the boy showed a hint of joy. Of course. After quickly agreeing, the boy said, 10 trading coins for low level, 30 for intermediate, and 100 for high level. How many do you want, sir, and what do you want to exchange? Hearing this price, An Liang was stunned. It's not that this thing is too expensive. It's a little bit cheaper than he expected. You know, in He Xi's angel shop, a top-grade water element magic stone costs 100 trading coins, and he just got 2,000. If that's the case, wouldn't he be able to buy 2,000 bottles of high-level potions? This shocked him a little. An Liang was a little unsure now, whether the boy's potion was too cheap, or the rich woman He Xi had always taken good care of him. But just as he was silent, the boy in front of him said anxiously, "Sir, the price is really low and can't be reduced any further. How about this? If you buy more, I will give you some extra healing potions." An Liang, that, you misunderstood, I was just thinking about how much to buy. By the way, the thing I want to barter is the top-grade magic stone. The market price of this thing is exactly 100 trading coins. I want to use 100 water element magic stones to buy 100 bottles of high-level awakening potions from you. How about it? The boy. Originally, the boy I thought that this guest who finally came in was hesitant because it was too expensive. But An Liang's sudden generosity stunned him. After a moment, the young man said with a bitter smile, "Sir, there is no problem with you using the top-grade water element magic stone to buy high-level sobering potion, but the problem is that I don't have so much stock now. I only have 10 bottles of high-level sobering potion in my hand. But if you need it, I can customize it for you in the next 2 days, but this requires some deposit. After all, some materials are still relatively expensive." Hearing the young man's explanation, An Liang showed a disappointed expression, but 10 bottles is 10 bottles, it's better than nothing. An Liang, okay, how much is the deposit? The boy, just give me 40 top-grade water element magic stones, and then you can take 10 bottles of sober potion away. I will make the potion in 10 days and will never delay your business. At this moment, even if the boy is not good at communication, he knows that this is a big customer in front of him. If we can make friends, his small shop should have a stable income. After he earns enough trading coins, he can continue to improve his strength or potion-making skills. In the future, let alone advanced sober potion. Even a master level 1 can be made for An Liang. Chapter 38 Using Potions. After An Liang's consciousness returned to the real world, he looked at the space bracelet on his wrist, and his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, although the Wanjie Trading System comes with a very large storage space. But after all, only he can use that. And the one on his wrist can definitely be sold at a high price if he is short of money one day. But after all, this is a gift from the rich woman He Xi. Unless it is really necessary, An Liang will not sell it. First, it is very impolite to do so. Second, he is afraid that He Xi will slap him into a pulp after knowing it. Before, in the laboratory, An Liang saw clearly that when he mentioned the god-level elves, the rich woman He Xi was not afraid at all, but showed a fanatical expression. This means that He Xi is either extremely confident in her own strength, or she is simply a lunatic. No matter which answer, An Liang does not want to offend this rich woman. After all, when he bought the magic potion just now, he also asked about the prices in the Wanjie Trading Mall. You don't know until you ask, and you will be shocked when you ask. The magic stone he took out today is actually a kind of currency. At first, it was promoted and used by merchants from the magic civilization, because this kind of magic stone can not only assist in cultivation, but most importantly, it can be circulated in their world. However, most of the magic stones that are circulated as currency are low quality and medium quality magic stones. The top quality ones in Liang's hand. Few people sell them to the outside world, because this thing is perfect for assisting cultivation. But he xi 2,000 top quality magic stones. And Liang didn't know what these 2,000 top quality magic stones meant before, but now he knows it very well, so he will not offend the rich woman. After walking out of the tent, and Liang stretched his body. The task of capturing elves has been completed, so the next half-month is to train elves. And Liang plans to let Bobo evolve into Pidgeot and Mosquito Tadpole evolve into Mosquito King before returning to the base city. As for Slowpoke, if it wants to evolve into Slow King, in addition to the King's certificate that On Liang already has, it also needs a Shelter to assist. However, the Shelter's qualifications cannot be too low, otherwise after the two evolve, On Liang's Slowpoke's qualifications will be reduced again. On Liang, Swamp, take your brothers to the shallow water area for training. Be sure to pay attention to safety. If you encounter Megalodon, be sure to avoid them. On Liang taught Swamp to the training of Mosquito, Slowpoke, and Popo. Anyway, with Swamp's strength, it is not difficult to deal with the sharp-toothed fish in the lake. As long as it does not encounter groups of Megalodon, the individual strength of Swamp is also very good in this lake. And the level of the sharp-toothed fish here is also very suitable for Mosquito. Why is this area called the novice area? It is because the levels of the Pokémon here are not high, which is very suitable for fighting Pokémon like Mosquito that have not evolved yet. If the Pokémon is allowed to face high-level enemies from the beginning, whether it will cause irreparable damage to the Pokémon's body in the battle or not, the Pokémon's confidence is likely to be hit after continuous failures in battles. After all, if the Pokémon keeps losing, it is very likely to develop a fear of fighting. Equally matched opponents can help the tadpoles grow better. As for Swampert, On Liang plans to train its skills after it evolves into Swampert. Now Swampert's attack method is open and closed. And it is also very fascinated by the kind of fist-to-flesh fighting method. Although On Liang does not object to Swampert's use of its strength. But it can't only fight in this way. Otherwise, if it encounters a Pokémon that restrains it, such as the type that is good at flying kites, Swampert will be out of luck. As for why On Liang waits for Swampert to evolve before training. One is because Swampert will master many new skills after evolving, and the other is that those who can use the kite-flying tactics must be trainers. If On Liang becomes a combat trainer in the future, he will be specialized in various dangerous areas in the wild. There is actually no strategy for those wild Pokémons to fight. As long as On Liang has enough hard power, the wild is not that dangerous. As for the battles with trainers, it is estimated that there will be more during the student period. If On Liang is the most valued in the training, it is the teamwork of the future rainy day team. If On Liang becomes a combat trainer in the future, he will encounter small Pokémons in groups in the wild. Spirits, such as Beedrill, what martial ethics would be needed at that time? All the combat-capable Pokémons would definitely be sent out to participate in the battle. At that time, whether it was the cooperation between Pokémons or the command during the battle, it would be a challenge for On Liang. After all, he might have to observe the combat status of more than a dozen Pokémons at the same time and command them to use different skills, which was the most challenging. On Liang now let the Swamperts fight on their own. It is also possible that he did not have the idea of cultivating their independent combat consciousness to reduce his future burden. After the Swamperts left with the Mosquito and Slowpoke, On Liang took out a bottle of sobering potion and drank it directly. The moment he drank the potion, On Liang found that he suddenly felt that the world became much clearer. He picked up a leaf casually and remembered the pattern on the leaf with just one glance. When he took out a learning material for a trainer apprentice and took a look, he remembered the knowledge that he had to concentrate on reading several times in the past at a glance, as if he had the ability to remember everything in the blink of an eye. The only thing An Liang is not sure about now is how much of the knowledge he can remember after the effect of the awakening potion wears off. An Liang, don't let me down. Chapter 39, Earthquake and Lake Cave, 2. A few days later. An Liang's strength has changed a lot. He not only has 4 Pokémon, but each Pokémon is also well trained. The strongest Swampert even beat a lone Megalodon. Although the Megalodon is higher in level than Swampert, the Swampert's strength is far greater than that of the Megalodon. After a few freezing punches, the unlucky Megalodon was stunned on the spot, and then he fully demonstrated the good habit he developed when he was still a sharp tooth, that is, he would quickly escape once he was alone. In addition, An Liang would often take the Scorpions and the others to play friendly matches with the trainers on the lakeside. It is worth mentioning that most of the trainers active in this area are students, that is, students from the only trainer high school in the base city where An Liang is located. These are still high school trainers, and they enjoy holidays like ordinary students. However, they can't be idle during their holidays. They have to improve their own Pokémons, otherwise when school starts, other students' strength will improve by leaps and bounds, and they will be the only ones who are still standing still. It will be embarrassing and affect their own future. That day, after An Liang woke up and walked out of the tent, the Swamperts who finished their morning exercises all gathered around An Liang. The Swamperts, who had been hungry for a long time, urged An Liang to feed them quickly. The tadpoles and slowpokes also looked at An Liang eagerly. An Liang, that's good. That's good. The tadpoles and slowpokes now are exactly the same as the water leaps when they were young. Because of their rapid growth, they often feel hungry. However, although An Liang had bought a lot of energy cubes before going out for training this time, it was obviously not enough for the 4 Pokémons to eat for too long. An Liang, oh, I'm worried. After feeding his elf, An Liang sat next to the swamp jumper with a slightly worried expression. When he returned to the base city this time, he was ready to start making energy blocks by himself. After all, if he continued to buy them, his wallet would not allow it. As for success or not, An Liang can only do his best and leave it to fate. But overall, An Liang himself still has a lot of confidence. In the past few days, the training materials that An Liang read were all about the processing of water materials and the production process of low-level energy blocks. Let him make energy blocks under normal conditions. The success rate must be pitifully low. But making energy blocks after taking the awakening potion is not necessarily the case. Although it is not 100% successful. But the success rate will at least be greatly improved. Just when the swamp jumper and the others had just left and An Liang was about to continue learning the knowledge of the breeder, the ground under his feet suddenly began to tremble. The sudden earthquake made An Liang, who had never encountered such a thing, fall into a stagnation. Fortunately, the frequency of the earthquake was not high, and the vibration time was not long. After 3 or 2 minutes, the earthquake stopped. After coming to his senses, An Liang looked at the swamp jumpers who were also confused and couldn't help but smile. But when he looked at the lake in front of him again, a Pokémon that appeared in his sight made An Liang's pupils shrink. Is he seeing it right? That was actually a seahorse? Although the seahorse is a water-type Pokémon, its class is Dragon. That is to say, the seahorse can comprehend Dragon-type skills. Besides, the final evolution of the seahorse, the Thorn Dragon, directly has the Dragon attribute. The Dragon-attributed Pokémon are not cheap in this world, especially for An Liang who wants to form a rainy day team. Who can refuse a Thorn Dragon with sniper characteristics or free-flowing characteristics? This guy is the main force in special attack. Just as An Liang was shocked, the black seahorse might have been frightened by An Liang's fiery eyes. It slid back into the water again. When the black seahorse disappeared from his sight, An Liang gradually came back to his senses. An Liang didn't remember that there was a black seahorse in this lake, and even in the past 10 years, there was no training. The family has caught a black seahorse here. If he hadn't been sure that he was not mistaken. Combined with these intelligence analysis, An Liang almost thought that he was dazzled, but in fact, he had just taken the sobering potion, and it was impossible for him to see the black seahorse wrong. Could it be because of the earthquake just now? Realizing this possibility, An Liang couldn't help but frown slightly. In fact, it is not impossible. In the past, Blue Star did not have creatures such as Pokémons and secret realms and ruins about Pokémons. Aren't they all there now? Now there are suddenly a lot of new Pokémons in the lake, which is not impossible. But since it has been discovered, An Liang does not intend to let the black seahorse go. Even if the qualification of the black seahorse is not high, if it is sold, An Liang believes that there will be a lot of trainers who want it later. Dragon Pokémons are still very tempting. The problem now is how An Liang can catch the black seahorse hidden in the lake. You know, the lake in front of An Liang is not small. Let the Swamperts search blindly, which is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Chapter 40 Earthquake and Lake Bottom Cave, Part 2. After hesitating for a while, An Liang let the most powerful swamp leap fish enter the lake to find out, while he himself stayed on the shore and waited anxiously. While waiting, An Liang sent a peace emoji to Anne's father and mother. Although the earthquake just now was not big, it was not far from the base city, and the fluctuations should still be felt inside the base city. In order to avoid the two elders worrying, An Liang simply sent a message in advance. More than 10 minutes later, the swamp leap fish came back. Swamp leap fish, Gilu. Gilu. Even though An Liang did not understand the elf language, Swamp Leap Fish was the original elf who signed a contract with him after all. To some extent, An Liang could still understand part of Swamp Leap Fish's description. Swamp Leap Fish said that it had just found the traces of the ink seahorse in the shallow water area of the lake, but the ink seahorse ran away immediately after discovering it. It's just that the direction of this escape was not towards the deep water area of the lake. It was towards the exit of the lake. In this way, the curious Swamp Leap followed the ink seahorse from a distance. Finally, not far from the exit of the lake, an underwater passage was found. After the Swamp Leap entered the passage, it found that the passage was not too long. At its speed, it only took about 20 seconds to reach the other end of the passage. In its description, An Liang learned that the passage went down all the time, and it suddenly turned upward when it was about to reach the end. After crossing this lake bottom passage, there was a deep cave. The ink seahorse that An Liang had been thinking about. It came from this lake bottom cave. After getting this answer, An Liang felt like a cat scratching his heart. Now he can basically be sure that this lake bottom cave either appeared on Blue Star for the first time in the earthquake just now, or it has been covered by the rock layer at the bottom of the river before. If it weren't for this earthquake, the lake bottom cave would still not appear. And the ink seahorse is the native creature of the lake bottom cave. Generally speaking, there are many rare resources in undeveloped places like this. For example, the dragon-like elf seahorse. It is definitely the kind that can be sold outside without any worries. At this time, An Liang, who had made up his mind, walked directly with the swamp leap fish towards the entrance of the lake cave. That's right. An Liang intends to be the first person to try it. Although there will be some dangers in the process, the rewards will be huge once successful. The rewards may far exceed his imagination. Even if An Liang intends to be the first person to try it, it is not that simple. The danger facing An Liang now, in addition to the powerful elves in the lake cave, there is also the problem of water pressure when diving. Because the equipment he bought before was used for diving in the lake, and the deepest part of the lake is only a few dozen meters, so the diving equipment On Liang bought is also a very ordinary one. The speed of the swamp leap fish in the water is about 5 or 6 meters per second. It took it 20 seconds to swim through the channel. Even if the channel is tilted, An Liang has to dive at least 60 or 70 meters to reach the cave at the bottom of the lake. The water pressure at this depth. If there is no diving suit, the huge water pressure can directly crush An Liang's internal organs. Even if there is a diving suit now, it is still a very dangerous thing. After hesitating for a while, An Liang still put on the diving suit and oxygen tank. Time waits for no one. If someone else finds this place later, An Liang will have nowhere to cry. After putting on the diving equipment in a few seconds, An Liang also put away all the elves except the swamp leap fish. As for the swamp leap fish, it is to help An Liang lead the way and help him dive. For An Liang, it is no problem for you to let him dive a few meters. After all, after signing a contract with the swamp leap fish, his physique is far superior to ordinary people, but diving 70 or 80 meters is not a bit difficult for An Liang. It's simply impossible to rely on himself. After jumping into the water, An Liang patted the swamp leaping fish on the shoulder and said with emotion, "Swamp leaping fish, my life depends on you." After saying that, An Liang went directly to the back of the swamp leaping fish and tightly grasped the fin behind the swamp leaping fish. Swam pert, whose fins were caught by its own trainer. It felt a little uncomfortable at the moment. After all, the fins are the way it senses the temperature and flow rate of the water in the water, and the fins on its back are used to control the direction. Now that it was suddenly caught by An Liang, it would naturally feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, after the swam pert moved around for a while, it slowly adapted to An Liang's existence. At least it would not sway in place anymore. Swam pert, Gilyalu. After the swam pert gurgled, it took An Liang into the channel at the bottom of the river. The rapid dive of the swam pert made An Liang on its back feel very uncomfortable, and the huge water pressure squeezed An Liang's ordinary diving suit. This made An Liang swear that if he got rich in this lake cave today, he must customize the best diving suit. 20 seconds passed in a flash. When An Liang came to his senses again, he had already entered the lake cave. At this moment, An Liang was lying on the ground without caring about his image. The diving process just now was like a trip to the gates of hell for him. Even after landing, he was still dizzy. After a long time, An Liang recovered a little strength to take off the mask on his head and breathe the fresh air outside. While breathing fresh air, An Liang was also observing the situation of the cave at the bottom of the lake. In fact, the cave at the bottom of the lake was not as scary as described by the swamp jumper. On the surrounding rock walls, An Liang saw a lot of blue crystals. These blue crystals can emit a faint light. And it is this light that illuminates the entire cave. Chapter 41 Earthquakes and Undersea Caves, 3. Looking at the tunnel in front of him, An Liang stood up tremblingly. At this time, he found that there were many water elves in the tunnel in front of him who were secretly looking at him. However, when they found An Liang's sight, they hid again before An Liang said hello to them. This made An Liang seem very helpless. After he thought about it, he released the slugs and slowpokes one after another. An Liang, slugs, slowpokes, Pidgeot, you stay here for a while. If there are Pokemons that want to go outside through here, you must stop them. However, if the opponent's strength is far beyond yours, protect your own safety first. Slugs, quack. Quack. An Liang let the slugs stay here because he was afraid that another Pokemon would run out and lead other trainers here. Although he couldn't guarantee that he was the only one who saw the ink seahorse just now. But if one less Pokemon ran out, the chance of being discovered here would be reduced by 1 point. Undeveloped places like this often have very rich resources. An Liang didn't need to let the slugs delay for too long. As long as he delayed for a day or half a day, he could complete the clearing of this lake cave. In this way, after An Liang rested for a while, he took a Pokemon named Swampert on the road. After so many days of training, Swampert has reached level 26. With its abnormal power, it should not encounter any danger in this cave. Soon, after An Liang set out. When he passed the initial tunnel, the space in front of him suddenly became larger. At this moment, the tunnel in front of him was about 10 meters high at the highest point and several dozen meters wide, but the path that allowed him to walk was only 3 meters wide, and there were 2 small rivers on both sides of the path. In the small river, An Liang found water-type Pokémon such as Starfish and Shelder. It can be said that these 2 Pokémon are what An Liang needs to form a rainy day team. Shelder, needless to say, is mainly used to assist Slowpoke in evolving into Slowking. And the gem Starfish evolved from Starfish with Water Stone is very suitable for the rainy day team, and Starfish also has the superpower attribute, which makes this Pokémon more popular with trainers in this real world. However, if you want to evolve Starfish into Gem Starfish, you need to use Water Stone, but even the lowest quality Water Stone costs hundreds of thousands of Pokémon coins. So after An Liang shook his head, he didn't plan to capture a Starfish for the time being, but Shelder could find a high-quality one to capture after looting the cave. After observing the surroundings, An Liang, who was a little disappointed, could only set off again. The reason why he was disappointed? Actually, he didn't see the seahorse. Compared with Starfish and Shelder, even a sea-level seahorse can be easily sold. And the price will definitely not be low. At this time, the Swampert following behind An Liang also looked at the surrounding Pokémon with curiosity. If An Liang looked at the eyes of the Swampert at this moment, he would definitely find that in addition to curiosity, there was also a hint of fighting spirit in the eyes of the Swampert. The water energy in the cave at the bottom of the lake is very sufficient, and the Pokémon living here are basically level 15 or 16. From time to time, the Swampert can still feel that some Pokémon exude a momentum similar to his own. If there is no burdensome trainer, the Swampert really wants to go over and have a big fight. Just as the Swamp Leap Fish looked at An Liang's back with a resentful look, An Liang turned his head in confusion and looked at the resentful Swamp Leap Fish. He couldn't help but said in confusion, "What's that look in your eyes? Hurry up and leave. If you keep on wasting time, I'll deduct your dinner." After walking for a while, An Liang realized that the size of this cave was far beyond his imagination. In addition to the main passage he was walking on, there were many branches around. An Liang was sure I believe there are some Pokémons living in those branches. However, due to time constraints, An Liang could only search the main passage that was easier to explore. When Swampert heard that his trainer was actually going to deduct his dinner, he suddenly became unhappy. It was obviously the place he found. It's okay if you didn't give him a reward, but how could you deduct his dinner? But in the end, Swampert still followed An Liang closely with a depressed look. After walking for a while, An Liang faced a choice. There were 2 passages in front of him at this moment, one was the main passage that continued downward, and the other was a huge branch. On the wall of this branch, the same blue crystals grew. Under the light they emitted, An Liang found that there were actually many starfish in this branch. At a glance, An Liang saw at least dozens of them. If there were only a few starfish, An Liang would definitely not go there, because the chance of finding a high-quality Pokémon was too low. Besides, Pokémon like starfish that need water stones to evolve are not the natural choice for ordinary trainers. Instead of using hundreds of thousands of Pokémon coins to buy water stones, it is better to buy other Pokémon that can evolve without evolution stones. Chapter 42 Starfish Clan. After hesitating for a while, An Liang still walked into this branch with Swampert. Along the way, An Liang also discovered that, perhaps because of the abundant water energy, the qualifications of the Pokémon here are generally higher than those in the outside world. Like the outside world. For example, in the Mosquito Clan, most of the Mosquito Clan tadpoles are only D-level qualifications. And it is D. It is very difficult for Pokemon with such qualifications to even evolve into Mosquito-kun. And in this lake cave? Most Pokemon are sea-level qualifications. Whether it is the shelder, agate jellyfish, or the horned goldfish he encountered along the way. Although he has not seen any B-level ones yet, On Liang mainly thinks that it is because he has never stopped to search carefully in an area, otherwise he will definitely find Pokemon with B-level qualifications. Soon, as On Liang entered the cave branch where the starfish tribe lived, some starfishes who were curious about On Liang surrounded On Liang. Seeing this scene, On Liang directly took out dozens of energy cubes and scattered them. The next second, the starfishes attracted by the energy cubes took a tentative bite of the energy cubes. This bite made the starfishes' eyes light up. Then they ate it in big mouthfuls, and other starfishes who were affected also ate the energy cubes in front of them like their companions. Dozens of energy cubes were shared by more than a dozen starfishes in the blink of an eye. The starfishes who ate the energy cubes also surrounded On Liang at this moment. On Liang could feel that the simple starfishes were emitting a happy mood. At this time, On Liang was also checking the qualifications of these elves through the Wanjie Trading System. What disappointed him was that although there were many starfishes here, the highest qualification was only C+. However, An Liang was not discouraged. At this moment, there were only a few starfishes around him, and he had just entered the cave. It was still unknown how many starfishes were hidden in the cave. In this way, An Liang walked into this branch under the escort of more than a dozen starfishes. However, after An Liang went deep into the branch, he did see a lot of starfishes, even more than he expected, but when he walked to the gathering place of starfishes, he saw an incredible scene. In addition to hundreds of starfishes, this starfish group actually had more than a dozen evolved gem starfishes. An Liang, how is this possible? An Liang's exclamation attracted the attention of all starfishes and gem starfishes. However, he himself was not afraid at all. At this moment, An Liang had even forgotten the purpose of entering this branch in the first place. He had only one thought in his mind, that is, why there were gem starfishes here. An Liang's brain was running fast. Whether in his previous life or this life, all the information about gem starfishes was constantly gathering in his brain. If starfish wants to evolve into gem starfish, it must have water stone to evolve successfully. This has been proven to be impossible. Just like water leap fish can never directly evolve into swampert. But in this case, does it mean that there is water stone in this lake cave? Otherwise, how could starfish evolve successfully? Realizing this, An Liang's breathing suddenly became intense. Water stone is a good thing. Even the lowest quality water stone can be sold for hundreds of thousands in any large elf supplies store. Although the price will be more or less different due to different stores. But the difference will not be too much. If An Liang is lucky enough to encounter high quality or even top quality water stone, the harvest of these water stones alone can make him return with a full load on this operation. To say that he returned with a full load is a bit modest. This is simply getting rich overnight. The quality of evolution stones is divided into low quality, medium quality, high quality and top quality. The reason for this difference is that using different evolution stones will cause different changes in the elves' qualifications. Low quality evolution stones, because the energy is too mottled, can easily lead to a decline in the elves' qualifications after evolution, while medium quality evolution stones with low quality do not have this risk. As for high quality, they can slightly improve the qualifications of the elves, such as raising the B grade to B+. But the best evolution stone can greatly improve the qualifications of the elves. Even if the elves only had B grade qualifications before, they can be raised to A grade after using the best evolution stone. That is the qualifications of the king level. Regardless of the evolution stone of any attribute, as long as it is of top quality, the price has been rising with the increasing number of trainers in recent years. In the few transactions, there has not been a single transaction price below 8 digits. Even high-quality ones cost millions. An Liang did not dare to ask for the best water stone, and he did not even want the high-quality water stone. It would be enough to give him some medium-quality and low-quality water stones. With a nervous and uneasy mood, An Liang carefully searched in the branch vein, and at the same time asked the swamp leap fish to sense where the water energy was the richest. Chapter 43, Top Quality Water Stone. A few hours later. After An Liang's unremitting search, the swamp leap fish successfully found a place with very strong water power. This is the end of the cave branch vein where the starfish tribe lives. The swamp leap fish can feel that there is very strong water energy in this pool. It's just that the energy is too strong. So the swamp leap fish can't judge whether there is really a water stone in the pool, and even if there is a water stone here, where is the water stone? Now An Liang and Swamp Jumper can only use the most stupid method to search bit by bit. After the two looked at each other, Swamp Jumper saw that the corner of his trainer's mouth curled up slightly. It felt bad immediately. The next second. An Liang, Swamp Jumper, I'll leave it to you. Swamp Jumper, who became a working fish again, dived into the pool helplessly, while An Liang wandered on the shore, looking for any place where the water stone might appear. Unfortunately, An Liang returned empty-handed every time. After an unknown amount of time, Swamp Jumper's head suddenly popped out of the water and waved to An Liang excitedly. It looked like it wanted An Liang to dive into the water with it, and An Liang did not hesitate at all. Anyway, the diving suit he was wearing before had not been taken off, and now he just had to put on the oxygen tank and mask. Soon, when An Liang and Swamp Jumper dived into the pool again, An Liang was surprised to find that the depth of this pool was beyond his imagination. The deepest part of this pool was probably more than 20 meters. When An Liang followed the Swamp Jumper all the way to the deepest part of this pool, An Liang found that there was a spring in the deepest part of this pool. Just when An Liang was confused, the Swamp Jumper swam directly into the spring with a diameter of less than 1 meter. When it came out again, it was holding a small stone emitting a blue glow in its hand. An Liang, Gilya Lu. Swamp Jumper. When An Liang was surprised, he forgot that this was underwater. Just when he was about to say something, he opened his mouth and drank several mouthfuls of water. The Swamp Jumper lying on the edge of the pool looked at An Liang with a confused face. I don't understand what he just said. After hesitating for a moment, the Swamp Jumper opened his mouth like An Liang just now, but as a water elf, he obviously wouldn't choke himself like An Liang. An Liang. Looking at the way Swampert asked for a beating, An Liang couldn't help but take a deep breath. Can't be angry. Can't be angry. If he wants to get the water stone, he still needs Swampert. Even if he wants to deduct its food, he has to wait until it collects all the water stones. Because he can't talk underwater, An Liang can only point to the water stones and then to the spring where Swampert is. After An Liang danced for a while, Swampert, who was in tune with him, finally knew what his trainer wanted. So he dived into the spring again. When it came up again, it was holding a handful of water stones in its arms. An Liang roughly counted them and found that there were at least dozens of them. So many water stones, even if they were all low quality, would be a huge sum of money. What's more, among these water stones, An Liang has already seen a high-quality one. Then, An Liang called the swamp leap fish to swim to the shore together. An Liang knew that there might be more water stones in that spring, but his harvest this time was already very large. There was also a group of sea stars here. If he took all the water stones away at once, then there would be no more gem sea stars in this elf group in the future. People should be content with what they have. After returning to the shore, An Liang placed a pile of water stones in front of him. Low quality, average. Low quality, average. Middle quality, wow. Not bad. Low quality, just okay. High quality, really good. Top quality, Damn! At this moment, An Liang was holding the top-quality water stone in his hand with a shocked face. This is a top-quality water stone. He actually got one? Before, An Liang was still imagining how to squander a top-grade water stone. But now he really got a top-grade water stone. He didn't even know what to do with it. After sitting there blankly for a while, An Liang put away the top-grade water stone with a dull look. He didn't plan to sell this top-grade water stone. He was going to find a high-quality starfish after he counted all the water stones. Anyway, he had already made a fortune this time, so even if he didn't learn to make energy blocks after selling these low-quality and medium-quality water stones, he would not starve the Pokémons for the time being. Soon, when An Liang finished counting all the water stones, he was so excited that he could not express it in words. This time, he got a total of 1 top-quality water stone, 3 high-quality water stones, 11 medium-quality water stones, 32 low-quality water stones. An Liang did not intend to sell the top-quality and high-quality water stones, but he would not keep any of the medium-quality and low-quality ones. An Liang roughly calculated that if he sold all these water stones, he could get at least nearly 30 million Pokémon coins, which was a huge sum of money. He could even buy a good dragon Pokémon on the black market. This made An Liang feel very upset for a long time. At the same time, it also made him understand why so many trainers wandered around in dangerous ruins regardless of the danger, because sometimes getting rich is so simple. Chapter 44, Mosquito Repellent Swimmer. After leaving the pond, An Liang returned to the starfish tribe again. Looking at the starfish that still welcomed him, An Liang had a guilty look on his face. Who told him to take dozens of water stones from someone else's territory with the swamp leap fish just now? In order to make up for the guilt in his heart in the future, An Liang decided to pick a starfish here, and then when the time is right, he would give him the top-grade water stone to use, which could also be regarded as making up for his guilt in his heart. After careful selection, An Liang soon found a starfish that he liked. Race: starfish. Gender: male. Level: LV13, normal. Qualification: B+. Features: analysis. Status: healthy. Inherited skills: none. Basic skills: impact, hardening, water gun, strange light, high speed. Rotation. Taught skills: gravity, light wall, surfing. The B-end qualification and the various skills that have been learned make An Liang very satisfied. If this qualification is further evolved using the top-grade water stone, it is inevitable that it will have the talent of a king, and it may even have A-end qualification like the swamp leap fish. Although the probability is relatively small, it is not impossible. However, the level of this starfish is really beyond An Liang's expectations. Because the level of this starfish that was captured later is actually higher than that of the tadpoles. This is very interesting. I don't know what it feels like to see the tadpoles see that their juniors are stronger than themselves. Accompanied by a red light, the starfish, who was subdued by An Liang, appeared in front of An Liang again. At this moment, the starfish looked at its former tribesman and then at An Liang in front of it. It suddenly had a premonition that it seemed to leave here and go to the outside world. However, the starfish did not feel uncomfortable. For the elves, fighting is like an instinct engraved in their blood. They are natural warriors. Just like this, after saying goodbye to the tribesman, the starfish left with An Liang and the swamp jumper. After leaving this branch, An Liang and the two elves returned to the main passage of the cave again. After walking for a while, An Liang discovered another large branch, and he also saw the figure of the mosquito-repellent swimmer. Like the gem starfish, the mosquito-repellent swimmer also needs the water stone to evolve, which means that there may also be water stones in this branch. This made An Liang's expression weird. The water stone is a kind of heavenly treasure that is slowly formed because of the rich water energy. So he could understand that there were water stones here. After all, the water energy here was very abundant, but he was very curious about where the spring under the pool was connected to, and how there was such abundant water energy. After pondering for a moment, Liang shook his head and chose to move on. If he hadn't found dozens of water stones in the Sea Star tribe just now, he would definitely enter the territory of the mosquito-repellent swimmer to find water stones to make a fortune. But now he has enough water stones. He was even a little worried, not knowing how to deal with them. Naturally, at this moment, Liang was not as interested in the water stones in the territory of the mosquito-repellent swimmer as he was at the beginning. Of course, he was only not interested now. After he explored the main passage of the cave, he would come back to search for resources. After conquering the Sea Star, Liang had 5 Pokémon. If you count the seahorse and Shelter that he always wanted to catch, that would be 7 Pokémon. Even if Shelter and Slowpoke evolve into Slowking together in the future, Liang still has 6 Pokémons. Just thinking about the food, clothing, shelter, and transportation of 6 Pokémons, Liang feels that this is a very scary thing. He is on vacation now, and he can run around to collect resources. But school is starting. If he keeps running around like this, he will be skipping classes. Unless his strength is so strong that the high school teachers have nothing to teach him, it is inevitable that he will be punished by the school. Thinking of this, Liang immediately quickened his pace. He planned to explore the entire cave and then search for resources in those branches one by one. After an unknown period of time, the main passage gradually became larger. Liang looked at it and could even see a huge pool of water at the end of the main passage. The area of this pool is about 2 or 3 square kilometers. When Liang got closer, he was surprised. I found that the water in this pool was extremely clear. There was just one thing. It seemed that there were no elves here. Liang looked at the whole pool and it was like a pool of dead water without even a ripple. This surprised Liang. You know, along the way, there were elves in the rivers on both sides of the road and in the surrounding branches. Liang even saw little sea lions and a few pearl shells. How come he didn't see a single elf here? Just when Liang looked weird, the swamp leap suddenly looked in one direction. Following the swamp leap's line of sight, when Liang turned his head, he immediately saw a scene that made him unbelievable. Fuck, there is this at this distance. Chapter 45 Mysterious Pool and Ugly Fish. Fuck, there is this kind of elf here. At the end of Liang's sight, there was a fish-shaped elf. Except for the blue fins, the rest of the body was basically beige, and there were spots and depressions of various sizes all over its body. These dark brown spots, plus its dull big eyes, may be that for Swampert, it has never seen such an ugly Pokémon in its life. But for Liang, this is a surprise. Swampert doesn't know this Pokémon, but it is impossible for him not to know it. This Pokémon is an extreme in the Pokémon world. Before evolution, it is known as the ugliest Pokémon in all Pokémons, but after evolution, it is the most beautiful one. It's a Chouchou. Liang was very excited to see the Chouchou in front of him. The evolved Melodic from the Chouchou is a Pokémon that Liang likes very much. It is said that Melodic is very loyal to the trainer. They will only recognize one trainer in their lifetime. If their trainer dies unexpectedly, the Melodic will disappear soon. In this case, people often find a Melodic corpse a few days later. But it is not easy for trainers to capture this kind of Pokémon. In the final analysis, Liang still thinks that it may be because the people in this world don't know that Smelly is the evolution of Melodic. If you start with Smelly and have a sufficient degree of intimacy with it, Liang believes that the Melodic that evolves at this time will never leave its trainer. After swallowing his saliva, Liang suddenly had an extra Pokeball in his hand. Since you have discovered it, there is no reason to miss it. At this time, Smelly may have seen humans and Swampert for the first time. After discovering Liang on the shore, it swam directly over. When the distance between it and An Liang was less than 5 meters, An Liang could see its body clearly. It must be said that Smelly is really worthy of its name, but for some reason, when An Liang saw Smelly's lifeless eyes, he felt very distressed. Everyone loves beauty, even Pokemon are no exception. Smelly has no friends because of its appearance. It must be desperate, right? I don't know if it was An Liang's slightly distressed look. The calm eyes of the JoJo fish actually had a slight fluctuation. It stared at An Liang with its eyes wide open, as if expressing something. An Liang took this opportunity to open the attribute panel of the JoJo fish, but he didn't know until he saw it that the attribute panel of the JoJo fish really gave him a shock. Race, JoJo fish. Gender, female. Level, LV56, Quasi-King, extremely dangerous. Qualification, S+. Characteristics, free and easy. Status, healthy. Inherited skills, unknown. Basic skills, unknown. Taught skills, unknown. After seeing the attribute panel of the JoJo fish, An Liang was so surprised that he couldn't speak. Let's not talk about the strength of the ugly fish, which is a Quasi-King. Just talking about its super high qualifications, An Liang almost thought he was dreaming. A-level qualifications are king qualifications. And S-level qualifications above A-level mean champion status. And the ugly fish is S+. If such a talent is auctioned outside, I'm afraid the price will not be less than 9 figures, right? This guess made An Liang's eyes dull. Of course, An Liang can't sell a ugly fish with such qualifications. But how to subdue it makes him more worried. The normal way to subdue elves is to subdue them after the battle as long as you don't encounter 2 crazy elves. The best thing is to slowly cultivate feelings with the elves. But the Quasi-King elves. Even if An Liang lets all his elves fight together, he is still not a match. It is even possible that the ugly fish will be defeated in one move. Is he going to return empty-handed today? Even though he had obtained the water stone worth tens of millions before, An Liang couldn't be happy at this moment. At this time, An Liang suddenly took out the energy block that had always worked before and threw it into the water, but his action not only had no effect, but it seemed to scare the ugly fish and made it swim further away. An Liang, this. After thinking for a while again, An Liang had no other choice but to throw the pokeball in his hand directly towards the ugly fish as if he was giving it a last-ditch effort. What made him a little unbelievable was that when the pokeball hit the head of the pokeball directly collected the ugly. Afterwards, although the pokeball shook a few times, it soon returned to calm. When the pokeball containing the ugly slowly sank to the bottom of the water, An Liang gradually came back to his senses. He looked at the pokeball that disappeared in front of him and couldn't help but slap the back of the head of the swamp jumper, and shouted. Swamp jumper! Quick! Help me pick up that pokeball! Swamp jumper! Pick it up, why are you hitting me? Can't you afford to play? Chapter 46 Mysterious Water Drop. When Swamp Jumper picked up the pokeball containing the ugly with a face full of resentment, it was already thinking whether it had done something rebellious in its previous life, otherwise how could it have a difficult life as a fish and have such a strange trainer who gave fish a headache. But at this moment, An Liang didn't have the extra mood to care about Swamp Jumper. It's not that he loves new things and gets tired of old ones. But if he really tamed the Squidward, wouldn't he become a Quasi-King trainer? Although his Quasi-King trainer is a bit too much. After hesitating for a moment, An Liang directly released the Squidward from the pokeball. But the result made him speechless. The Squidward released by An Liang from the pokeball was like nothing happened. It looked at An Liang with its lifeless eyes and turned around, swimming slowly towards other parts of the pool. Seeing this scene, An Liang felt very helpless. This Squidward was not only ugly, but also had some problems with its brain. Just when An Liang put away the Squidward again and was about to leave the huge pool in front of him, the swamp leap suddenly pulled his sleeve and pointed to the center of the pool. At this time, An Liang also found that there was an island of about 10 square meters in the center of the pool. This made An Liang very curious. An Liang, okay, let's go to that island. After patting the head of the swamp leap fish, An Liang went into the water and grabbed the fin of the swamp leap fish, asking him to take him to the island. The place where An Liang had just subdued the ugly fish was at least hundreds of meters away from the island, so it was better to let him swim over by himself. After all, there is a free coulee here, so why not use it in vain? After landing on the island, An Liang found that there was nothing special here except a spring that was bubbling with water. With the experience of getting the water stone, An Liang looked around and walked directly to the spring on the island. When he walked to the spring, An Liang found that the depth of the spring was only more than 2 meters. Because the water was very clear, An Liang could see the pebbles at the bottom of the water at a glance. Just when An Liang was disappointed and thought that there was nothing special about the spring, he suddenly noticed that a faint blue light was emitted from under a pebble at the bottom of the spring. This time, An Liang did not let the swamp leaper go down. Instead, he went into the spring to search. When he lifted the pebble as big as his head, 3 azure water drops suddenly appeared in front of him. An Liang. Looking at the 3 water drop-shaped objects in front of him, An Liang's face was full of confusion. Item name: Mysterious Water Drop. Item function: a mysterious liquid produced by the compression of high-concentration water energy. After taking it, water-type elves increase the damage of their own skills. This. Looking at the scene in front of him, An Liang was a little surprised and speechless. The water energy in the spring in front of him was very rich, but he never thought that such a rare resource would be produced in this spring. The help of this mysterious water drop to the water-type elves is not a little bit. This kind of thing is in a state of being in short supply in the whole world. If you want to buy this kind of thing, you need not only enough money but also enough status, otherwise the price of the mysterious water droplets may be tripled or even tripled by those capitalists. After being surprised for a while, An Liang did not forget to put away the 3 mysterious water drops in front of him. Thinking of the huge harvest this time, An Liang could no longer suppress the smile on his face, and even pulled the swamp leap fish to search the pool in front of him again. To a certain extent, the value of the mysterious water bottom is not lower than the top-grade evolution stone. Both are sky-high treasures of no less than 8 figures. The most important thing is that these mysterious water bottoms are of great use to An Liang's elves. Finally, under the persuasion of the swamp leap fish, An Liang just searched along the shore, and after no other harvest, he swam back to the other side with the swamp leap fish. To be precise, An Liang rode the swamp leap fish back to the place where he first found the ugly fish. Swamp jumper, oh, fish life is hard. After exploring this place, An Liang planned to go to other branches. After all, he got a champion elf and 3 very rare mysterious water drops from the main branch. If he went to other branches, he might find other resources. Even if they were not as precious as the mysterious water drops, they would still be a good deal for him. For example, the branch where the mosquito-repellent swimmer was found. An Liang was sure that there must be a lot of water stones there. Even if he didn't have a good way to deal with the water stones in his hand, this thing it won't lose value, so it's better to keep it in hand. Maybe An Liang will capture other Pokemon that need evolution stones to evolve in the future, and then An Liang can use these evolution stones for equivalent exchange. As for the 3 mysterious water drops, there must be one for Swampert, and one for Uchiyu, but who to give the remaining one to is really a difficult question for An Liang. Novel Group 70, 2, 6220. Because he has a lot of water attribute Pokemon. Chapter 47 Return with a full load. One day later, An Liang stood at the exit of the cave at the bottom of the lake. This time, An Liang can be said to have returned with a full load. He not only captured a Uchuya with champion qualifications here, but also got a starfish that is only B and now, but will definitely be a king in the future. Although the ink seahorse didn't find it in the end, he also found a shelter with B and qualifications. This shelter can be used to help Slowpoke evolve into Slowking. After taming this shelter, Onlyong has 6 Pokemon. They are Swampert, Squidward, Slowpoke, Shelter, Pidgeot and Squidward, 6 Pokemon, which is a lot for civilian trainers. Most trainers actually only train 4 to 5 Pokemon. One is that training Pokemon takes energy and requires a lot of resources. Children of big families can care less about resources and train many powerful Pokemon. But civilian trainers can't care less. They must use limited resources to train Pokemon as powerful as possible, because only in this way can they continue to obtain resources with the help of powerful Pokemon, thus forming a virtuous circle. That's why Onlyong has a trading system, otherwise he wouldn't catch so many Pokemon. Besides, Onlyong's family. Actually, it is a well-off family. Most civilian families cannot buy nutritious energy blocks for the elves after their children have the talent of trainers like Anne's father. They only buy cheap elves food that can only fill their stomachs. Let's get back to the point. Soon. With the help of Swampert, Onlyong returned to the ground very smoothly. It is worth mentioning that after Swampert took Onlyong out of the water, it returned to the bottom of the river and found some boulders to block the entrance of the passage. Such a cover is only a stopgap measure. If no one observes carefully, it's okay. Once someone goes into the water or stands on the river bank to observe carefully, there is still a great chance of discovering the passage. Onlyong does not expect to cover it up for too long, as long as he can persist until he becomes a true Quasi-King trainer. Although Onlyong had a fruitful trip to the lake cave, he was also very confused as to why there were top-quality treasures such as water stones and mysterious water drops in the springs of the lake cave. Onlyong suspected that there was a deeper cave hidden under the spring. However, the more abundant the water energy is, the stronger the elves can be. For example, the clown in the pool, even without any combat experience, has become a Quasi-King level strongman under the nourishment of sufficient energy. So going to the spring to find out is Onlyong's next goal. However, in order to ensure his own safety, Onlyong plans to go there after he becomes a Quasi-King trainer. He spent 2 months raising the level of Swampert to level 26. Even if it will be more and more difficult to raise the level in the future. But Onlyong believes that he will definitely become a Quasi-King level trainer before graduating from high school. If there is any adventure in the middle. For example, if he encounters a good thing like the lake cave, the time for him to become a Quasi-King trainer may be advanced. You know, a Quasi-King trainer officially certified by Yan Country must have 4 Quasi-King level Pokemon, and must be the kind that obeys orders. Otherwise, at most, he is a pseudo-Quasi-King trainer. As for above Quasi-King, although En Liang is confident now, he probably has to wait until he graduates from college. A trainer of the king level will be treated preferentially whether he joins the army or politics, especially the king trainers in the army, who are respected by everyone, but it is not easy to become a trainer of the king level. Otherwise, looking at the entire Yan country, there would not be only a few hundred king trainers. In this way, after En Liang rested on the shore for a while, he took off his diving suit and changed into ordinary clothes. En Liang plans to return to the base city. Although he didn't stay out for too long this time. But the things he experienced this time were far more than the last experience. Moreover, he couldn't sell the water stone for money for the time being, so he could only restart the plan to make energy blocks, otherwise he really couldn't afford to support these elves. On the way back to the base city, En Liang looked at his communicator. Today is July 30th, 169 of the elf era. In another month, he will enter high school. En Liang remembered that there seemed to be an entrance test before the official start of school. The so-called entrance test is actually a competition for students who are about to enter high school. The purpose of the competition is also very simple. That is to divide the class. Friends of geniuses are basically geniuses. The school also hopes to concentrate the elites for training, so there is this opening competition. Then, An Liang suddenly shook his head. There is still a month left before school starts. It is too early to talk about these things now. Even if he wants to talk about them, An Liang is most curious about whether there are any beautiful girls in his future class. Chapter 48 Elf Market, I. This time, An Liang did not say hello to Anma like last time when he returned home. So when it was dusk, Anma dragged her tired body back home and was stunned when she saw An Liang feeding the swamp jumpers in front of her. After a while, Anma came to her senses and said, "You little brat, why didn't you tell me in advance when you came back? I'll go out and buy what you want to eat in the evening." This simple sentence revealed Anma's love for An Liang. She can just fool around when she goes home at night. But her eldest son must eat and drink well when he comes back. An Liang, forget it, it's too much trouble to cook so late, let's go out to eat. Hearing this, Anne's mother did not object. After all, they are a well-off family, and it's not a big deal to go out for a good meal occasionally. However, the elves in the living room at this time made Anne's mother speechless. She remembered that when An Liang left last time, there was only one elf, Swamp Leap Fish. How come there are 5 more after this experience? Let's not talk about whether they can afford to raise them. Just to say that their living room has been completely occupied by these elves. At this moment, Anne's mother even thought, since her son is grown up, why not just change the house? Anne's mother actually still has a lot of money. Anne's father's monthly salary and the grey income from watching over the black market are mostly in Anne's mother's hands. Anne's mother has always known about Anne's father's so-called private money, but she and An Liang have the same idea. When there is no money to spend, Anne's father will entertain himself. But something happened. The first thing to be cut was Anne's father's private money. The next day, early in the morning, after Anne's mother went to work, An Liang also packed up and walked out. He planned to go to the Pokemon market today. As the name suggests, the Pokemon market is where trainers sell wild Pokemon they have caught. At the same time, some Pokemon-related things are also sold here, such as Pokeballs, energy cubes or things like healing spray. However, the most traded are Pokemon themselves. Although An Liang caught a lot of Pokemon this time, it is obvious that there are no suitable ones to sell. He caught a few starfish and shelter before leaving the lake cave. These water Pokemon are all to be sold to the rich woman Hexi. Both starfish and shelter need water stone to evolve, and shelter can also evolve into Slowpoke with Slowpoke. An Liang believes that the rich woman Hexi will definitely be very interested in these 2 Pokemon. As for An Liang, he obviously has no Pokemon to sell. Why did he go to the Pokemon market? It is mainly because there is a very special area in the Pokemon market. As we all know, the qualification of Pokemon is mainly determined by breeders. But if you ask breeders to help you identify, you will naturally have to pay an identification fee. The identification fee for a single Pokemon is not much, but most of the time, the Pokemon identified are of ordinary qualifications. If you are unlucky, a trainer may have to pay more than a dozen identification fees before finding a Pokemon suitable for training. This makes the identification cost soar. In the past years, it is not that no one deliberately did not identify the Pokemon after catching them in order to resist the identification fee, and directly started training. But this kind of behavior like a child's competition. In the end, it is rarely the breeder who suffers huge losses, because if you don't identify it, then don't identify it. Anyway, there are other people waiting in line. They don't need you as a customer. But what about the trainers? If you don't identify it, you can't tell whether a Pokemon is good or bad. If you blindly spend resources to train it, you may end up losing both money and people. After spending a huge amount of money, you only get an ordinary Pokemon in the end. This kind of embarrassing thing has happened before. Therefore, some trainers who paid the appraisal fee and wanted to make money back came up with a clever trick, which is to put the identified ordinary Pokemon together with the high-quality Pokemon, and then sell them to the public. At this time, whether you can buy a high-quality Pokemon depends on luck. If you are lucky, you can naturally buy a high-quality Pokemon at a low price. If you are unlucky, the result is naturally needless to say. Such an operation is similar to the gambling on stones in An Liang's memory. In An Liang's opinion, such behavior is completely the kind of gambling that will lose 9 out of 10 times. He would not touch it even if he was asked to. But now he has the Wanjie Trading System, which can see the qualifications of the Pokemon at a glance. In this case, An Liang can make a small profit in the Pokemon market. As for why he didn't make a big profit? Please. Those who can do this kind of business must have people above. Those big shots wouldn't care about a small profit like in Liang. After all, lucky people like him appear every now and then. But if he plays too big, he will definitely get into trouble. Until An Liang becomes stronger, he doesn't want to be seen by too many people. Soon, when An Liang entered the elf market, he was attracted by the bustling. The scene shocked An Liang. Basically, all the people active here are trainers. As soon as An Liang entered the trading market, he saw many trainers setting up stalls. There are all kinds of goods on their stalls. The most of them are Pokemon. However, in stalls like this, the identification certificates are completely transparent and there is no room for manipulation. This is obviously not An Liang's stage. After going deeper for a while, An Liang finally arrived at his destination. Chapter 49 Pokemon Market, 2. As An Liang arrived at his destination, he looked around with curiosity. This is also his first time to come to such a place. Everything here is very new to him. Right in front of him, there are 2 huge bird cages on this stall, with dozens of Pidgeots and dozens of Spearows in each cage. Buying Pokemon here depends entirely on your eyesight. You can actually easily identify the qualifications of Pokemon from their appearance and mental state. Although the accuracy rate is not high, there is no other way except this method, because even breeders cannot identify the qualifications of Pokemon with their naked eyes alone, or low-level breeders cannot do it. Only scholars who know elves very well or mid-level breeders can do it. But people of that level will never come here like An Liang. They may get similar benefits by making some energy blocks casually. Of course, there are always a few special ones occasionally. After all, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. Besides, how many high-quality elves are there in this birdcage is still an intriguing question. After making some money around, An Liang went back to the birdcage directly. Among the elves with the same qualifications, flying elves are easier to sell, and the price when they are sold is slightly higher than other elves. There is no other reason. It is because they are flying elves. Soon, when An Liang came to the birdcage and observed Pidgeot carefully for a while like other trainers, he came to the birdcage of Spearow and stopped. Looking at his tangled face, he seemed to be no different from others. But An Liang was in his heart. He was almost happy at this moment. In the birdcage containing Pidgeot, he found a Pidgeot with B-level qualification and 2 C-level qualifications, and there were 2 B-level qualifications in the Spearow. The current market price of a B-level flying Pokemon is about 500,000 Pokemon coins. Of course, this refers to Pokemon like Pidgeot and Spearow, which have no advantages in attributes. If it is a flying Pokemon like Charizard, even if it is B-level qualification, a Charmander will cost millions of Pokemon coins. Let's get back to the point. At this moment, An Liang is ready. He will buy 5 Pidgeots and 5 Spearows respectively, including a B-level Pidgeot and a B-level Spearow. The price of buying a Pidgeot is 20,000. Because Spearow can only evolve once, the price is slightly lower than that of Pidgeot, only 18,000 Pokémon coins. Soon, when An Liang told the staff here about the Pidgeot and Spearow he wanted, An Liang clearly saw that the staff's face changed slightly. However, he was an old hand after all, so the change was only fleeting. Each of the Pidgeot and Spearow in the cage had a number on it, and they were all captured on the spot by the staff and delivered to the guests. Everything in between was completely transparent, so there was no need to worry about being swapped. When the 10 Pokeballs were delivered to An Liang, the staff member who had just been in charge of the checkout suddenly whispered, "Little brother, you have already taken a big advantage, so you should leave as soon as possible." Along with the Pokeballs, there were also the Pokémon's qualification certificates. An Liang smiled after looking at the 2 B-level qualification certificates. Of course. After saying that, An Liang left directly. It is natural to leave here quickly after getting the benefits. Those who can do this kind of business here are not simple people. If you continue to stay here, it is hard to say what will happen. And the staff member returned to the house behind with a sad face, and took out 5 Pidgeots and 5 Spearows again and put them in different bird cages. A loss-making deal early in the morning. He probably lost his bonus for this week. Ah! Compared to the sad-looking staff, An Liang, who left the bird cage, was smiling. It cost less than 200,000 elf coins to buy these elves. But if he sold them all, he could make at least 800,000 to 900,000 after deducting the cost. This huge profit is simply crazy. If An Liang hadn't vaguely realized that someone was watching him from behind, he really wanted to go over and make another one, but now it seems that he has to forget it. Now An Liang just wants to find an elf store, sell all 10 elves, and then exchange them for some energy cubes and tools and materials for making energy cubes. However, what An Liang didn't know was that just after he walked out of the area, a middle-aged man in ordinary clothes who was mixed in the crowd suddenly took out a communicator and said, "Boss, the target has left the area, what should we do next?" The other side of the communicator, "Follow him all the way. If he leaves the elf market, withdraw. If he comes back after a circle, you know what to do." Middle-aged man, understood. Hang up after the communicator, the middle-aged man followed him again slowly. As a thug trained by some forces, he has done a lot of such things. Every year, there are always some people who like to play tricks and set their sights on them. If they only make a small profit, they don't want to cause trouble again. After all, what An Liang earns is just a drop in the bucket for them. But if you can pull a sheep, then don't blame them for being rude. Chapter 50 Uncle Magikarp. An Liang, who returned to the ordinary trading area, did not rush to sell Bobo and Spearow. Instead, he wandered around the trading area by himself. Just then, a hot stall suddenly caught An Liang's attention. Looking at the crowded scene in front of him, An Liang couldn't help but pinch his chin. Is there still a tout in this world? Otherwise, why are there so many people in this stall? An Liang, who was very curious, directly let the swamp leap fish open the way and squeeze into the crowd. You don't say. With the Swampert leading the way, An Liang really squeezed to the front. However, when An Liang saw the stall in front of him, he was speechless. In this Pokémon trading market, there are all kinds of Pokémon for sale, whether flying or ground, bug or fighting, and even ghost Pokémon. But the one selling Magikarp. This should be the only one, right? However, the Magikarp in front of An Liang is a little special. For example, ordinary Magikarp has red scales, but the one in front of him is golden, and it is also slightly larger. Just when An Liang was curious, the spectators around him talked about it. Damn, isn't this the same routine as last time? Although the person has changed, they are definitely in the same group. Last time, there was an unlucky guy who spent 200,000 elf coins to buy a purple Magikarp from him, saying that he had the qualifications of a king, but in the end, I heard that brother's Magikarp faded every 3 days. Yes, yes, yes. We should report him. And Liang, fade. Hearing these 2 words, a familiar scene suddenly appeared in Liang's mind. After the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. And Liang really didn't expect that there would be people in the real world who would play such a trick. Indeed, there are indeed some shining elves in this world. These elves have high talents and are loved by the children of those big families. Because these elves have extraordinary talents. Unique appearance can also show their special identity, although most people are unwilling to admit this. After all, the golden Magikarp is still a Magikarp. After pinching his chin, An Liang immediately lost interest in this Magikarp. But before leaving, a Vaporeon next to Magikarp attracted An Liang's attention. Vaporeon is a Pokemon that has to be good looking. It also has to be strong. It is also very suitable for An Liang's rainy day team. If you can get one, you can also train it as a turret, especially when you can't get Blastoise. Vaporeon's role is even greater. The next second, An Liang casually opened Vaporeon's attribute panel, but the scene he saw almost shocked him so much that he couldn't even speak. Race, Vaporeon. Gender, female. Level, LV69, King, extremely dangerous. Qualification, A+. Features, wet body. Status, healthy. Inherited skills, unknown. Basic skills, unknown. Taught skills, unknown. An Liang, fuck. An Liang's exclamation immediately attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, including Magikarp and other trainers around him, all looked at An Liang. Facing the sight of many trainers, before An Liang could come to his senses, Swampert stood in front of An Liang with a fierce look on his face to protect its trainer. Although An Liang is often unreliable and often bullies it. But this is also Swampert's trainer. Swampert knows that he can have his current strength, and 100% of the credit is due to An Liang. The Magikarp uncle, after looking at An Liang, who was shocked, and then at the fierce-looking Swampert, murmured in a voice that only he could hear. Interesting little guy, this Swampert is really well trained. After the Magikarp uncle looked at the trainers around him again, he put away the golden Magikarp directly. After hesitating for a moment, the Magikarp uncle raised the Pokeball containing the golden Magikarp into An Liang's arms and strode away. Before leaving, the naughty Vaporeon behind the Magikarp uncle blinked at An Liang. Seeing the Magikarp uncle leave, the trainers around him gradually dispersed. As for An Liang, who got a golden Magikarp, not many people paid attention to him. After all, they thought that the Magikarp uncle was a liar from the beginning. The things of a liar are naturally not good things. After a while, An Liang was the only one left in front of the fish tank, and he was looking at the Pokeball in his hand with a look of disbelief in his eyes. The Vaporeon just now was actually a king-level Pokemon? To be honest, An Liang himself was actually unwilling to believe it, but the system's detection will not go wrong. Looking at the entire Yan country, there are only a few hundred king-level trainers. These king-level trainers are either stationed in important places or carrying out missions in various places. There were no king-level strongmen in their base city before. Now it suddenly has more meaning. Is it because of the earthquake a few days ago? An Liang, who has been slowly approaching the answer, even forgot the Pokeball in his hand. At this moment, he has only one thought in his mind, that is, can the passage he has finally covered up block the search of a king? Especially this king has at least one water-attributed king Pokemon.